Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, Suchi. May I ask how tempting it is? Is it like finding a straight, smooth branch by the roadside that looks like a sword? That kind of tempting? That made left hand fall silent. What kind of temptation is that? He hesitated for 2 seconds then nodded solemnly. Pretty much. That's bad. Left hand spread his hands. Anyway, I don't know the specifics. But once that despicable person's identity is exposed, he would probably be hunted down by the entire world. He looked at the statue stroking his chin curiously. I am really curious who this despicable person really is. Even that being itself doesn't know his true face. These people can only construct the sculpture based on the warrant. Left hand said with a sense of wonder. This despicable person must be an extraordinary and formidable presence. Suchi patted his shoulder. Thank you. Thinking he was being thanked for sharing this information, Left hand waved his hand. No big deal, you would find out this stuff if you asked around more. Suchi's gaze fell on his own sculpture. TSK. He hadn't thought much of it before, but looking at it now, it was downright imposing. But, having realized he was the despicable person, Suchi didn't feel much fear. After all, he had provoked the evil god right from the start. The difference between 1 slap and 2 was negligible. However, Suchi suddenly thought of something. If I reveal myself as the despicable person, what about my reputation? Under the evil god's advertisement, the name of the despicable person had already reverberated through half of Abyssal Paradise. Once admitted, Suchi could predict just how wildly his reputation value would soar. But at the same time, the consequences he would have to bear were extremely alarming. King Lang came over at this moment. He had just gone to gather some information, his expression slightly somber. Things are exactly as that guy said, and even more dangerous than we imagined. The so-called daily tasks of the Pure Land are filled with dangers at every turn, and a slight misstep could mean death. He had just watched an obese belly supervisor wielding a whip, lashing ferociously at anyone who dared to slack off or make mistakes. A single lash from the whip could crack stones, showcasing its terrifying strength. If we are to take action, it's best to split up. There are many bizarre tasks in the Pure Land. Choose ones that suit your strengths, but be wary. Especially of the people from Free City and those cultists. After gaining some understanding, they established a basic strategy. First and foremost was to survive. This place was too dangerous, to earn coins during the day as much as possible to gain advantages for surviving the night. Only by achieving this could they have a chance to compete for those precious hidden resurrection tools. Left hand looked at Suchi. What about you, Suboxian? Although there was no explicit grouping, at least during instance entry, the two of them had come all this way together and were relatively familiar with each other. Suchi pondered for a while. I know English, so I'll see if I can find a job as a tutor. If you manage to find someone willing to learn that stuff, I'll wash my hair standing on my head, Left hand said, resignedly. I'm planning to go to the other side of the city to see if there's something suitable for me. Physical labor wasn't impossible, but being watched, extorted, whipped, and insulted by such supervisors was something none of the super rookies, each with their own pride, could easily stomach. Everyone, be as careful as possible and strive to enter the inner zone. Also, communicate any news through this tool. King Lang took out a stone from his hand. The group dispersed. Suchi began walking through the city known as Pure Land. The inside of this city had not been introduced before. It was actually just like the Lost Land, pieced together from various fragments, only it didn't twist and was more stable. The first few steps. Still a garbage dump, then a creepy school appeared, followed by dilapidated cottages with an ancient well. Every place here has its own bizarre story. And some of them even had tasks manifesting in blood, offering coins. In this city, coins were not ordinary currency, but carried the concentrated form of abnormality, the most important thing in Pure Land. Abnormalities could use it to become stronger, and pollutants could also enhance their abilities through it. 20 coins would be enough to attract the covetousness of others, sparking conflicts and fights over possession. With 50 coins, you could borrow some strength. Of course, you had to negotiate the price, and different strengths required different quantities of coins. 100 coins would allow you to trade with the twisted beings of the city. Here you could gain sanctuary, making you safer during the night's cleansing mission. And for a token that grants access to the inner zone, you needed 500 coins. I don't need a token, but most tasks start at 5 coins, and they seem pretty troublesome. They take too much time. Right now, Tsuchi was looking for a quick fix. After wandering around for a while, he saw a car wash. A black sedan was parked there, its body covered in flesh and blood as if it had run over numerous people, looking extremely eerie and unsettling, and it also carried a scent of pollution. And at the front of the car wash, there was a blood-written sign. Cleansing it will earn you 2 coins, not bad. Tsuchi eyed the car and walked straight towards it. Chapter 94. Is it clean or not? Tsuchi's task was also quite simple: turn on the water valve and aim it for rinsing, and get close to clean up the bloodstains. The haunted vehicle polluted by abnormality was not so easy to Washington. It was just like a caveman taking a bath in a large bathhouse, with all sorts of bloody, indistinct ghostly faces emerging on the windows, constantly emitting shrieks. Dead noising. Tsuchi's spiritual power was too high, the impact on himself was almost nothing, but it was rather too noisy. It seemed to realize that this tactic was useless. Swoosh. The black car's windshield wipers suddenly jerked into motion, blades coming at Tsuchi's face with extreme speed. There's also physical attack? Tsuchi looked away in surprise, dodging. Crack. The blades buried themselves into the wooden rack beside him. But it wasn't over yet. This was a dangerous pollutant. It had naturally killed many people, and it was filled with deadly threats everywhere. The black car didn't want to let go of Tsuchi that easily. It opened its hood, revealing an engine made from intertwining blood vessels. The car suddenly started, rumbling loudly. But the sound came from the blood vessel engine, as though it was roaring. And just at that moment, Tsuchi gently turned off the water valve and took off his gloves, reaching into his pocket. Then, he directly pulled out a silver-white sledgehammer from his pocket, staring at the black car. You just won't stop, will you? The black car quivered. The next instant. Boom. The tremendous slam made the whole black car sink, kicking up dust from beneath it. And still, it wasn't done. The second hammer fell with another thunderous smash. Bang bang bang. The successive heavy blows changed the black car's terrified shrieks into the creaking and screeching of metal friction. Around half a minute later, Tsuchi took a breath, looking at the black car, now with completely shattered windows, a C-shaped car door, and a hood broken and on its last breath. He slowly retracted the hammer, looking toward the dim shadows inside the car. Washington boss, the job's done, time to pay up. The car wash sign slowly revealed a line of ellipses, then reminded with bloody words, you smashed it, Tsuchi? No, this is included in the car wash and repair. Besides, no matter what it looks like now, Tsuchi looked at the black car with justified arrogance. You just say whether it's clean or not. The car wash eventually gave in, condensing 2 coins to give to Tsuchi because it felt that he had a point. Black car. It became even weaker than before, as if the strange power of these 2 coins had come from within it. Tsuchi looked at the 2 coins. Contained strange powers, but it seems to have removed the polluted part. He pocketed them. At that moment, the car wash sign once again had blood words emerge. This vehicle has an owner. It belongs to an abnormality from the inner zone. Your actions will enrage it, is that so? That's not good. Tsuchi mused. In that case, I'll leave it a note. Normally, if someone damages another's car, a person of quality would leave information, taking responsibility. SSSSSS. Tsuchi used a 100-man slaughter blade to carve words into the body of the black car, creating a grating sound. Sorry, I accidentally scratched your car. That was an accident. And you call this a scratch? The car wash sign swayed slightly, seemingly in shock. And the way you left a message was way over the top. Anyway, feelings of guilt have made me restless. Tsuchi scribbled from the front to the end of the car. I hope that after you see this message, you would contact me. Signature, Nameless King. Huh? At least write down your own name. Tsuchi sheathed the 100-man slaughter blade. Farewell, boss. The cold wind on the street buffeted the car wash sign, which made a decision against its better judgment. Next car, try to attract a normal person. Tsuchi clutched 2 coins, no longer paying attention to any of the surrounding aberrant tasks, now that he had ample funds. The place he was heading to went without saying. The massive casino in the inner zone, bustling with people. All sorts of loud noises were shouting out. The atmosphere was extremely fervent but also insane. Yun Zanshin lowered the brim of his hat. Bro. We're almost out of coins. The figure beside him was the same man who had carried the sword before, his expression stony. How many are left? Together, only 20. The man sighed softly. The first sequence team had 7 members, and they were lucky at the start, entering Pure Land City ahead of time. After getting to know the rules of Pure Land City, all 7 began frantically taking on tasks, earning coins, and finally pooled together 1,100 coins, giving them to him and Yun Zanshin in exchange for tokens to enter the inner zone. Each holding 50 coins, they began betting, gambling. But how could they outplay these frenzied gamblers? They had their wins and losses, but they lost more than they won, and there was also the risk of losing their lives. Are you two going to gamble or not? If not, then get lost. An adjacent gambler said impatiently. The man was not displeased by the gambler's rude attitude, and he stood up. In this casino, everything revolved around gambling. If a conflict arose and they wanted to fight, there was a designated area for that. Others were also eager to place bets. Yun Zanshin looked at the mere 20 coins left. Brother, what should we do? Maybe we should retreat for now. In the casino, tokens allowed entry, but for every hour spent there, 10 coins would be deducted automatically. If you ran out of coins, you'd be sent to fight for your life on the stage to earn starter funds, and the same amount of coins was required to leave. If they continued to stay, their coins would quickly deplete, and once they hit 0, they would not be able to leave. Only being forced to join the fight for their life. The man sighed. Let's pull out. This casino was no place for ordinary people, filled with scammers and schemers betting their lives. They had underestimated it. They couldn't beat it, not at all. And at that moment, the casino doors were thrown open, and the figure strode in leisurely. Yun Zanshin suddenly froze, gazing at the newcomer. He almost thought he was seeing things. The black-robed man guarding the door squinted at the young man. Why use so much force with the door, token? Hold on, let me find it. The young man rummaged and handed over the somewhat tarnished token. This is it, right? The black-robed man inspected the crack on it. It clearly wasn't brand new, but as long as it was authentic, that's all that mattered. Go on in. All right. The young man walked in, his gaze leisurely surveying everything in the casino. What's wrong? Now the man noticed the change in Yun Zanshin's expression and followed his gaze to the young man. Do you know him? Yun Zanshin came back to his senses, nodded. That's Suboxian, the one I mentioned before, the one who knows Night Guardian. Upon mentioning Night Guardian, the man paused in recognition, observing the young man. Then you better call out to him. He's probably carrying his whole team's chips. But, he sighed, the waters here are too deep, and he might not be able to handle it as a newcomer. Chapter 95. I bet on a bullet jam. They were examples. The man had the big picture in mind, and since the two forces had already cooperated, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch the other side walk into a fire pit and lose everything. Understood. Yun Zanshin was ready to go over and stop Suchi. But before he could speak, he saw Suchi's eyes suddenly light up as if he had found something interesting, and he walked straight towards an area bustling with people. What is he going to do? The man paused slightly. I really don't know. Yun Zanshin thought he had a certain understanding of Suchi, although their contact time in the last team instance was not long, but he knew this player's style of action was very different and could not be inferred by common sense. But, I always feel something is going to happen. And at this very moment, at a table, a large number of gamblers gathered around, excitedly shouting. This was the crazy death roulette. The rules were extremely simple. A revolver on the table capable of loading 6 bullets. You just had to load a different number of bullets, aim at your own head, and fire. If you survived, you would get coins. Note that both the revolver and bullets were no ordinary items, powerful enough to kill abnormalities. How many bullets do you want? The referee asked calmly, looking at the person who had sat down. 1, the person said, quivering. 1? Go back and eat shit. If you're so afraid of dying, don't play. The other gamblers scoffed and directly drove him away. Another gambler, with a hint of madness in his eyes, sat down clenching his teeth. I'll play. I want 3. Okay. The referee accepted and began to load. 3 live rounds, 3 blanks, whether you were killed or survived was all down to luck. But unfortunately, he didn't have the luck to survive. Bang. A loud gunshot suddenly exploded. A bullet carrying extraordinary strength went straight through his head, killing him. The referee coldly watched this and gestured for others to come and clean up. The blood on the table, layer upon layer, had long since seeped in, filled with a bloody smell that deterred people from getting close. Next. The referee said calmly. I remind you. If it's fewer than 3 bullets, don't participate. For each additional bullet, the stakes double. If someone dares 5 bullets, I can make an exception. And triple the stakes. The gamblers were crazy, but still rational. For 3 bullets, The odds were already even, 5 bullets were sheer suicide. And then, Suchi's voice rang out, I seem to have heard something about tripling? The gamblers turned to look and saw a young man fondling 2 coins, standing in front of the table with a faint smile looking at them. You want 5 bullets? The referee squinted. He noticed that Suchi had only 2 coins, it seemed he was at the end of his rope. TSK, TSK, TSK. The minimum bet for each betting table is 5 coins, but if you want 5 bullets, I can make an exception and let you play once. Is that so? Under everyone's gaze, Suchi pondered for a moment before speaking. What if I want 6? Everyone. Then they collectively scoffed, unaffected by his words, cursing and muttering, 6? Seems like he's here to cause trouble, get him out. He, I think he's seeking death, let's indulge him. With their various remarks and sarcastic laughter. In the end, if you don't sit at the table, all the talking is just nonsense. But at this time, Suchi ignored the other people's noise and looked at the referee. If I go for 6 bullets, what are the odds? The referee squinted his eyes. He had been here for many years, and this was the first time. Someone came up to challenge with 6 bullets, which meant no blanks, every shot was live, pure suicide. However, it wasn't his problem whether the other party was courting death or not. The referee said calmly. If you dare, 6 bullets. I can increase your stakes by hundreds of times, how about that? The other party hadn't sat down yet, maybe they were just talking big. And even if they did sit down, with 6 bullets, he thought they could invite the next person rather quickly. So be clear, how much are the odds? Suchi looked at his opponent. 300 times. Good. Suchi nonchalantly extended his hand and placed the 2 coins he had been fiddling with for a while onto the betting area. I'll take 6. Suchi paused. I'm betting on a bullet jam. Instantly, everyone fell into a silence as still as death. The referee was also stunned. He's gone mad. The referee slowly came back to his senses, his gaze somewhat chilly. You're not joking? Suchi gently pulled out a chair, the screeching sound of it dragging was somewhat grating as he nonchalantly sat down. I never joke. Madman. An absolute madman. The other gamblers were even more excited, their expressions manic. I want to bet all my money on his death. Betting on a bullet jam. That's a first in many years of death roulette. They relished the thrill. Hold on. Suchi looked at the referee. I can still raise the bet, right? The referee nodded. But, do you have any more coins? I can borrow, can't I? Suchi turned to look at Yun Zanshin and the man who were about to come over. Brother Yun, quick. Lend me some money. Yun Zanshin was watching the commotion from a distance, not yet knowing what had happened, and fell silent upon hearing the call for a loan. Your first sentence upon seeing someone is asking to borrow money. Couldn't you at least exchange pleasantries? Would a long time no see kill you? He suddenly didn't feel like going over. The man at this moment hesitated, and after a moment of contemplation, he said softly. Lend it to him, give him all 20 coins. Eh? Yun Zanshin was stunned. He is playing Russian roulette, the higher the stake, the greater the potential return. If we lose, we'll just go to the life and death arena. The man had thought it through, betting wasn't their forte. Ultimately, they had to rely on strength. Yun Zanshin nodded. After walking over, he handed 20 coins to Suchi. This is all we've got. Suchi took them. Thanks, I'll give you 1% of the winnings. Yun Zanshin. That's too much. He looked at the other gamblers around him and noticed something abnormal, whispering. Why do other people look at us weirdly? It's as if. Yun Zanshin held back, like they're looking at idiots. The man's brows furrowed slightly, he had also noticed this and couldn't help but ask. By the way, how many bullets did you bet on? It wouldn't be 5, would it? Yun Zanshin felt a tremor in his heart. A 1 in 6 chance? Brother Su, aren't you being a bit reckless? At that moment, the referee's expression was calm. He filled the revolver with bullets etched with runes, reset it, and slid it into place. The clear mechanical sound of rotation assured him the revolver was in perfect condition, impossible to malfunction. All 6 bullets have been loaded. He handed them to Suchi, please. Whether it was Yun Zanshin or the man, their expressions were completely stunned at his moment. Yun Zanshin was incredibly shocked, his trembling voice stuck in his throat. How? How much? Chapter 96-96, Brother Su is still Brother Su. How? How many? Yun Zanshin's eyes widened. 6. His voice was almost a shout. He finally understood why the group of gamblers around him were staring at them with a schadenfreude look as if they were fools. Brother Su. Yun Zanshin pressed on his shoulder, shaking him wildly. You're crazy. Suchi, being shaken, calmly said. Just don't spit on my face. Yun Zanshin. He let go of Suchi weakly, ignoring the surrounding eyes, and looked at the referee. "Can I get those 20 coins back?" "No, you can't." The referee replied coldly and mercilessly. The man took a deep breath, already a bit confused. As the team leader of the Super Rookies of the first sequence, he always acted conservatively and preferred conservative strategies. He had a strong sense of the bigger picture. Even the Wild Red Blade would listen to him. This was the first time he had seen such a wild guy. The man looked at the referee. "If he bets on 6, how can he win?" The referee calmly said. He said it himself, betting on the gun jamming. The man silently looked at Tsuchi, who responded with a smile. Other gamblers were also placing bets, happily stacking up a pile of chips, investing at least 1,000. On Tsuchi's side of the table, there were only a simple 22 coins. For these gamblers, it didn't matter how much they earned at this moment, they just wanted to see blood and have a sense of participation, to enjoy the feeling of winning. Tsuchi gently picked up the gun. And the referee gave a signal. The old lady responsible for cleaning up the corpses and bloodstains was already standing nearby. She too was abnormal, her hair messy, wearing a mask, and her apron all splattered with blood, holding a mop in her hand. Her gaze was cold as she looked at Tsuchi. It seemed to say, "Remember to fall forward, don't make my mopping harder." "Anyone else want to place bets?" Tsuchi smiled, pointing the revolver at his own temple. In the gambler's den, there are no always win generals unless they cheat, and once caught cheating, in other ordinary gamblers' dens it might just be cutting a finger or a hand, but here, it would lead to extremely severe consequences. After all, apart from the players, many abnormalities also possess some special abilities, but people dare not use them. Because abilities would be detected by existences with higher spiritual power than oneself, and player skills are the same, once detected. One can imagine the outcome. However, what does this have to do with Tsuchi, who has over 400 spiritual power? He lightly pressed his finger on the trigger. The next moment, bang! The sound of the bullet firing suddenly erupted. The crowd's eyes brightened, but then, they didn't see the bloody scene of a headshot. Their expressions froze, looking at the unharmed Tsuchi, while the revolver's trigger hadn't been pulled yet. What was that just now? Ventriloquism. Tsuchi once again imitated a few sounds, although his mouth barely moved, it produced extremely realistic bang 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 sounds. The intense gunshots frightened a gambler passing by, who almost ducked down yelling about a sniper. Tsuchi's mouth curled up slightly. "How's that? Sounds like the real thing, right?" The crowd. They roared in unison. "Stop playing with that crappy ventriloquism. Hurry up and shoot, damn it." Tsuchi shook his head, criticizing. "Rushing will only harm you guys. Damn, I really want to punch him. Hold it back, we can't just start fighting here. Please just shoot, I can't stand it anymore with my OCD." The man and young Zanshin both silently watched Tsuchi and the noisy crowd of gamblers. They looked at each other. How come everything feels completely different? After they entered this gambler's den, they proceeded step by step, very cautiously. This guy came in and became the focus of attention, feeling like he completely grasped everyone's emotions. Tsuchi clicked his tongue, his finger again rested on the trigger. Just then. "Wait." Tsuchi suddenly said. "Can I write a will first?" Even the referee couldn't hold back any longer, he shouted, "Hurry up. 10 seconds. If you don't shoot in 10 seconds, I'll do it for you." If it weren't for him being the referee, he would have been the first to punch this guy. Tsuchi, feeling helpless, shrugged. "Alright then." This time, without further delaying, he slightly withdrew his finger and pulled the trigger. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, the hammer of the revolver suddenly struck towards the back of the bullet. Click. The revolver made a clear sound of mechanical jamming, and the hammer got stuck right between the bullets. All the gamblers by the table stared dumbfoundedly at this sight, falling into a deadly silent hush. The referee, young Zanshin, and the man were also stunned on the spot. Tsuchi slowly put down the revolver, displaying a calm smile. "You see, it really did jam." At that moment, the gamblers exploded. "Impossible. He's cheating. That pistol must have been faulty from the start. Referee. Are you in cahoots with this guy?" Bang. The referee, now holding the revolver, coldly fired a shot. The gambler who had just spoken disrespectfully watched his own hat being pierced, his body trembling, not daring to speak another word. The referee looked at the revolver in his hand, deeply looked at Tsuchi, and after exhaling, announced, "The gun is fine. Congratulations. You've won 300 times your original chips, and the coins you gambled, 1,235 in total." Regardless of how he did it, as long as it wasn't seen by him, it counted as his win. Young Zanshin and the man watched dumbfounded as a large number of coins were brought over. How many were there? Nearly 8,000 coins? When they entered, they only had damn 200 coins combined. And had lost down to 1/10. Chapter 97-96, Brother Su is still Brother Su. Suchi, however, didn't bag them right away. He even had an idea and pointed at the pile of coins. Can I go again? 6 coins for 300 times the payout. The referee was silent. 300 times? Why don't we just hand over the entire casino to you? He promptly hung a no more bets sign on the table and left. TCH, running away already. Suchi felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had dragged out the time long enough, just in time for the artificial team's counterattack cool down to end. With a bit of luck, he could have continued. However, even if the other party's spiritual power wasn't as high as his own and couldn't detect his skill, it was only natural they knew he had some tricks up his sleeve, so fleeing was the normal reaction. What casino wouldn't run away? Come. Suchi tossed a bag to Yun Zanshin. This is too much. Yun Zanshin said, overwhelmed by the hefty bag. We only gambled 20 coins. Suchi laughed and pulled out a piece of paper. No problem. I never intended to give it away for free. You can take the extra and write an IOU. 1 coin for 100 game coins each, considering your first sequence is wealthy. Yun Zanshin fell into a daze, sensing something was off but somehow getting wrapped up in it. He ended up signing under Suchi's persuasive words. The man, watching Yun Zanshin being manipulated, didn't stop him. Instead, he agreed with Suchi's approach, as after all, they were in a cooperative relationship. But when Yun Zanshin, holding the bag with excitement and joy, said to him, "Brother, we're rich now." At that moment, the man's feelings were mixed and shocked. You're a key seed among super rookies. You're this happy over a bag of instance coins. He once thought invincible strength was everything. Now, he realized he was wrong. Dang dang dang. At that moment, night had fallen, and bells rang suddenly from the outside. The man snapped back to reality, looking outside with a grave expression. It has begun. Yun Zanshin gripped the money bag, slightly stunned, his expression also becoming somber. Population purge plan. The slaughter had started. So, what do you want to do? Suchi looked outside. Yun Zanshin hesitated. The man softly said. We can't go out yet because the cultists and Free City have accumulated quite an advantage. Aside from some pollutant tools, they even hired some abnormalities to work for them. We need to earn more coins, and the fastest place is here. In this Pure Land city, coins could make ghosts grind mills. This wasn't a riddle or a metaphor. Because it really could make ghosts grind mills. Suchi watched a drowned ghost standing pale by the dice table, spitting out water while fervently shouting. Big. Big. In a casino, you find all sorts. What's never lacking are oddities, abnormalities, and strange tales. The man sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, it seems we only have a losing hand. In the spirit of cooperation, Suchi smiled. Let me give you some advice. Look over there. Following Suchi's gesture, they saw the life and death arena where 10 gamblers were locked in. But the fight hadn't started yet, as some time was given for the surrounding gamblers to place their bets. The most favored was a man wearing a metal mask, massive like a bullet 2 meters tall, roaring and spitting blood. And the least favored was a dazed-looking humanoid rabbit with erect ears, lifeless eyes staring ahead, wearing a red striped prison uniform with a number, 04, on it. The bets on it were fewest, and the odds were extremely high. Bet all your coins on it. Both Yun Zanshin and a man stared at the prison uniform rabbit but couldn't see anything special after a long look. All right. Yun Zanshin didn't hesitate. He nodded, since these coins were given to them by Suchi, he naturally believed in Suchi. He suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to the man next to him. Brother, what do you think? I think you have already unwittingly fallen for it. The man rubbed his brow helplessly. I have no objections. Suchi then threw another bag to Yun Zanshin. Yun Zanshin was startled. I have enough already, no need for so much. Suchi looked at him. This is my share, you helped me bet on that rabbit too. Oh. Yun Zanshin nodded. No problem, Brother Su, leave it to me. The man watched Yun Zanshin walk away. He looked at Suchi. Interested in joining our first sequence? Suchi didn't expect the other party to actually try to recruit him. He shook his head with a smile. You got one thing wrong. I'm a freedom swing person, and I even have my own organization now. The man was stunned. Other than Zone 9, Free City, and Sequence City, were there any other major forces? Of course, he wouldn't think Suchi was a cultist. The investigation bureau would definitely have screened that. So what are you going to do now? Suchi chuckled. Just keep looking around for something fun. It looks like there's a cricket fighting event over there. The man's gaze complicatedly followed Tsuchi as he walked away. You're really just here for fun, right? Where's your team? Team. Right at this moment, they had just finished a half-day's work and were cautiously meeting up on the streets. Where's Suboxian? Left Hand, watching as night fell, spoke with some gravity. He couldn't have been killed already, could he? He hasn't replied to our messages. Like a group chat made of stones, they could contact each other. I don't know. King Lang shook his head. But I just saw those guys from Free City. His expression was grave. I didn't dare get too close. They've indeed joined forces with the cultists, and there are even lots of abnormal creatures following them. We're in trouble. Baekhyangwei looked at the night sky. Today's troubles are even worse. We absolutely can't reveal ourselves. If those cultists discover our tracks, they'll definitely pursue us with all their might. The tuner said in a deep voice. Let's see how many coins we've earned first. 173. 198. 245. As they each reported their half-day's work and tallied up. Nice. We've got 1,000 coins now. What's next? Let's make a deal with the Land of Strange Tales. We need to quickly expand our advantage. Tonight is very dangerous. The sounds of combat were already reaching their ears. They had to be careful not just of the cultists but also the dangerously enraged residents of Pure Land City. Where the heck is Suboxian? Left Hand wondered angrily. He couldn't have gotten trapped in some land of strange tales and can't reply to messages, could he? They couldn't help but worry. If they were down one player, the coming struggle would naturally lose fighting strength. And at that moment, the stone flickered faintly. He's replied. Everyone was startled and looked at the message. I am fine, don't worry. Well, screw you then. Left Hand cursed. Does that jerk not have any sense of teamwork at all? We were here worried about his safety. Forget it, forget it. Muscle Bully pressed down on the angry Left Hand. I thought I had a short temper, but you're even more explosive than I am. Left Hand. Try sticking with him from start to finish. Since he said that, let's not be too worried and focus on the task at hand. The tuner was calmer. He watched the fleeting figures in the distance. Besides, killing other abnormal creatures can also earn us coins. We need to plan properly. The perspective shifts back to the casino. Tsuchi had spent 50 coins on a cola and another 50 on some snacks. Though expensive, these items could restore physical strength. Of course. He purely felt like giving it a try. Now. He sat down at the cricket fighting table. Though they called it cricket fighting, it was actually guardian beast battles. The pets on the sand table, each with sharp teeth and bigger than a fist, were dangerous pollutants. Where's your pet? The referee stared at Tsuchi. Oh, just a moment. Tsuchi reached out, and a liquid metal slowly coalesced. This is my pet, Zhao Kaiang. All the betting guardian beast gamblers fell silent, staring at the irregularly shaped oval object. They couldn't help but burst out angrily. Isn't that just a freaking rock? Chapter 98-97 Silent Day is coming early. Tsuchi looked at them strangely. You people are quite short-sighted. This is obviously my beloved pet, Zhao Kaiang. You don't believe me? Tsuchi shouted in a low voice. Zhao Kaiang, lie down. The rock lay there steadfastly. Zhao Kaiang, don't move. The rock didn't move a muscle. The crowd watched silently as Tsuchi played gleefully, thinking this guy must be crazy. Zhao Kaiang, stand up. Some gamblers couldn't help but look over. They wanted to see how a rock could stand up. But Tsuchi paused. Oh, I forgot, Zhao Kaiang doesn't have legs, he can't stand up. Damn. Is that really the reason it can't stand up? Referee. Look at him. Everyone looked at the referee, and the referee looked at the rules, slowly saying, there's no restriction on pets, a rock can participate too. Tsuchi corrected him. Say it again. It's not a rock, it has a name, called Zhao Kaiang. The surrounding gamblers swore under their breath. Can we start now? I can't wait to kick him and his rock out of here. The referee didn't hesitate any longer. He declared the start. Everyone stretched out their hand, and all sorts of abnormal bits crawled out from their sleeves. They sneered cruelly, let's throw that rock out first. Tsuchi calmly held the rock, caressing its surface as if truly communicating with it. Next up, Zhao Kaiang, it's all on you. Then. He threw the rock with all his might. Go, use dive attack. The burst of strength smashed an iron-armored, sharp-toothed bug to pieces. The pet owner's gambler turned pale. What are you doing? Referee. The referee's eyelid twitched, just about to speak. But Tsuchi merely smiled lightly, slowly uttering the chilling words. Zhao Kaiang. Kill. That rock actually changed form following his command. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, numerous dense silver-white metal spikes burst forth. They pierced through all the surrounding abnormal bits without resistance. Everyone's eyes widened in fear at the dense spikes in the sandbox. What is this thing? This is Zhaoqiang, Suchi reminded coldly. D238 liquid metal, once separated from his body, couldn't move by itself, but it could change shape at will. These spikes might not be very powerful, but they were effective for scaring these little critters, either hitting them with an AO or launching a surprise attack at close range. At that moment, Suchi slowly reached out and took it back, wiping off the blood stains, saying, "You worked hard, Rock. Everyone. Now you know its name is Rock." Suchi ignored them, looking towards the referee. "My Zhaoqiang won, right?" The referee was silent, unsure of how to respond, as it did seem like no rules were broken. They had always assumed only living creatures would participate. Who would have thought someone would bring a rock and wreak havoc? Just then, the referee's expression paused as if someone was whispering in his ear. He took a deep breath, looking at Suchi. "Rules now amended, only living beings may participate. You broke the rules, and the chips you just bet have been confiscated, property of the casino now." Suchi hadn't reacted yet, but the other gamblers already cried out in confusion. "Why? Do we also lose our share? Your mother's kiss, isn't this going overboard?" The referee's cold gaze fixed on them. "These are the rules. If you have complaints, you can go feedback to the person who set the rules." The gamblers were furious, yet dared not say more. The very existence who established and dictated the casino's rules was beyond their reach, too powerful for them to touch. "Do you have any complaints?" The referee looked coldly at Suchi. Suchi paused slightly, not showing annoyance, but muttered. "Amend the rules on a whim? Forcibly confiscating my chips? Does my opinion even matter? But, the guy behind you, could he really amend the entire casino's rules?" Suchi casually stood up, taking his remaining coins, and left the place. The referee squinted, a voice whispering in his ear. "Find several referees with high spiritual power to watch him. Stare him down. The moment you see him using his abilities, strike immediately. Also, don't let those rules get out just now. If that superior learns I arbitrarily altered his set rules, I'm done for." It seems this presence wasn't the casino owner. The mention of that superior carried a deep sense of dread and fear. While Suchi had already noticed many eyes were on him. Unperturbed, he continued to participate in the surrounding betting games. Honestly, Death Roulette and this fighting pet beast still posed some challenge, as they relied on skills for wagering, but other games like poker, guessing big or small, those were downright easy. Plus, there was no way they could be detected. But no matter, after all, they had struck first. What Suchi hadn't expected was their shamelessness was even greater than his. After Suchi won 3 rounds consecutively, the referee reached out to stop the betting at that table. Then fixed his gaze on him. "Your name is Suboxian, right?" Suchi smiled faintly. "What's up, you want me to sign something for you?" The referee squinted, announcing coldly. "Suboxian. You've been banned from all betting games?" Suchi's eyebrows raised slightly. "Why?" "There's no why." The referee offered no explanation. The person behind him was cursing them for being useless, completely failing to see how Suchi had cheated. He didn't believe in mere luck. Moreover, there was no real fairness here. Many aspects were manipulated by him. As a temporary casino manager, he aimed to squeeze every last coin from these foolish gamblers. Chapter 99-97 Silent Day is coming early. How could I have been outmaneuvered by that guy? And I even sent someone to cheat behind the scenes and still couldn't win. He must be up to something. Suchi clicked his tongue and didn't say a word. He left the gambling table, didn't even take the chips. Because he felt it was necessary to do something about it. Half an hour later, Yun Zanshin was searching for Suchi alone. His expression was startled, but he quickly located Suchi. He found that Suchi wasn't participating in any gambling games, sitting in front of a couch, but he was surrounded by all sorts of gamblers who seemed extremely excited. "Brother Suboxian, you're amazing. You guessed it right again. Get the hell away from me. You're not fit to call Brother Su by name. Brother Su, come on. Tell us how to play this round?" Yun Zanshin was stunned as he watched all the gamblers swarm around him. How did it feel like Suchi had already become one of them? This was only half an hour. What did he do while he and the man were discussing plans? Afterward, Suchi also saw Yun Zanshin and smiled faintly. "Gentlemen, go ahead and play, I'll join you later." As he stood up, he also noticed many referees with ashen faces. Ignoring their gazes, Suchi strode toward Yun Zanshin, who handed him a large bag, saying, "Brother Su, sorry for being a bit late. This is yours, a total of over 10,000 coins." Yun Zanshin and his team had made a fortune too. For them, this gave them an even greater advantage over the group of enemies they were about to face. The odds were pretty good. "How's that, rabbit?" That prison uniform rabbit seemed dumb and speechless, but the moment anyone provoked it, it would suddenly burst with amazing strength. Those gamblers were easily dealt with. But how did you know it was so powerful, Brother Su? Experience. Suchi said lightly, it's all experience. The more inconspicuous something seems, the more terrifying it usually becomes when it bursts force. He was also referring to Brother Cat and Brother Haixing. He didn't know how the two of them were doing now. Suchi didn't see the man. What about the other one? Yun Zanshin's expression grew a bit more solemn. Captain left 5 minutes ago. The situation outside is very perilous. The cultists and the folks from Free City are rampaging through the town. He has already gone to support with the coins, and he also told me to remind you. Yun Zanshin's voice became heavy. According to our teammates' information, many powerful abnormalities have sensed something ominous. Silent Day seems to be approaching. It might happen tomorrow during the day. Suchi's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. So soon? It's just the first night. Yun Zanshin nodded. The abnormalities relayed that it might be because of a strong pollution power that burst in the Lost Land earlier, triggering a series of events and causing Silent Day to come earlier. Suchi. This sounded all too familiar. Yun Zanshin's expression carried a bit of worry. In any case, everything has happened too quickly, and we are still at a great disadvantage. Although the unexpected always comes faster than planned, we won't just stand by. We still have a chance. We must push forward tonight, quickly converting our chips into fighting power and get ready for battle. After realizing he might be the chief culprit, Suchi wasn't the slightest bit flustered. Giving some coins as compensation, then go for it, and take this bag of mine to left hand and the rest. Brother Su, aren't you going to join your teammates? Yun Zanshin was a little surprised. We might be fighting the final battle tomorrow during the day. Shouldn't you be with your team, discussing plans and strategic deployment? Suchi blinked. You're right, but Abyssal Paradise is a real-time strategy game? They handle the strategy, I handle real-time. Yun Zanshin. He was suddenly bumped into by an anomaly with bulging muscles and carrying a giant axe, who narrowed his eyes. Move aside, you're in my way. Yun Zanshin's expression became serious. The anomaly was strong. He didn't want any complications and was about to move aside. Then the abnormality suddenly saw Suchi. It was taken aback. Brother Su? Yun Zanshin almost bugged out his eyes. Bro. Brother Su? You know him? 20 minutes ago, with nothing left to lose, I gave it a way out, said Suchi indifferently. The giant axe anomaly looked at Suchi with admiring eyes. Brother Su, so you two know each other, huh? Sorry, my mistake just now. It carried the giant axe and clasped its huge hands together, bowing slightly to Yun Zanshin as an apology. Yun Zanshin was at a loss. He muttered. It's okay, it's okay. Watching the giant axe abnormality walk away, Yun Zanshin exhaled. Anyway, I'll take my leave first, Brother Su. Be careful. Go ahead. Suchi watched the other party hurry off, then checked the messages from his teammates. The situation outside had indeed become dangerous. The alliance between the cultists and the Free City had exceeded everyone's expectations, and they were hunting them throughout the city, the cultists seeming desperate to obtain that resurrection tool. After replying to a few messages, he stored the stone into his item slot. Suchi walked back into the fray with a faint smile. Gentlemen, let's continue. The crowd of gamblers erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, at the back of the casino, someone's face was grim to the extreme. The key issue was, they had already used all kinds of methods to restrain that damn guy, and yet he still refused to give up, and now wasn't a good time to act. The guy's reputation was soaring among those foolish gamblers. He felt a hint of unease. Look, this is my knife. The black-robed man, looking at his knife, spoke as if consulting an old friend. Do you feel like it's missing something? The one he was speaking to was an abnormality with a terrified expression. It wanted to run away. It wanted to flee from in front of this man. But the next moment, the abnormality trembled all over. A knife pierced through its neck from behind, with the blade emerging from its throat. It couldn't make a sound, but the pain and terror caused it to shake uncontrollably. Snap. Its body was split in two, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The black-robed man said lightly, "It seems much more vivid with your blood added to it." From afar, a figure watched this scene with a smile. Worthy of being the leader of the cultists, even killing an abnormality has to have a bit of a sinister feel to it, not straightforward at all. The black-robed man calmly looked towards this figure. "Have you found those people?" The figure took out a cigarette and lit it, smiling. "Found them, but not completely." The black-robed man stared at him coldly. "Don't look me in the eye like that." The figure shrugged. "Those guys are all extremely cunning, although we occasionally catch a glimpse, they move very quickly." Don't underestimate them, these are two teams of superstar newcomers. Patterns materialized on a black-robed man, and a black mist spread. Then you lot from the Free City are just wasting my time. Don't get excited. The figure also seemed to sense danger, showing a touch of wariness, but still said with a smile. After all, the Silent Day seems to have moved up, they won't be causing much of a stir. The black-robed man looked at him indifferently. If you want to survive, if you want to benefit, then you must play your part. Otherwise, none of you will get away either. Of course, we understand. The figure watched as the black-robed man gradually disappeared on the spot. He reined in his smile, took a deep drag from the cigarette, the Mars suddenly brightened, and, in less than 10 seconds, the cigarette burned out. He mused amidst the curling smoke. I didn't expect these cultists to prepare something so outrageous for this Silent Day. He laughed again. But that's fine, it proves I was right to choose to cooperate with the cultists. Although I don't know why they want that resurrection tool so badly, it doesn't matter. All this talk of an evil god, recovery, destruction. The people of the Free City didn't care, morals, rules, order was all nonsense to them. As long as they saw profit, they were willing to go to any lengths to achieve it. That was the harsh creed passed down from the early days of the Abyss, deeply engraved in their bones. The upcoming Silent Day. He rubbed out a Mars with his finger. I look forward to seeing what kind of expressions those superstar newcomers, who only follow the rules and live within order, will show. Chapter 198, I choose Suboxian, he is the people's choice. Brother Su was also sucking on a lollipop at the moment. He frowned. This lollipop tastes mediocre. The surrounding gamblers, one by one excitedly came over. I have strawberry flavor here. I got cola flavor. Mustard flavor. Suchi raised an eyebrow. The one with mustard flavor, fork it over. Yes, Brother Su. A gambler was collectively thrown out by the others. Suchi lazily asked. What's the situation now? The house is turning green already, this is the first time we've managed to get one over on them. As long as they dare to close the bets, we'll cause a riot. We have the numbers anyway. Brother Su, this is the coin I pay my respects with. Suchi glanced at an abnormality with only half a head. You keep it to see a doctor. He muttered inwardly. Is the person behind this casino so patient? It had been many hours, and with his assistance, the gamblers in the casino had been wildly stripping the house of its funds, yet the other party hadn't shown themselves. Did they feel they hadn't lost enough, or was the commotion not big enough? At that moment, Suchi suddenly twitched his brows. Because he saw over 20 referees leaving the gambling tables, they looked coldly at Suchi, then uniformly stood in front of a room. Finally, there was movement. A closed room door was gently pushed open by a heavy giant hand. A figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a bald man with a stern face, tall in stature, one hand fitted with a cannon, the other with a sickle. His lower half had mechanical legs like a crab, stepping out from within. Many gamblers, having seemingly recognized this person, all had their faces darken and stepped back a few paces. Seeing this, Suchi asked. What? Does he have body odor? A gambler wielding a giant axe said with a slightly heavy expression. Brother Su, that's the casino's manager. A ruthless guy who devours men without spitting out their bones, and he's very cunning. Suchi watched him. Looks like he could be trouble. The word looks is not very accurate. After accumulating a large amount of coins from Pure Land City, he possesses many strange tools. Of course, he may not withstand all that pollution by himself, he can only carry a few, but they are hard to defend against. The muscular fishman, Along, warned. Anyway, Brother Su, be careful. The other gamblers also said, but don't worry, fighting is not allowed inside the casino, he wouldn't dare break the rule. Even if there's a fight, I still believe in you, Brother Su. Go for it, Brother Su. Suchi? He turned around and saw that the gamblers had all stepped back several paces, blatantly clearing a path for him. Damn. Are you serious about stepping back? At that moment, the prison uniform rabbit, on the other hand, didn't retreat. It stood next to Suchi. Suchi was moved. Brother Rabbit, good brother, when I become the emperor, I'll appoint you as the crown prince. And the opponent slowly came over, correctly speaking, shuffling over, towering over him and staring intently at Suchi sitting on the couch. Suboxian. I gave you a chance. If you had left at any point until now, I would have pretended nothing happened. Letting these fools make some money, how does it affect me? They would have vomited it all back to me eventually. But you just had to be ungrateful. Suchi, with a cola-flavored lollipop in his mouth, shook his head. Actually, I was planning to just grab some loot and leave. It's your problem. The manager's icy gaze fixed on Suchi. Mine? Indeed, I should have killed you before you entered the casino. He really wanted to kill this guy immediately, but the biggest rule of the casino was not to fight outside the life and death stage, and since the other party wouldn't leave the casino to go outside, he had no chance. If this continued, he would be completely drained. And now there was only one way to stop this bastard's mad antics. "Suboxian, I want to gamble with you," he said gravely. "Bet on what?" Suchi said, interested. He couldn't see through the tricks this guy had used to win, but those cunning tricks were insubstantial against real strength. He pointed at the distant life and death stage and sneered. "Just you and me." "The life and death stage?" The gamblers screamed. "Brother Su, don't go. He definitely has a trick up his sleeve. If you want to leave the casino safely, we can cover you." Even the prison uniform rabbit patted Suchi's shoulder, pointed at the life and death stage, then shook its head, signaling him not to be rash. Suchi. Why were they all acting so noble? He felt somewhat ashamed, because if it weren't for the manager making this move, he was planning to empty everyone's wallets before leaving. Of course, the next moment a few foolish guys trembled as they raised their hands. Can we place bets?" Scram. "What are you betting at this time?" Someone scolded, then turned to ask. "What are the odds?" The crowd stirred up again. Indeed, still a group of boisterous and crazy gamblers. "All right, I agree." Suchi stood up from the couch. "Let's make it quick. My stone has been vibrating non-stop, messaging me." "What stone?" The manager was taken aback and didn't understand, but he sneered, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Okay, then let it be quick." Before he became the manager, he had always been fighting, climbing up from the bottom, and it was for this reason that the superior valued him and made him the manager of this casino. Now he held more trump cards than before. Both headed towards the arena. The referee stood firm, the gamblers spectated. This life and death stage drew nearly 200 gamblers from the entire casino. The referee calmly announced. "Contestants ready, victory is achieved by killing the opponent. Begin." At that moment, the manager chuckled strangely. His body muscles suddenly swelled, bursting out of his clothes, and his whole body was imbued with power. He even had guns, grenades, and other heavy weapons on him. This was his preparation. "Suchi? Referee, are you seeing this?" Not only did he munch, but he also got so many weapons ready. Over 20 referees turned their heads in unison to look at the other side. "As it stands, there are no problems, it's fair," Suchi said. "Since that's the case, I won't play dumb either." Suchi then took out a speaker, the shoulder armor on his body materialized slightly, and his physical strength reached 830 plus 500 points, multiplied by 2. At that moment, it reached 2,700 points. Then, he gently took out a card. In Nancy's previous show, the gambler had dropped 2 items. One was a token, the other was a card. The card flickered slightly. Name, Blood Sword card, type, equipment, quality, perfect, function, consumes 80% of your physical strength, attaches to the card. After hitting a target, it can unleash a sword-style secret technique kill with 5 times the power of the physical strength. Note, the cover of the card features a blood-colored sword imbued with an intensely powerful killing array. It will reveal its true power as you become stronger, but the prerequisite is that you must hit the target first. Additionally, you could try to find the other 6 cards to form a set. There might be a surprise. That gambler treasured this card as it was his strongest weapon, used in the final moments to kill the paper bride. When Suchi commented during that moment, he was surprised that the gambler kept looking around in corners, which was actually to prepare for the timing of his move. After all, missing would make it a waste. However, it became simple for Suchi. With a sinister chuckle, the manager roared and raised his firearm, pulling the trigger. "The times have changed, kid, die." Bullets poured out instantly. Suchi activated the Dark Wind Boots, leaping swiftly through the air, then he raised his hand and activated the skill Blinding. Function, can target an individual, causing their spiritual power to be shocked, and there is a chance to throw their senses into chaos. If the player's spiritual power is higher than the opponent's, judgment successful, opponent has fallen into sensory confusion. The manager's body trembled, his expression vacant, deaf and mute, even unable to speak. He could only uck. The gamblers were stunned. "What's wrong with him?" "We're short on time, bear with it, I'll be quick." While moving swiftly, Suchi pinched the card to activate it. The card suddenly gathered a large amount of energy, draining him of 80% of his physical strength instantly. The card flew straight and hit its mark. The next moment, centered on the manager's body, 3 blood swords materialized around him. They emitted a bizarre aura, displaying astonishing sharpness. He was pierced back and forth by the 3 sword apparitions. The manager felt intense pain, coming out of the blinding effect, and let out a terrible scream. His blood was quite thick, He tried to raise his hand to block while roaring in rage. But Tsuchi, after drinking a physical potion, swung the thunderclap bone-shattering hammer and charged forward. Bang! It proved. Abnormalities indeed have much stronger bodies, and definitely have more physical strength than players. But as long as a fatal injury can be caused, even the big bosses have to show their health bar and can be killed, let alone a slightly stronger aberration. Bang! The gamblers watched as Tsuchi swung the giant hammer. They stood dazed. The manager still had several unutilized pollutants from the land of strange tales and was already beaten to vomiting blood, his body heavily sinking again and again. Damn it! He hasn't died yet. Such toughness? Tsuchi even felt that the opponent had tools, and he didn't give him a chance to use them. His actions never stopped. Until after 10 strikes. Boom! A massive thunderbolt suddenly triggered, centered on the hammer, sending out a deafening sound, fiercely striking down on the manager who was barely alive. There is a 20% chance to produce a thunder strike effect during an attack. The power this time clearly exceeded Tsuchi's expectations. Although the range was small, it was even stronger than thunderbolt. Under the resounding thunder, the manager finally emitted a burned smell. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground motionless. The people in the casino fell silent. Everything had happened very fast. Someone muttered. Is it over? Brother Sue. He was this strong? Wait, my coins. Ah! Another gambler screamed. Noise exploded. They were ultimately crazed gamblers, and the death of one manager was just a moment of surprise. And Tsuchi gently let out a breath, slowly wiping the blood off his face, looking towards the crowd. Everyone, quiet down, listen to a few words from the victor. The gamblers paused briefly. Sure. We have to respect Brother Sue. Tsuchi watched the crowd, smiling, said, the old manager has been kicked out of the chat group. The thunderclap bone-shattering hammer, stained with broken flesh, drag marks, slowly resonating in the casino. And now, don't you think the casino needs a new leader? At the same time, currently, on the streets of Pure Land City, Left Hand and others were running non-stop. Have you contacted Subuxian yet? He hasn't replied yet. What the hell is this bastard doing? Left Hand couldn't help but yell. He's been gone all night. No time to wait now. King Lang looked outside Pure Land City, where massive mosaics approached, assaulting Pure Land City like fog. Almost every land of strange tales emitted a bizarre aura, seemingly celebrating the arrival of this day. Silent Day has begun. Chapter 199, Rules are meant to be broken. Everyone was running quickly. And at the same time, a message appeared before the eyes of all the players. Silent Day has begun, the Lost Land will erupt, and various strange tales and abnormalities will descend upon the Pure Land. I now know where so many oddities in Pure Land City come from. King Lang said. However, there should also be a lot of good things, it just depends on whether they can be taken out of the instance, and that special item for the hidden job change should also be among them. Left Hand suddenly paused at this moment, he picked up a stone and his eyes slightly lit up. Subuxian, he replied. What did he say? His brows furrowed deeply. He said for us to go ahead, and he will come later with his underlings. Underlings? Everyone was startled, but they didn't show too much surprise. You mean an abnormality, right? It seems he has also made a trade, hiring an abnormality. Although they had fought desperately during the day yesterday, braving all kinds of dangers, they had made nearly a total of 3,000 coins. Then they traded with a land of strange tales and temporarily gained a portion of special strength. They had also hired 3 abnormalities to follow them. Money makes the world go round, this was the overriding rule in Pure Land City and the correct way to play the game. And now they were heading to meet up with the people from the first sequence, accompanied by these 3 abnormalities. A minute later, they met up with the group from the first sequence in a derelict plaza. These are. King Lang and the others twitched. Because behind the people of the first sequence stood more than 20 tall and formidable abnormalities. Yun Zanshin waved his hand. Folks, sorry. It was too rushed last night, I couldn't find you, so I took the liberty to spend the 10,000 coins Brother Sue brought for you, trading for some temporary props and hiring abnormalities. Please, Yun Zanshin looked behind him. 10 abnormalities puffed out their breaths through their noses, their faces cold as they walked straight towards Left Hand and the others. Left Hand and the others looked astonished, turning to see their team's size had doubled. Did you just say Brother Sue? Subuxian? Yun Zanshin nodded. He gave me the coins he made at the casino to bring to you. King Lang and the others were somewhat silent upon hearing this, their expressions showing a hint of guilt. Based on their understanding, the casino was filled with all kinds of cold and cruel rules, inhabited by the most vicious and evil folks. They imagined a scene. Subuxian in the casino, desperately earning money while they were urgently sending messages, and the hard-earned savings he accumulated were all handed over to them. Yun Zanshan looked at their guilty expressions and tilted his head slightly. Why are you all so quiet? King Lang stayed silent for a moment, his tone becoming somber. Just feel like we've misunderstood Suboxian. We didn't expect that he was fighting so hard last night in a place we didn't know about. Left Hand also frowned, sighing. Brother Su, he is really. I could cry. Why are you also calling him Brother Su now? Yun Zanshan. He didn't know what to say. Could he tell them that inside, Suchi lived it up, being weighted on hand and foot, with whatever he wanted provided, and that those so-called ruthless folks had to address him respectfully as Brother Su? He looked at their ashamed and guilty faces. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. And at that moment, the sky suddenly came to a standstill, while outside the Pure Land, the mosaic began to blot out the sun as it covered the sky dome and enveloped the entire Pure Land city. Red Blade's wrist flickered slightly, and a red longsword appeared in his hand. Squinting, he raised his head and said, Gentlemen, they have arrived. The entire Pure Land city was covered by a mosaic of distorted images. The streets around them, originally pieced together, also began to twist. An abnormality solemnly warned. The so-called Silent Day is when eerie strength invades this city, turning everything on either side of the streets into the Lost Land. That is to say, as long as you're on the streets, you won't be affected, but beware not to be sucked into the surrounding land of strange tales. It's very troublesome and dangerous once inside. The man with the sword on his back slowly put on his felt hat. Don't worry, we only have one target. Meanwhile, the pointers on the wrists of all the players were spinning furiously, then all pointed in one direction. It seems the final location has been confirmed too. Gentlemen, let's move. At the same moment elsewhere, Suchi also pushed open the doors of the casino. He looked at the vast mist and the twisted mosaic sky dome and said, I remind you again that you must follow orders. During today's Silent Day, influenced by this force, all the casino's rules are rendered inoperative. That means whatever you do, the entity behind the casino will not be aware. He revealed a smile. And that includes the casino's vault. Oh, I almost forgot. It should be called the Coin Vault for you all. I will tell you the password directly when the time comes. A crowd of gamblers all showed a look that was a mix of dread and excitement. No one has ever dared to do what you're doing, Brother Su. Are you really sure you want to do this? Suchi glanced at the crowd. Rules? They're made to be broken, and according to what those knocked-out referees just said, the amount inside has reached nearly 10 million. The gamblers chanted together. Understood. We will all listen to Brother Su. Suchi snapped his fingers. Out here, call me Sect Hierarch. But, Brother Su. Fishman Aaron looked toward the mosaic-filled sky. Although we also come out on the Silent Day to look for valuable things, we dare not go too deep for fear of falling into the land of strange tales. Can you avoid these and find the correct location? Suchi glanced at the pointer on his wrist, then he covered his wrist. Just roughly pinpointing the location is good enough. As for avoiding, why should we avoid it? The burly man with the giant axe and Fishman Aaron both looked slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Suchi did not answer them but looked toward all the gamblers. There were nearly 200 of them, and each one was no ordinary abnormality, the ruthless and vicious sort, none of whom were good. Just one taken to the ordinary world could be the subject of a 2-hour horror movie. And at this moment, they were shoulder to shoulder, a dense crowd like a gang moving out. These dangerous creatures, now obediently waiting for Suchi's call to action. Suchi cleared his throat. I have an announcement to make. I've pinpointed the location, but taking the long way around is too much trouble. To save time and let you brothers get your hands on those 10 million coins in the vault more quickly, I've decided. Suchi paused. Starting now, we'll directly bulldoze through any land of strange tales in our way. Crush all who defy us. Assimilate all objects of strange tales, and aim for everyone to have one of their own. Suchi revealed a slight smile. Are we clear? Chapter 102-100 Bandits invade the village. Amidst the presence of numerous abnormalities, Suchi's smile somehow made them shudder involuntarily, triggering a thought in their minds despite being feared as dangerous abnormalities. You truly are the real abnormality, aren't you? What, should I repeat myself? At this point, everyone regained their senses and responded with a hint of madness. Then let's charge with Brother Su. Let the land of strange tales see who is the real boss of Pure Land City. Brother Su boldly soars. We will forever follow. Fishman Aaron and the giant axe abnormality also revealed cruel smiles as they watched the scene unfold. And Prison Uniform Rabbit eagerly gripped a baseball bat. Suchi, standing on the steps with a grand wave of his hand, commanded, set off. In the dark and eerie lands, dense forests loomed ominously. The strange tales residing here exuded a terrifying aura, that immense force seemingly wanting to draw everything into this place and tear it to pieces. At that moment, a group of people with an eerie aura entered one by one, led by 8 cultists. With the black-robed man at the forefront, and 5 from Free City also followed. Besides that, each of them carried a tool imbued with temporary strange tale strength, and nearly 30 abnormalities followed them around. The young man from Free City, holding a cigarette, looked at those peculiarities. It seems we've wandered into the land of strange tales again. This silent day is really no joke. He pointed to a passageway through the middle of dead trees. It seems we must pass through this way. The black-robed man watched calmly. It's possible. The cultists had no main missions, nor did they have pointers, which is why they collaborated with Free City, partly to use as a tool person and partly using their guidance to navigate towards the location of the resurrection tool. This place's strangeness. Though we don't know what it is, does it feel like countless eyes are watching us? Someone spoke with a frown as they stepped onto the forest path, feeling a chilling sensation washing over their backs. The cultists, expressionless, a chill? They worshipped the evil god, so how could they feel fear from a bunch of polluted strange tales? And just as they stepped into the forest and had barely walked a few steps, the next moment. Hiss. The multitude of bizarre dead trees suddenly emitted a deafening hiss. It actually dizzied the entire group. And the forest abnormalities erupted with strong pollution power. All the surrounding vegetation shook violently, and numerous dead tree branches viciously struck at these people. The people of Free City slightly changed their expressions. Damn it, I knew it. Everyone, quickly retreat first. The black-robed man suddenly shouted coldly, no retreating. Evil patterns on his body emitted an even more sinister aura, blocking the hissing. His gaze was cold. Advance quickly, don't waste time, and avoid entangling with them too much. The land of strange tales was troublesome. Once trapped, even they would need a lot of effort to escape. Thus, he used a strength within the patterns. The people from Free City and the surrounding abnormalities could only rush forward. The bizarre dead trees didn't hesitate to attack. Their branches grew sharp fangs, turning into fierce blades, constantly attacking them. The black-robed man even actively grabbed one abnormality and stabbed it through. PFFT. A surge of blood burst forth. The abnormality trembled and looked at the black-robed man in horror. But the next moment, he was tossed directly to the group of dead trees. The dead trees, lured by blood, diverted their attention. Go. After the black-robed man coldly spat out the word, the crowd saw the struggled abnormality being drained of blood, felt their scalps go numb, then under the black-robed man's sinister power and the loss of an abnormality, they finally rushed out of the forest passageway in haste. The pile of dead trees also trembled continuously. If looked at closely, one could see every dead tree laden with fragmented flesh and blood, and the ground below was covered in stark white bones. They seemed displeased at having let this group go, emitting eerie hisses. Hee hee hee. It sounded like they were sinisterly laughing. Utterly chilling. And about 10 minutes later, a figure slowly stepped into this land of strange tales. Hearing footsteps, the numerous dead trees shook their treetops, laughing even more chillingly, the shadows under them flickering, exuding filthy pollution power. They also stared intently at Suchi, seemingly excited. Absolutely could not let this person who entered again get away. Though it was just one person, it could still be. Thoroughly tormented, skin peeled, sinew extracted, blood drained. And then, the giant axe abnormality, Fishman Aaron, and prison uniform rabbit also stepped in. 4 people? Good, the fun was even greater. The dead trees were already cheering, ready to enjoy the feast of the hunt. But the next moment, come on, why is the entrance to this land of strange tales so narrow? Damn it, the guy behind, stop squeezing me, and can you not put your weapon in your trousers? It's pressing against me. Brother, just a reminder, his weapon is held in his hand? Loud footsteps, clamorous voices, and muttering complaints. At this moment all surged into this place. Strange polluted forest. They watched in shock at the dense crowd. What day is today? Is the village giving out gold bars? Or has the electronics factory finished work? Why are there so many people? Oh no, abnormalities. Chapter 103 100 bandits invade the village. The shaking had already ceased after a crowd of people stepped in, completely extinguishing the fire. Among them, a withered tree that had apparently not grasped the situation wanted to repeat its old trick, emitting a shrill cry. The nearby withered trees, anxious not to wait, thrust out their roots and branches and lashed at its trunk. Snap. Snap snap snap. Shut up. Can't you see so many people? Stay in line, let this revered group pass. At worst, they wouldn't do anything, that's all. But the crowd had no intention of leaving. Instead, they turned their eyes to a young man among the abnormalities, who seemed the most harmless and unremarkable. The young man glanced around. Looks like another wild tale from the wilderness. Let's not stand on ceremony then, whoever is in charge of the wilds. A purple oddity that looked like a devilfish, flapping its wings, walked over. What do you suggest, Brother Sue? Do we charge straight through the corridor? Charge my ass. Have you lost your mind? Suchi punched him. You go start a fire over there, everyone else. Clear this eerie forest for me, burn every last tree. Whatever strange tale tools you find, keep them for yourselves. Understood. The eerie withered trees stood petrified. What do you understand? We haven't laid a finger on you. We don't bother you. And you still won't let us go? They watched, shivering, as a horde of oddities rushed towards them with fiendish grins and frenzied laughter. 1 minute later, flames engulfed the entire forest of eerie withered trees, their screams of terror piercing the air before they were reduced to ashes and charcoal. This young man clearly knew their weaknesses inside and out and, numerically or otherwise, they had no chance of resistance. The excited oddities quickly completed the sweep. Brother Sue, please sign for this. Huh? Suchi glanced at the withered branches presented to him. The ability displayed would allow them to elongate, transform into a whip with a bladed edge, inflicting a bleeding buff on impact. The tools were actually quite decent, but they were only temporary and couldn't be taken away. Keep it for yourself then. Alright. Thanks, Brother Sue. With the ground scorched black, Suchi looked at the people. Well done, everyone. He snapped his fingers. Now, keep moving. They were like bandits sweeping through a village. Regardless of how eerie and bizarre the land of strange tales was, under the charge of 100 oddities, there was absolutely no resistance, a complete rout, suppression. Like a plague of locusts. Wherever they went, nothing was left alive. Meanwhile, Left Hand, Yun Zanshin, and others were rapidly approaching the final land. The cultists, too, were quickly following the compass's direction, advancing relentlessly. Time was of the essence. Especially for Yun Zanshin and his group, who already lacked the advantage. Losing the opportune moment would be even more troubling. The first to arrive could prepare in advance, lay an ambush, set up, seize the initiative. We're here. The man carrying the heavy sword suddenly spoke in a deep tone. Stop for a moment. Everyone halted, their gaze following the man's line of sight to what lay ahead. The strange tale land before them was an even vaster fragment, with an ominous red hue to its sky dome, below which lay a desolate waste of yellow sand and blood-soiled earth. And various bones and broken blades. Is this a battlefield? The man with the heavy sword gestured for the others to keep their presence concealed, wary of the cultists and the people from Free City lying in ambush. The place was vast, with significant undulations in the terrain, and the entrance and exit were random. After ensuring there were no dangers, he signaled the others to enter. The tuners stepped in, picked up a broken blade from the ground, and after a careful examination, narrowed his eyes slightly. This battlefield has been here for a long time. Judging by the people and weapons that died here, it's at least 1,000 years old. You've studied this? I come from a lineage of Tomb Raider captains. The tuner coughed. Impressive. While the others were observing and setting up, he wandered silently for a while longer, examining many of the relics left behind. It's strange. What's strange about it? Hard to say. The tuner picked up some items. Look at these tokens. King Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. Is a symbol of the cultists. Damn, cultists? They've been around for over 1,000 years? Baikayangwai asked in surprise. So who were they fighting in this war? One by one, the group found other different symbols. Could it be the followers of some other existing entities? Red Blade looked coldly at all this. You guys, can you stop worrying about these irrelevant matters? Right now, the most important thing is battle preparation. Anything could happen before that thing emerges. Relax, no need to remind us, we know what to do, King Lang replied calmly. Left Hand silently watched the scene. He suddenly felt the atmosphere a bit heavy. After all, with a formidable enemy looming, although everyone was a super newcomer, there would inevitably be some anxiety and tension. In such a situation, no one could feel at ease. Everyone harbored a sense of unease in their hearts. Left Hand thought of Suboxian. Would he become like this if he were here? What would he do? Right. Left Hand took out a stone. They had been on the move just now and had no time to make contact. Now that they had arrived at the location, Left Hand immediately sent a message to Suchi. Brother Sue, we've arrived. Where are you now? About 10 seconds later. Suchi replied. I'm leading my guys, and we are rushing to the final position. We will need a bit more time, Left Hand warned. Be extra careful of a creepy land of strange tales. It is filled with nothing but rabbits. They might look tiny and cute, But they are extremely dangerous. If it weren't for someone with a teleportation skill, we would have been wiped out. Make sure you don't stumble into that place, Tsuchi replied as well. You're too late, we've already been through the land of strange tales, my guys are pretty solid and have dealt with it. Left Hand was stunned. What kind of abnormality was that strong? He wanted to continue asking, but in the next moment, Yun Zanshin, who had his eyes closed, stirred. He had a skill that allowed him to see far away, his voice became slightly tense. Those guys are coming. Everyone's expression hardened as they immediately entered combat readiness. Left Hand also put the stone in his pocket. He touched the bandage on his left arm, his gaze becoming serious. I have them at my 9 o'clock, about 2 kilometers away. Yun Zanshin said gravely. And there's a lot of them, they've hired about 30 abnormal creatures, and as for the temporary Strange Tail tools. Strange Tail tools couldn't be put in the item slot, nor could too many be carried. The pollution power on them would accumulate, and once it exceeded the level of spiritual power a person could tolerate, it would backlash. Suddenly, he frowned deeply, looking unwell. My investigation skill has been detected by those cultists. His spiritual power wasn't high, probing deeply would naturally be noticed. And on the other side, the black-robed man also looked up, his pupils cold and filled with intent to kill. At this moment, boom! The entire battlefield trembled slightly, the sky turned an even darker red than before, and a strong wind blew up from somewhere, whipping up swirls of dust and sand. A tornado connecting the sky dome and the ground was slowly forming. A strange and eerie feeling was spreading in everyone's mind. It seems it's started, and they've come just in time. The black-robed man's eyes gleamed with a strange and crazed light, he slowly raised his blade. Some of you stay here with me to prepare the ritual, the rest go and take out that group of guys. Even if you can't finish them, don't let them interrupt me. Understood. Meanwhile, Tsuchi's pace also quickened, because in addition to this group of desperate souls, a dense pack of rabbits with red glowing eyes was following them. To be honest, Tsuchi hadn't expected this. The one leading these rabbits to find their origins was the prison uniform rabbit standing silently beside him. It stood to his left, like Tsuchi's left-hand general. All I can say about my guys. Each possesses unique skills. Tsuchi clapped his hands, looking at the others. Gentlemen, pick up the pace. We're not aiming for a complete sweep now. Following the direction of the pointer, he looked toward the distant sky dome. Just rapidly push through the middle. Chapter 104-101 Suboxian. The fierce wind swept across the yellow earth. The tornado in the middle had gradually turned black and was exuding an aura of abnormality. And at the same time, everyone had encountered the cultists head-on and a fierce battle had ensued. King Lang let out a low growl as his equipment manifested, and he burst out with tremendous strength, attacking the cultists. Baikayangwai also threw a dagger, which shot out and, the moment it was dodged by an abnormality, she disappeared on the spot and reappeared in the direction of the dagger, plunging it viciously into the abnormality's neck. Kill. Wherever Red Blade stepped, scorching hot winds brewed, and with sword in hand, he charged straight at a Free City staff member. As his blade cut through the air, it shrieked as if with friction. The flame seemed to transform into the blade's edge, too. Boom. Everyone fought desperately with all their might, trying to compensate for the numerical disadvantage with combative force, but they could only gain brief reprieves by continuous bursts of power. After all, the cultists who could enter this instance naturally possessed strength to match these super rookies, and with the aid of the patterns on their bodies, they could even launch surprise attacks, along with abnormalities lurking around, ready to unleash deadly assaults. They inevitably fell into a disadvantage without any surprises. Be careful. The short-haired girl suddenly sharpened her gaze. Her teammate, the steam backpack boy, was sent flying by a cultist, and 2 abnormalities attacked the boy simultaneously. She wanted to save her teammate but couldn't. I'll do it. The tuner suddenly pulled back his hands, bent his elbows in a strange gesture, and the pigeon on his shoulder turned from white to black, its eyes reddening, its body size expanding several times as it screeched. With an outstretched hand he pointed, black feathers scattered, and simultaneously enveloped the steam backpack boy, moving him out of the abnormality's attack range. I remember the data showed that this is his trump card, right? Seems quite useful, although it's a shame it's just a support ability. Goldie from Free City, chewing bubble gum, said. What about you guys? Aren't you going to use your trump cards? If you don't use them now, you might not get another chance. Goldie sneered coldly, suddenly clapped his hands together, and the bubble gum exploded violently, sending gobs of sticky fluid rushing at everyone. A sinking feeling hit everyone's hearts. Truly disgusting, but extremely dangerous. Their abnormalities weren't fast enough to dodge and got stuck, unable to move. Boom. Another woman, Her face pierced with various iron spikes, hoisted a cannon and blasted an abnormality to death. She stamped heavily on the ground. What a pity. We didn't catch those idiots. The muscle bully swore as he lifted a Gatling gun. Die, bitch, fuck off. Bullets poured out in a torrent. Ha. In a rush now, aren't we? The woman sneered mockingly, as a teammate conjured defense equipment to shield her. At this moment, the steam backpack boy took a deep breath, the gears in his backpack making noise as the backpack began to transform and reassemble, and in just a few seconds, a heavy mecha was assembled, with him seated in the cockpit, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Boom boom boom. The cultists and the people of Free City watched the landscape peppered with blast craters without any hint of panic. These super rookies are quite troublesome. But the cultists' hoarse voices sounded, one by one, you've played your cards, but we have yet to truly take action. Now you shall witness the mighty power of the true God. The murderous words reached everyone's ears, their gazes slightly tightening. Then the patterns on the cultists' bodies manifested simultaneously, and bundles of black, sinister energy emitted a screaming sound. Nearly 50 abnormalities appeared around them, looking as if they were dead, with some even having half their head sheared off, soaked in various bloodstains. As the black shadows from the totem dispersed and entered these bodies, each abnormality seemed to come back to life, emitting a ghastly creaking sound. Last night's population cleansing operation was quite successful, otherwise, we wouldn't have collected so many mostly intact corpses. The cultists, clearly not without expenditure, said with pale faces, so next. The cultists paused, their tone surging with murderous intent and coldness, kill them. The many corpse-like abnormalities charged at them. The cultists and the 4 from Free City also charged with murder in their eyes, obviously wanting to take them all down in one wave. All faces were grave, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Their current situation was precarious, everyone having sustained injuries and their physical strength nearing exhaustion. They wanted to burst forth again, but were already at the end of their strength. What do we do? Big Hyangwai huskily asked, clutching her shoulder. Fight with everything we've got, never give up until the very last moment. King Lang said gravely, even if there's a sliver of hope, we must create an opportunity. Right now, in their team, Yun Zanshan and the captain of the first sequence were not present, having gone off at the start to attack the cultists' leader, the black-robed man, seemingly to forge an escape route out of this situation. Left Hand, gasping for breath, looked at the approaching enemies, unwilling to accept defeat. It's a pity, I no longer have the physical strength to use my ultimate move. Even though they were consuming physical potions, their restorative effects were greatly diminished when taken in quick succession, and past a certain number of uses, they could even drop to a mere 10% effectiveness. And his ultimate move required full physical strength, a condition almost impossible to maintain under these circumstances, leaving no chance to use it. What will you use to win? Goldie laughed maniacally, die. Just as everyone braced themselves for a final desperate battle, ready to fight to the death. Buzz buzz. The stone in Left Hand's possession suddenly vibrated. Left Hand's body trembled slightly, someone was messaging him, and there could only be one person, Suboxian. At such a critical moment? He clenched his teeth and quickly took out the stone, but the message made Left Hand freeze. This land of strange tales has absolute rules. You must raise your left hand high, use all your strength to loudly recite the spell, Balala Energy, Ratara, grant me your strength, and it will trigger the rules, resulting in a divine descent of heavenly weapons. Left Hand paused for a moment, violently throwing the rock to the ground, and roared. Who would believe that? Everyone was slightly taken aback but couldn't afford to divide their attention, as the enemy had already encircled them and they had to focus entirely on the battle. Has Suboxian arrived? Muscle Bully's eyes gleamed faintly. Then let's delay until he gets here. Maybe we could still. King Lang collided violently with an abnormality. After cleaving it away, he shook his head while gasping for breath. No, individual strength is no longer of much use now. Let him go to Yun Zanshan. There might still be another chance. At that moment, Left Hand was conflicted, but he ultimately decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his left hand, his voice trembling and his face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and let out a thunderous roar. Balala Energy, Ratara, please grant me strength. His voice echoed for a long time in that place. People fell into a daze. Goldie and the cultists were also stunned. The cannon woman, surprised, pointed at Left Hand and even asked King Lang and the others. Has he lost his mind? King Lang. Left Hand stared blankly around him, but nothing happened. He silently retracted his hand and grabbed King Lang next to him. Kill me. Immediately. How embarrassing. He wanted to die. Let us do the honors, then. Roared Goldie with a laugh, charging forward. And just then. Boom. An explosive sound burst from afar, making everyone's eardrums throb with pain. Even the cultists and the 4 individuals from Free City froze. This wasn't a spiritual impact, but physical harm. Who is it? Goldie's face darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he looked into the distance. A bat abnormality was sprinting towards them, blasting away corpse abnormalities with sonic booms and air cannons. King Lang and his group were also stunned. Were they being helped? Kill it. The cannon woman took aim with her weapon, locking onto the target. Boom. The bat abnormality, however, let out a loud laugh. There was even a person covered in stones sitting behind it, who blocked the attack. The stone monster crashed onto the ground, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. It slowly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Hello, hello. Boss. The Vanguard squad has reached their position, but... It scratched its head. I can't distinguish who's our boss's people and who are the enemies. You idiot, the boss obviously said. The bat abnormality paused. Alright, I forgot too. Left Hand stared dumbfounded at this scene. You guys really are. There couldn't really be such a rule on the battlefield of the Land of Strange Tales, right? Actual divine reinforcements falling from the sky? At that time, the walkie-talkie crackled again. Copy that, this is the 1st squad, we're almost at your position. Hello, hello, the 7th squad will be there shortly. 5th squad, cough cough. We're not far. Damn it, move it, losers pay up. Listening to this cursing and swearing, people sank into a long silence. What on earth was happening? And soon, in the distance, one squad after another of abnormalities began to appear from all directions within everyone's line of sight. Countless of them, swarming in, their numbers far exceeding their imagination, each one looking more ferocious than the abnormalities by their side. The cultists' foreheads beaded with sweat, and Goldie and his comrades didn't dare to make a move. King Lang and the others also looked uneasily at the scene, unsure whether they were friend or foe. And just then, the clamor from the abnormalities suddenly lowered quite a bit, and they made way for a path. A figure seemed to be slowly walking through from within their ranks, and everyone stared fixedly. Who is it? The boss mentioned just now among the abnormalities. And in the next moment, the face of this figure also came into their view. King Lang and his group trembled with alarm, their pupils shocked, and they blurted out, Suboxian. Goldie was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, Suboxian. He also exclaimed in shock. Who the hell is that? Chapter 105-102. What does this place lead to? Suchi faced everyone's shock with a compliant look around. Is everyone here? Oh, wrong. Seems like we're missing two. He lowered his head and said. Late arrivals, moment of silence. The abnormalities respectfully followed suit, bowing their heads. They aren't dead yet. King Lang couldn't help but speak up. Suchi revealed a smile. Is that so? Then it's all good. He turned to the bat abnormality and the stone monster. How many times have I told you? If you dress like you're attending a funeral, you're the enemy. The cultists ground their teeth, sweat still beading on their foreheads, as they stared intensely at Suchi and the massive abnormalities. They recognized a small fraction of these creatures from the casino. And it seemed they had come out in full force. A cultist, with a hoarse voice, focused his gaze on Suchi. Who exactly are you? Suchi, however, narrowed his eyes and didn't reply, only murmuring softly. Kill them. It wasn't just for a day or two that these cultists were known to be untrustworthy, plus they had the totems of the evil god. In this Lang Yuan land, just projecting a goat's head could invoke a descent event, let alone with this bunch. Fuck. Goldie watched as a large number of excited abnormalities rushed into the attack, trembling. Run. The cultists turned exceedingly pale. Escape that way. Without hesitation, they each burst forth with their strength, heading for an area not occupied by abnormalities. King Ling, Red Blade, and others' gaze sharpened. Stop them. They can't be allowed to leave. Suchi didn't move, but looked over. Brother Rabbit? Brother Rabbit, in his prison garb, didn't move a muscle as countless little rabbits, eyes blood red and fangs bared, swarmed towards the people from that direction. Left Hand watched the rabbits in a daze. Why does it feel so familiar? King Lang and the others. Suchi's gaze rested on a mass of rabbits and abnormalities. He didn't need to lift a finger. Suboxian, what was that message just now? Left Hand couldn't contain himself and blurted out. Freaking so cringeworthy. Suchi patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly and sincerely. When we arrived at this haunted location, we began splitting up to search for you. But this place is quite vast, making it difficult to find traces of you. Just then, he pointed at the bat abnormality. It's extremely sensitive to sound, so I had to resort to that trick, having you yell out. Thankfully we weren't too far, otherwise, We might have just missed you. Anyway, your role was undoubtedly crucial. Left Hand listened to Suchi's serious and sincere tone, momentarily stunned. So it was like that. Wait, no. He suddenly snapped to realization, his voice turning shrill. Even if you need me to make noise, you could have used other methods, not by shouting something so shameful. Left Hand clenched his teeth and added. And that embarrassing action. Suchi calmly looked into the distance. What's past is no longer important. Just as Left Hand was about to speak, a strange aura crashed down suddenly. The black tornado was even more violent than before, seemingly connected to some place, forming a bizarre passage. Suchi spoke softly. Where are they? King Lang related Yun Zanshin and the man's plan to take down the black-robed man. What's wrong? Suchi spoke calmly. I've studied the night sky, and I've seen. These cultists seem to have come prepared. He directed his gaze into the distance. Though the bodies of those cultists were being torn apart by the rabbits, the runes continued to surge from their totems. Especially under the strange power connected by the black tornado, they were twinkling incessantly. How could this be? King Lang and the others' gazes shifted slightly, as they were eager to deliver the finishing blow. It's useless. Suchi watched this scene unfold. Was he too late to kill it? He had learned from other abnormalities that this group of cultists in black robes was collecting a large amount of abnormal blood and corpses. Suchi had sensed something suspicious at that time. These guys didn't need to engage in any fighting, yet they actively sought out abnormalities, which made Suchi uneasy. Therefore, at that very instant, Suchi didn't waste words and took action directly. Unexpectedly, it was still too late. What place does this battlefield connect to? Suchi looked toward the black tornado, which by now had expanded to an alarmingly large diameter, blanketed by thick black fog, like a massive black cyclone. And within the eye of the storm, visions began to appear. Suchi couldn't help but warn everyone, close your eyes, children shouldn't be seeing this. Red Blade was momentarily confused. What? What's there not to see? There are no children here. This was his first time seeing Suchi, and he didn't quite understand him. And then, the next moment, the visions produced by the hurricane, with their horrifying twists and low moans, seemed as though countless demons were struggling within. Everyone broke out into cold sweats. Fortunately, King Lang and the others were prepared. Closing their eyes early, they only felt a slight assault on their ears but were still able to bear it. But Red Blade and the others accidentally glimpsed it and were instantly overwhelmed by the polluting onslaught. Spiritual power, too, damn it. Red Blade and the others shuddered, their minds and spirits greatly shaken as they quickly shut their eyes tight. And the various abnormalities also hurriedly closed their eyes. Having spent years in Pure Land City, they were much more experienced than the players. Only Suchi kept his gaze fixed. He ignored the continual prompts of spiritual power dropping by -2, looking at the visions that revealed the multitude of strange scenes where countless people were fighting beneath huge statues, and numerous indistinct black shadows were engaged in battle. Monumental buildings were now in ruins, along with strange yellow rivers, broken bridges, interwoven with raging flames, and even a towering gate resonated with thunderous noises, leaving one to wonder who could possibly open such an immensely grand gate. Suchi's gaze did not waver. Even though his spiritual power was being depleted far more severely than before, plummeting to a dreadful -7, he did not stop. Because he saw many, too far to reach. Just like when he first saw the billboard for Abyssal Paradise, densely packed. The visions. No, these were definitely not just visions. Previously in the Lost Land, the illusions created by the white mist did not contain any, because those were all fake. But now, Suchi finally slowly closed his eyes, as the corners of his eyes had begun to bleed. Although he could afford the loss of spiritual power, that didn't mean it wouldn't affect him. And his spiritual power had just reached a rate of decrease of 50 per second. Even for someone like Suchi, it was unbearable. If he continued to look, what more would he see? And merely looking was already this terrifying. If he were to step into that place, what kind of level would it be? Suchi didn't know, but he was very interested. He was always driven by a strong desire for knowledge. Unfortunately, amidst the countless shrieking noises, he couldn't hear anything. And with his eyes tightly closed, he could see nothing. Everyone was the same, plunged into a situation of deafness and blindness. And just then, someone suddenly reached out and patted Suchi on the shoulder. Chapter 106-103, Accidents Abound. Let's die together. Suchi had his eyes closed, his body still. Why would someone tap his shoulder at this time? Suchi wanted to squint to see, but the hissing in his ears and the chilling sense of deadly fear made him give up this dangerous idea. So, Suchi turned around and threw a punch. But he hit nothing. The other party paused for a moment, then tapped him again, as if to say it had no ill intentions. Suchi then crouched down for a sweeping leg kick. The other party seemed even more silent, and finally it couldn't hold back anymore. A strange blurriness surged into Suchi's heart. And then, a voice slowly emerged in Suchi's mind. "It's me. Ghoul." Suchi paused slightly. Oh, was it the black shadow with the scythe that had paved the way for them in the alley before? "I mean no harm, time is of the essence, please listen to what I have to say." The black-robed man's voice was hoarse yet heavy. Pure Land City. The reason why it isn't disturbed by the pollution power from the Lost Land is that its sky dome is connected to the singularity of the ancient battlefield, where the past's undead were supposed to be forever sealed away. This silent day, with the singularity bursting and those evil cultists. Many souls are being recklessly released. The cultists are using the descent artifact to release a powerful person's soul. This person used to be a subordinate of that entity from Abyss, possessing? Didn't you say time was urgent? Why the endless prattle? Stop. Suchi interrupted it. Skip this part, please. I don't care about any background, history, or logic. Just tell me who the enemy is. And what the reward is. Black-robed man. Listening to the words of the past, knowing the current situation, these are secrets that others crave to uncover but can't. Forget it. You can open your eyes now, the burst of the singularity has already ended, at this moment. The hissing had ceased. Suchi immediately opened his eyes and turned around to find that the black-robed man was just a phantom, an illusion, and the feeling of it tapping his shoulder was also an illusion. It seemed others couldn't see it. The black-robed man's voice came through. I am communicating with you through a spiritual body, my actual body cannot move too far from the alley. And now, look over there. Suchi shifted his gaze. At this moment, many cultists' bodies were weirdly contorting, bodies flipped upside down but limbs supporting them, their chests patterns bursting with many black lines connecting to the void like some sort of aurora. They are now connected to the main ritual, channeling the prepared power inside the totem, attracting the soul from the ancient battlefield, and the body is also ready for it. On a high hillside, a mass of mutated corpses, flesh continuously pouring into a place, mixing, combining, turning into a 10-meter-tall hulking mass of black muscle. Everyone's gaze was filled with astonishment, and many abnormalities felt uneasy. Can it be interrupted? Cannot. The main ritual has started. That deceased soul has already felt the pull. Even if you attack this body, this flesh would quickly reassemble. How powerful was it originally? Destroying this land of strange tales with a slap wouldn't be a problem? Suchi coughed. I just remembered there's an old hen stewing at home. I'll be taking off. Contact me on WeChat if there's anything. The black shadow hastily said. Don't go, it's now just a patched-up body, only able to harness power through the ancient relic of descent. It's very weak. Just wait for it to descend, kill it, take that ancient relic, and it will be kicked back. Ancient relic? What is that? It's a kind of item. Possessing special bloodline traits, the black shadow whispered softly. Suchi paused for a moment, although a word was changed, somehow it sounded very familiar, but it seemed that was the so-called hidden resurrection tool. At this time, a flash of lightning crossed the sky dome, and within the hurricane, a chill seemed to be spreading. At the same time, Yun Zanshan and a man's figures suddenly appeared on the hillside. Their bodies had been thrown from the peak of the mountain, crashing heavily onto the ground. Thud. Both were covered in injuries, spitting blood from their mouths. It was a ghastly sight. The black-robed man also appeared on the hillside, his eyes crazily fixed on the sky dome, muttering to himself. One of the old bishops. Resurrected. I am a follower of the true God, and I am honored to witness your return. The black shadow spoke in a slightly deep voice. I can feel it, it's coming. Act fast and kill it the moment it enters the body. Otherwise, there will be no more chances. The land of strange tales sealed, and all of you will die. Suchi nodded slightly, smiling. All right, I understand. He spoke with a hint of deep meaning. But I'm more curious as to why you're so proficient. The black shadow fell silent. And Suchi didn't press further but quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. Hey, the third squad is the long-range group, right? Where the hell is your Italian cannon? This black-robed man is over there praying, blast him down. Understood. The black-robed man was devoutly kneeling when he sensed firepower coming from all directions, and his expression slightly shifted. What is this? And all other squads, be prepared. The moment this giant's body moves, strike together and burst out with all your strength. Suchi squinted his eyes. What about us? Left hand was taken aback. What, do you also need me to direct? Suchi paused. Then quickly restore your physical strength and attack from the back and side, hitting its lower 3 spots as hard as you can. Right, that thing. Who can still summon the mecha? Lend it to me. Steam Boy silently watched Suchi. A paradise object can be used only once in an instance, consuming 99% of physical strength value, and cannot be replenished in the short term. Then why are you even over here listening to the strategy? Go sit at that kid's table in the back. Tsuchi talked incessantly, and all abnormalities and players were ready. During this period, amidst a barrage of gunfire, the black-robed man madly laughed. You have no idea what you are facing. A crazed expression painted his face as he looked toward the sky dome. And a dreadful, cold black shadow that carried some twinkling light descended from the singularity at an untraceable speed. It merged directly into the giant's body. Cold, shivering. The giant's body slightly trembled, exuding a more eerie aura than the previous congealed dead matter. Strike now. Everyone, including the abnormalities, acted together, as did a massive amount of rabbits, all pouncing toward it. Their speed was incredible, giving their all. They realized too that, with the land of strange tales sealed, if this monster was resurrected, they couldn't escape either. Kill. And just then, the giant suddenly opened its eyes, flashing with a strange light. In the next moment, boom. The strange light in its eyes ignited a series of waves, creating a terrifying and shocking impact centered around it. Everyone was blown away. The black-robed man was also blown away, laughing. Even if its body is fragile, this isn't something you can resist. He rasped, his eyes fierce and mad. From now on, all of you will be devoured alive, becoming part of Lord Bishop's strength. The Black Shadow was extremely anxious. Bad. The powers of other evil cultists have been absorbed in advance, and the ancient relic on it is taking effect, making its strength stronger than we imagined. Bad? Not necessarily. Tsuchi lifted the sound system and leaped up, the eerie sound of the past causing both the black-robed man and the giant to momentarily falter. He rapidly closed in. Brother. Tsuchi stared into the giant's profound and gloomy eyes, saying, "Let's die together." Without any hesitation, he activated self-destruction as his physical strength and all enhancements reached their peak. Chapter 107-104 Unrivaled. This was Tsuchi's first time using the self-destruction skill, as he had no opportunity to test its power before. But at this moment, he realized that the self-destructive, do-or-die skill was far more powerful than he had imagined. To put it in one sentence, Tsuchi seemed to turn into light at that moment. Boom. A terrifying explosion engulfed both the giant and Tsuchi, and the resulting shockwaves stirred up a massive amount of debris. The abnormalities watched the scene in stunned silence, witnessing Tsuchi's charred body flying out, falling to the ground motionless. They let out incredibly heartbreaking roars, Brother Su. Their voices were so strained that it made King Lang and the others' eyelids twitch. These abnormalities cared so much about Su Buxian? Some even beat their chests and looked up to the sky, wailing in agony. You haven't told us the vault password yet. The black-robed man also gazed in stunned silence. The giant's body had a huge hole blasted into it, yet this old bishop hadn't fallen. Its eyes flickered with red light and a hint of fear, yet it suddenly reached out desperately toward the distance. It grabbed a group of abnormalities directly, throwing them into its mouth. In that instant, a flickering item inside the giant's body emitted a bright light, and its body was rapidly recovering. Everyone was shocked and immediately acted in unison. Yet the giant snorted coldly, sweeping everyone away with a slap of its palm, its voice as chilling as the 9 netherworlds. Having barely escaped from that sunless place, how could I go back? Although its breath was still feeble, the ancient chill it emitted struck fear into everyone. I need flesh. I need your power to restore mine. Its voice, filled with an endless terror, hammering at everyone's hearts like a pendulum. The abnormalities trembled all over, now realizing that this was a high-level existence they were dealing with. What should we do? Go all out? Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Or should we run? The players turned pale but found no way to handle the adversary. Run. This figure seemed to have rediscovered the depravity and superiority of its past bishop role, its eerie and profound eyes looming over everyone. None of you can escape, you'll end up dead like that ant who defied me. Its voice suddenly stopped, as if frozen while looking at Tsuchi's charred corpse. Because at that moment, Tsuchi's body trembled, he propped himself up from the ground, slowly standing, then patted the soot off his body. Under the somewhat stunned gaze of the giant, Tsuchi coughed, taking a physical potion and drinking it. Sorry, I was overly weakened just now, I couldn't even move my fingers. The giant's eyes grew cold. It didn't understand how such a frail human could survive such powerful self-destruction and not die. With a terrifying presence in its eyes, the giant declared, since that's the case, this time, I will kill you myself. It surged forward, its massive body charging. Since other powers in its frail body couldn't be used, it had to rely on brute force. But the terrifying strength of its body was enough to crush everyone present. And at that time, Tsuchi stretched out his hand and gently blew, as if he was blowing sand off his palm. Then he took out the thunderclap bone-shattering hammer. Facing countless fearful glances and the overwhelming aura of the incoming giant, he looked at the players and softly said, "Fellows. Actually, I am the sect hierarch of the world's #1 sect. I once had glory, but my power was sealed. I need each of you to transfer me 10,000 game coins to break the seal." The players. "Stop joking." Left hand roared. Tsuchi paused. "Or maybe if you repeat that spell loudly now, you might also unseal the power." Left hand clenched his teeth. "Damn it," forcibly recalling a memory just to bring it up again. Tsuchi shifted his gaze, looking at the rapidly approaching giant and the fierce wind. He shrugged. "Never mind, I still have to rely on myself." The next moment. Unrivaled activated. Instantly. A series of prompts appeared continuously. Equipment effect not activated, skill unusable, your attribute panel has changed, the weakness gradually fading, Tsuchi's body filled with imposing strength. He looked straight ahead, that gaze making the giant feel an inexplicable unease. How could it be? A mere human like an ant? Boom. Tsuchi suddenly disappeared from his spot, leaving only a large cracked pit where he stood. His body shot forward at high speed like a cannon, meeting the giant head-on. Its profound eyes were shocked, he was so fast. Tsuchi also gripped the thunderclap bone-shattering hammer, raising it high and with an immense force, struck directly at its head. Although the equipment effect wasn't activated, it could still be used as a weapon. Bang! The giant, standing 10 meters tall, actually flew out hard. Everyone was shocked. The black-robed man was sweating profusely. He roared inside. How is this possible? Tsuchi didn't hesitate and pursued his victory, now consuming 3% of vitality every second. He only had 30 seconds of unrivaled, completely without time to waste. Boom! The giant's body fiercely crashed down, creating a huge pit. Tsuchi's figure closely followed, the hammer dropping again with a thunderous crash. Its head cracked open entirely, a large amount of blood gushing out, but it seemed as if the ancient relic inside was helping it recover. "You!" It tried to speak. Tsuchi didn't give it a chance, the hammer dropping like a pile driver on a construction site, brutally crashing down. Once wasn't enough, then twice. If twice wasn't enough, then 10 times. The crowd and the abnormality also followed, their scalps tingling as they watched this scene. At this moment, the man seemed to sense something and growled lowly. "Be careful." As the giant was being smashed, its body cracking open and blood splattering, it surprisingly shot out a shocking red glow from its eyes, turning the entire sky dark red. A massive burst of spiritual pollution suddenly erupted. "To me. Die." The huge spiritual impact carried the eerie and terrifying essence of its soul. It was like a giant beast hidden in the abyss letting out a thunderous roar. Everyone present's eyes widened out. Under the spiritual impact, they all collapsed one by one. It also weakened significantly, originally having little strength left, its soul was feeble to the extreme and this forceful burst had cost it a lot. However, it had no choice. If it continued, it would truly be defeated by a mere ant. Fortunately, now, it was startled for a moment, looked up to see the gradually enlarging silver hammer, and the chilling voice, "You don't really think this move will work on me?" Bang! The strike penetrated its body, causing its entire flesh to expand and burst. At the same time, the flickering ancient relic inside was revealed. Tsuchi didn't hesitate, braced his foot, and leapt forward, reaching directly for the ancient relic inside. This creature's terrifying recovery power was naturally not due to itself, but because of the traits of the ancient relic. To truly kill it, it must first be deprived from its body. Tsuchi didn't have much time left. The giant also sensed an incredible danger, truly an extraordinary existence. Even with its body torn apart, it still had the strength to spare. It punched itself. Boom. The ancient relic shifted position with the impact. Damn it. There wasn't enough time. Tsuchi watched the last 3 seconds. He remained calm and decisive, lifting the hammer high. Then I'll just blast this entire piece directly. His hammer carried a terrifying howl, and the entire hammerhead aimed at the newly shifted position of the ancient relic, his body also bravely piercing through it. Spurt. A massive hole violently exploded in the flesh. And this time, he finally saw the ancient relic falling from its body, a blood-stained golden feather, nestling on the distant ground. The giant trembled all over. Its body was also gradually collapsing. Tsuchi's time was also up. Fortunately, he landed ahead of time, otherwise with just a 5% vitality, he would have straight away died, but even now, a huge feeling of weakness and the aftershocks of dizzying power made it difficult for Tsuchi to get up again. The giant could still speak, though incredibly weak and with only half of its body remaining. falling into a fading dying state, but still dragging its fingers towards that feather ancient relic. I haven't finished yet. Its voice trembled unbearably, hoarse and dry, as if ready to die, relying solely on soul strength for its last struggle. Tsuchi watched this scene. Although he couldn't stand up, he could still speak and decided to use words to persuade. Stop crawling, have you become a bug? Can't you just lie down nicely? Let's chat. Discuss something about salary issues. Being a bishop for evil god, you must have a high salary, right? Hey. Stop crawling. Tsuchi watched anxiously, knowing this creature was only 3 meters away from the ancient relic. The giant struggled while crawling and hoarsely whispered, I am one of the old bishop of evil god. A terrifying existence from the ancient times. A mere mortal ant dares command me. It was constantly getting closer to the ancient relic while knowing Tsuchi didn't have the strength to stand up. 2 meters. 1.5 meters. It was weak yet excited to get closer. Once I recover, will torment you harshly. It couldn't stand being humiliated by a mortal again. What was its status, and what was the other's? And just then, a faint buzzing noise suddenly arose. A seemingly insignificant mosquito flew slowly from somewhere and aimed directly at the giant in an arced flight path. Chapter 108-105, Mosquito Bro's First Kill Record. The giant seemed to be completely oblivious to the mosquito's approach. Perhaps it had noticed, but simply didn't care. After all, it was just a mosquito. The mosquito slowly landed on its mortally wounded body that was falling to pieces, unnoticed as it focused intently on the ancient relic. It was right there, right in front of it. If only it could reach that place. Then it could. Zing. The mosquito gently kissed its skin. It was only then that Tsuchi realized how twisted this skill was. With just one bite anywhere, it would result in a direct loss of 1% of the maximum vitality. At that moment, the feeble body of the giant shuddered suddenly. Already broken and hanging on to its last bit of strength, it was headed towards its goal when a sudden wave of weakness from the draining of its life force overwhelmed it. What's happening? Why am I becoming more powerless? Its expression showed a trace of change, becoming panicked and uneasy as it looked at Tsuchi. Only to see Tsuchi smiling back at it. Do you feel drained, with weak knees and a lack of spirit, as if your body has been hollowed out? That's a sign of kidney deficiency. The old bishop's spiritual body. It tried to crawl forward, but its strength and life force dissipated once again. If it had been in its prime, it might not have noticed this strange sensation, but now, in its dying state, it was all too sensitive. Thud. It finally had no strength left to go on. It looked unwillingly at the blood-stained feather just a meter away and fell face first to the ground, eyes fixated on Tsuchi, voice weak and powerless. What exactly did you do to me? Tsuchi, watching its trembling body, said. Be clear with your words. Don't act like I drugged you. To be killed by a mere mortal. Its mental state was on the verge of collapse. After barely breaking free from that dark, sunless place, and just as it was about to accomplish great things, it hadn't even lasted as long as a round of mahjong before having to return to its Rajan again. Tsuchi calmly responded, Don't accuse me recklessly, it wasn't me who killed you. Look at that mosquito, it was its doing. The old bishop looked dazed, and the mosquito. Its ears twitched slightly. The buzzing sound slowly started up, and a tiny mosquito circled its way up from behind its ear. Then, without any courtesy, it landed on its face and extended its tiny proboscis. The giant was stunned. Because it was feeling its fragile body rapidly disintegrate under this fight. To think it was all because of a mosquito. A creature even more insignificant than an ant. Its face turned red, as if subjected to some great humiliation, and with a final burst of anger and shame, it roared at Tsuchi, When I return, I will tear you to pieces? This is possible? The giant's eyes dimmed, as its massive body completely lost its life force. The next moment, it seemed that a blurred shadow was being drawn toward the singularity in the sky dome, twisting and struggling to no avail. Tsuchi didn't see its spiritual body, he just saw a question mark. As one of the bishops from the old days, it has sworn to tear you to pieces, TSK. It figures, coming from a believer. The evil god wanted to reduce him to ashes, the bishop wanted to tear him to pieces. Why were they all so fixated on him? The target had died, and it seemed the mosquito had vanished with it. This was the first person to fall to its first kill, and what a significant figure it was. Not bad, a promising future. Tsuchi closed his eyes, still in a state of extreme weakness. Luckily, there was no danger at the moment, and the 10 minutes of the non-recovery period was drawing to a close. At that time, Tsuchi felt that he had jinxed himself as he heard the sound of staggering footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw the black-robed man. Looking dazed and in disbelief at the giant's body, Suchi felt that his bad luck had struck. How did this person not faint like the others? He thought about it. With the evil god totem on him, it seemed normal that he could resist the effects. Impossible. Impossible. After all my efforts. Why did it turn out like this? The black-robed man muttered to himself, his voice hoarse with madness and unwillingness consuming him, his eyes pinned on Suchi. It's all because of you. Suchi. If I told you it was killed by a mosquito bite, would you believe me? The black-robed man growled low, his eyes bloodshot and filled with blood vessels. I'm going to kill you. He dragged his weak body from the hillside, holding a long saber, murderous intent emanating from him as he approached Suchi. Suchi stared at his skills cool down time, which couldn't be restored, and there was still 1 minute left. You bastard, aren't you coming out to save me? The black-robed man didn't know who Suchi was talking to, but he clenched his teeth tightly. No one can save you now. And in the next moment, a black shadow emerged from Suchi's body, holding a scythe and surrounded by a vague black fog. The black-robed man's expression changed in shock, halting his steps. Who are you? The ghoul slowly lifted its gaze, its voice hoarse and icy. Are you sure you want to know? Its sora burst forth explosively, making Suchi squint his eyes. And even more so causing the distant black-robed man's entire body to tremble. The totem on his body grew slightly hot, as if sensing something, his legs went weak, seemingly ready to submit before it. The black-robed man clenched his teeth, shakingly raising a finger. Why? Do you possess the aura of my master? And the ghoul slowly pulled down its long robe, revealing a totem on its chest that clearly held an extraordinary evil power, far surpassing that of the mere black-robed man. If you don't scram. Its voice was extremely cold. I will devour you. At that moment, the black-robed man finally showed fear of death, unlike being killed by others. If they were killed by higher-ranking totem-bearers, they could never return. He rolled and crawled away, frantically fleeing until he was soon out of sight. The ghoul slowly turned its head and stared at Suchi. You're not going to just lie there, are you? Suchi slowly propped himself up with one hand. Don't worry, even if you couldn't scare him off just now, I would have recovered enough to be able to kill him. He knew the true body of the ghoul wasn't here, that the black shadow in front of him was only an illusion, without a trace of combat ability. What this guy was best at was illusion techniques. The ghoul paused, it remained silent for a moment before speaking. So, you don't seem surprised that I have a totem. There's nothing to be surprised about. Suchi really wanted to say, should I also tell you that your leader's eyeball is right here with me? Now thinking back, everything seemed traceable. No wonder this guy both dreaded and feared, eager to send him away like a plague spirit, and intimately knew about the old bishop's descent. I'm only curious, why? Do you want to stop all this from happening? After all, you two have a totem, you're a member of them. The ghoul sighed deeply, its face shrouded in black fog suddenly showing a hint of age and reminiscence, and its tone had more sorrow and melancholy. The story goes back a long, long time ago. Back then, I was very young, a little priest, once influenced, holding boundless reverence for that being, endlessly killing for the sake of power, until eventually. A little priest is like a class leader, right? Suchi suddenly interrupted. As a class leader, you suddenly had an awakening, decided to wash away your sins, and chose not to be a cultist anymore, becoming the ghoul. He paused. It should be like that, right? The ghoul fell silent. It coughed, its voice heavy. This awakening process, that is the critical turning point that changed me. It was a winter with snow flying everywhere. At the moment, Suchi had already stood up, he dusted himself off, took out potions for restoring physical strength and vitality, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Instantly feeling refreshed. I wonder if this stuff could be mixed with beer? Wouldn't it taste even better straight from the can? The ghoul. Listen to people when they speak. Is my story really worth nothing to you? Anyway. The ghoul exhaled, looking at Suchi. You've already been hated by the old bishop. And its spirit is in that ancient battlefield. Judging by the recent actions of these cultists, they seem to want to revive the power of the old days and release that being in the abyss. You've probably been blacklisted by the fleeing guy, and soon your name will spread among the cultists. Very soon, a bounty order will be issued, and wherever you go in any world, envious abnormalities will be targeting you. Suchi paused, so ordinary players could also have bounty orders issued on them. He laughed unconcernedly, no problem, I've already made enough enemies. The ghoul? And Suchi still had an unexposed bounty order for a despicable person, considering this. Everything else seemed inconsequential. The ghoul sighed. I must return now. Its spiritual body couldn't last much longer, having just used an illusion technique had made it even more translucent. I hope the next time I hear your name spread throughout the multiple chaotic seas, The ghoul's spiritual body gradually vanished from sight. Chapter 109-106, Do you want my treasure? Tsuchi mumbled to himself. The day will come. At this moment, his physical strength had recovered to 40%, and his vitality from 5% to 30%. As he was nearing the end of his recovery, he decided not to fully replenish his status. Reaching out, Tsuchi picked up the blood-stained feather. It's a pity I didn't have time to ask it about the ancient relic. As he examined the feather, the panel slowly appeared before his eyes. Name, Phoenix Feather. Type, Ancient Relic. Quality, Immortal. Note, congratulations on obtaining a hidden resurrection tool that allows transformation to a special profession. You can initiate a trial for the transformation and acquire a profession with its traits once you reach level 20, with a chance to unlock it. This is a great item, but it seems a bit weak right now. He could feel his wounds slowly healing, a different concept from before. Tsuchi had witnessed the giant's recovery power, which was very exaggerated. Could it be related to a high-order soul level? But he wasn't in a hurry. Tsuchi placed it in his item slot and strode towards the exit. At this very moment, everyone else was forcefully awakened because the instance prompt had appeared. Line Yuan Land main quest has ended. Each player may only remain here for a maximum of 1 minute. Their expressions changed as they looked around, only to find Tsuchi writing something on the ground with a small stick. Brother Su. What about that terrifying creature, and the black-robed man? Yun Zanshin was a bit stunned. Tsuchi calmly said. The fact that I'm here can only mean one thing. You killed it. Left Hand exclaimed in surprise. No, Tsuchi corrected him. It was killed by a mosquito. Red Blade looked at Tsuchi. That hidden resurrection tool must have been claimed by you. Finally finishing his writing, Tsuchi nodded. That's correct. He suddenly coughed loudly, his body trembling. And right now, I'm low on physical strength, not much of a fighter. If you all pounce on me, I'll be defenseless, and perhaps in one round, I'd have to hand over the treasure. Red Blade said. Although it's common for conflicts of interest to arise at times like this, causing breaches of contract and scrambling for possession. He roared. But is your lousy acting supposed to be showing contempt for us? Moreover, who said I was going to take action? Red Blade hesitated. I'll offer 10 million game coins, no, 20 million. To buy it? Tsuchi's hand holding the stick quivered slightly. Damn oligarchs. After all, the current trend for game coin is almost maintaining a good 1-to-1 ratio with RMB, occasionally fluctuating. But it remains within an 80% range. The man patted Red Blade's shoulder and shook his head. The things one acquires by giving their all cannot be measured by money. Red Blade sighed helplessly and nodded. Sorry, pretend I didn't say anything just now. Tsuchi. He looked towards King Lang and the others. Why don't you try making an offer? King Lang and the others shook their heads. The more precious a hidden resurrection tool is, the greater the risk of the trial. If we could obtain it ourselves, we might give it a try, but we can't afford to pay an additional price. Left Hand blinked. Brother Su, I'm a student, give it to me as a gift. You wouldn't even make it as a newborn. Tsuchi knew the other person was joking, but he pondered and said, however, if you could shout that spell one more time, in front of at least 1,000 people, I would bring a megaphone and a video camera among other professional equipment to provide you with a better stage. If you can do that, I might consider it. Left Hand shivered all over with a roar of anger. Who would do that? Even if I, Left Hand, were to jump off here and die outside, I would absolutely never recite such a thing again. Tsuchi shrugged his shoulders. That's too bad. Everyone also packed up some things. They all had more or less gains in this Line Yuan land, although it was a pity they did not get the last hidden tool, but they were all convinced and accepting. The man's gaze turned to Tsuchi. Zhao Yun is right, you are a very interesting person, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the ranking battles later. Yun Zanshin also waved his hand. Brother Su, I take my leave now, thanks for your care this time, we'll add each other as friends after we get out. Alright, add friends and transfer funds, right? Tsuchi nodded. Yun Zanshin. Is that what he meant? And you still remember that? One by one, everyone began to teleport away. Left Hand sighed. I've also requested a friend's spot, Brother Su, don't forget me. You'll definitely make it into the ranking battles too, then we can cling on to someone else's coattails together. Watching him teleport away, Tsuchi muttered to himself. As a super rookie. Saying things like clinging on to coattails? King Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. He must have been hit hard today. Not only was he suppressed all the way, but in the end, he didn't even get to use his trump card. Muscle Bully, touching his thick jaw beard, commented. Also, the ranking battle is after all the most important battle before entering paradise. Super rookies are a dime a dozen, some guys are even more tricky, Plus there are various beta test players, it's normal for his confidence to be lacking, but he should recover soon, no need to worry. Suchi nodded. I see, so his recovery ability is that strong. King Lang and the others. You seem to have missed the main point again. Well, I'll take my leave. King Lang waved his hand. Muscle Bully sheathed his weapon, puffing on a cigar, and with a thick accent said. Suboxian, I think you should join our Big Muscle Dominator Club, it suits you, the wild type well? Suchi, you must be joking, I've always been known for my humility and gentleness. Baekhyang Y and Tuner, both already beyond the point of commenting, mainly since the main jesting party, left hand, had already retreated. One by one, they teleported away. Suchi looked up at the dark sky dome, and the numerous abnormality creatures that lay fainted around him. It seemed that before the last teleportation time ended, these guys wouldn't wake up. But that's okay. He had everything arranged, and afterward, he too teleported away from this place. About 10 minutes later, numerous abnormality creatures slowly crawled up. They looked around in confusion and at each other. Are we still alive? Not eaten? Where's Brother Su? And that monster? They couldn't figure out what had happened, until someone let out a strange cry. Come here, it looks like there's something Brother Su left behind. On the ground, there was a stick tied to a flag, on which a simple pattern was drawn. The pattern was a bit sloppy, like a stick figure scribble. But that was not the most important thing, there was also writing under the flag. Quick, what's written? Read it to us. The discoverer trembled. I'm illiterate. If you can't read, then why are you shouting so loudly? Let me see. A doctor abnormality in a white lab coat pushed through the crowd. It looked at the writing and was a bit stunned. Want the treasures of the vault? If you do, then go look for them. I've placed everything there, left by sect hierarch of the hustlers. Chapter 110-107, Settlement. Resurrection Tool. Player ID 985211, Suboxian, has left Line Yuan land. This instance was initiated by a special item, Settlement in Progress. You have obtained triple the experience and 12,923 game coins for this level. System matching is not provided, no rating will be given. You have won a special lottery draw. Prizes include all skills, items, equipment, etc. From this instance, Suchi returned to his personal login space. He instantly realized that his level had skyrocketed to 20. You have gained 18 plus 19 plus 20, totaling 57 attribute points. You have reached the current stage's highest level. To unlock the next stage, enter Paradise. 50% of surplus experience will be stored. Note, you are now eligible for a profession change and must possess an ancient relic. The Transcendence system will activate during an instance, triggering a trial. This wave actually raised me directly to level 20. Suchi murmured to himself. And there's quite an overflow of experience, too. He was in no rush to allocate his attributes. Instead, he took out the blood-stained feather, the very item that was a transcendence tool. It appeared highly valuable. Red Blade once outright offered 20 million for it, possibly even more. Suchi then took out the ancient god's heart. Now finally at level 20, he seemed able to inspect this item. Not an easy feat. Obtained it from the second instance. What a journey it had been. Name, Faint Heart. Type, Ancient Relic. Quality, Legend. Note. You are still not qualified to fully understand it, and possessing it doesn't mean you can become it. Just remember. This path is fraught with thorns. Suchi was somewhat surprised. He remembered it had been called the Dead Heart before, so why had it changed to Faint Heart now? And the note was as good as saying nothing. But it was an ancient relic. Does that mean he could use it for the profession change? Damn, you're the backup now, Suchi said, looking at the phoenix feather. The horrifying recovery ability of the undying bird was quite attractive, but given a choice between that and the heart, Suchi would surely choose the latter. Not to mention its bizarre quality, just the unknown aspect. It really suited Suchi's taste. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The ancient god's heart trembled slightly, and the phoenix feather was unconsciously drawn to it. Suchi didn't even have time to react before the feather was absorbed by the heart. The scene was somehow familiar. Last time, during the night demon instance, it was attracted to that bud and absorbed the entire pollutant. And now, it just swallowed another ancient relic? You just suck everything up, huh? I hadn't even decided yet, you just forced the decision on me. Suchi promptly tried to retrieve it, but once the feather entered, it seemed to melt away and disappeared entirely. Meanwhile, the heart beat with a bit more vigor, acquiring a new breath. And a pattern on its surface. Is this that feather? Suchi paused for a second, surprised as he recognized the pattern. The heart had no consciousness, it was merely an ancient relic containing essence, but could it instinctively absorb pollutants to regain vitality? judging the worth of that feather to incorporate it into its pattern? Thinking this, Tsuchi took out another item, a broken sword from that eerie battlefield. It looked like it had been used by a formidable swordsman, and he had discovered it was also an ancient relic, which could even be taken out of the instance. Though it was of ordinary quality. Eat? Can I feed you this? Tsuchi offered the heart this ordinary quality ancient relic, but the heart paid no attention to it, seemingly deeming this rubbish unworthy of its standards. Very well, very well. You're so noble, so impressive. Your reputation has increased. Tsuchi paused when he saw the sudden message and smiled. It seems they've finally noticed. He left two ways to open the vault, one being a second-order nonlinear partial differential equation. The other was to have them carve the words the Hustlers Sect hierarch devoutly into the central door plaque of the casino and place the flag in the most conspicuous spot to declare this area as his territory, which would allow entry to the vault. From the reputation perspective, they chose the latter. Of course. All this was nonsense. Before he left the casino, he had used the artificial team's counterattack, which successfully malfunctioned so that the ladder could be opened directly without doing anything. However, Tsuchi murmured to himself. This also saved their lives. At that moment, Night Guard extended an invitation, Brother Su. Come to the club for a gathering. After putting the items back in the item slot, Tsuchi pushed open the door and entered the club. Zulinkyu was also there. He seemed to have been waiting, nodding to Tsuchi. Congratulations. It seemed he had gotten the news firsthand. Tsuchi wasn't much surprised, he still had many things to ask this guy. And at that time, boom. Night Guard suddenly set off the ribbon cannon and cheered, Congratulations. Brother Su for obtaining the hidden profession resurrection tool. Tsuchi said. Are you kidding me? He only then realized Night Guard had plenty of little gadgets. Was it really worth spending such precious game coins on this sort of thing? Not bad, very much in the spirit of the Hustlers Sect. You should know. What happened inside? Tsuchi said, now sitting down, looking at Zulinkyu. I heard from others. Zulinkyu nodded but then shook his head. I know what you want to say. From the moment we received the intelligence, we knew the cultists were seeking that particular resurrection tool, but the specific use was a blank part. Besides, this resurrection tool indeed had a high value, so we started spreading the news to attract others to enter. After all, we only had 6 spots here, and it didn't matter who got it, the most important thing was that the cultists didn't get it. You did hide some good information. Tsuchi guessed that someone from the first sequence also knew. That person should be their leader, the man with the heavy sword, who directly went with Yun Zanshin to disrupt the ritual, and upon waking up and seeing that it was him, he even breathed a sigh of relief and wasn't too enthusiastic about the resurrection tool. Zulinkyu sighed helplessly, it's not really hiding, we just had a significant lack of information, and before you set off, I said anything could happen. Alright, Tsuchi lazily said, can you provide me with some information on profession changes? I'm not very familiar with this area. Zulinkyu agreed without hesitation. No problem, but I need to remind you. All trials for hidden professions will be extremely difficult, and if you fail, the resurrection tool will disappear, with no second chance. I'm sorry, but that thing is already gone. Of course, the quality of the hidden profession tools varies, but if cultists are searching for it, it must not be of ordinary quality. Zulinkyu didn't ask in detail, and the profession belonged to personal privacy. He himself also had a hidden profession, naturally knowing how important the traits of a profession are. But I must remind you. Zulinkyu looked at Tsuchi. Currently, the Transcendence system is not yet open. Once the number of level 20 players exceeds 100,000, the version will update, and at that time, changing professions will become the most important matter for all players. The trials for your hidden profession should be fully prepared before attempting to activate them, otherwise, if you fail, the consequences will be severe. You will not only need to search again but it may also affect subsequent ranked battles. Zulinkyu said seriously. It's not just about entering paradise. Chapter 111-108, Homemade Rankings. A new mode at that moment. Atop the casino in Pure Land, there sat a man. This man, dressed in a white robe, sported a faint smile on his face, a smile that was utterly terrifying. Below him, all the abnormalities trembled as they knelt on the ground. They had never imagined that the master behind the casino would actually come in person, and had been sitting there since the beginning, without showing anger or intent to kill. He did nothing but scrutinize the flag. He slowly finally shifted his gaze towards the crowd. What are all of you kneeling for? Wasn't it all done by that guy named Suboxian? He murmured to himself. I'm a reasonable person, I only deal with the initiator. He chuckled lightly. Rise. Some of the abnormalities steadied their minds and stood up. Ah, you really stood up, he said, slightly surprised, as he threw a long chain from his hand, which pierced through the chest of the abnormality and then pulled it in front of him. All abnormality showed fear in their eyes, but no one dared to intervene. He held the other's neck with his hand, gazing into its fearful, agonized eyes. "Let me ask you a simple question. If you can answer it, I won't kill you." He still had a smile on his face. "Who am I?" The abnormality trembled but dared not struggle, its neck choked so it could barely breathe, yet still managed to utter. "You are the young master, offspring of the Ash Spirit King. The master of the casino." He revealed a shocked expression. "It seems you know, then why would you dare to do such a thing?" It was all Brother Su. "Ah no, Suboxian. I would sacrifice my life and loyalty for the young master, never betraying him." "Is that so? Let's see." The young man let out a bizarre laugh, reached into the abnormality's chest with his hand, his palm directly entering the crevice in the abnormality's internal organs. Blood surged massively, and the abnormality was in excruciating pain. Screams echoed in the ears of every abnormality. After about 20 seconds, the young man pushed the fallen corpse aside, throwing the heart and lungs on the ground. He slowly wiped the blood from his hands. "I am the master of this casino, and you all are mere stray dogs let in." As he spoke, he continued. "Stray dogs taking advantage of the master's absence, daring to break the rules, becoming disobedient, must be punished." He suddenly paused, revealing a look of aggrievement. "You wouldn't blame me, would you?" All the abnormalities trembled as they shook their heads. "That's good, that's good." The young man patted his chest, taking a long breath. Watching the young man's actions, all the abnormalities dared not even breathe heavily. He was inherently brutal, truly unpredictable, one could never know what cruel acts he might commit next. Yet the young man also lost interest in this group of abnormalities. He took down a small wooden flag next to him, reading the script with considerable interest. "So you call him Suboxian, huh?" His smile carried a hint of eeriness. "I'll remember this name, and I'll take this flag too. But rest assured, soon both it and he himself will be in my collection." Suboxian, currently mentioned, was sitting in an upscale restaurant, facing Night Guard. The two often met at the club, and this time they had specifically arranged to meet offline mainly because Night Guard needed to pass some information to Suchi. Now that they were here, Suchi didn't hold back, ordering several signature dishes from the menu. His appetite had grown considerably lately. Night Guard, holding a tablet, paused slightly. "Brother Su, look. Paradise has already published the list of potential players, the list of players currently at level 20, and the list with an overall rating above 80. Night Guard shook his head. "But this is just a list, and currently, rankings are not determined." Suchi wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Does it mention my name?" "There is, but only above the level 20 list. The other two lists couldn't record it. With the help of Paradise's power to fetch data, insufficient authorization naturally couldn't cross the threshold of hidden rating records, which is why no rankings had been determined so far." Suchi knew the reason, but he wasn't the only exception. While eating, Yishawa flipped through his tablet and chatted with Suchi. "By the way, Brother Su, there's a huge ruckus on the forums now." "A ruckus? What's there to fuss about?" Since Paradise has yet to release any rankings, someone made their own list and had netizens vote. But since fans of major star players don't acknowledge each other, it sparked arguments. Listening to these words, Suchi commented. "This almost sounds like fan culture." Yisha wasn't surprised. Normal. Before the reputation system was launched, many uploaded videos from their instances, and it was already viral. After the reputation system's launch, the players' intentions grew stronger and the hype skyrocketed, turning many players into star players. He paused, including those super rookies I mentioned before, who actually have quite a reputation. Of course, everyone's main focus is on strength, and although clubs help build their careers, star players who can't keep up definitely won't last long. Interest piqued, Suchi asked. "I'd like to know who these star players causing all the fuss are on this fan-made list." "Let me check." Yishao looked at the tablet. "One is called Handsome Young Man. This guy is really charming. The comment section is full of people calling him bro and hubby." "The female players are this crazy?" "No, it's mostly male players." "The second is Tankson, a female player who likes to use a clip-on voice. She seems to have some skill but is better at marketing. Facing various monsters, she often pretends to shiver, eliciting sympathy and protection from others." The comment section is full of people calling her mama. No wonder there was an uproar. A fan-made list. This was just a fan fest. By the way, Brother Su, your ID is also on the fan-made list, ranked 8,987th with 5 votes. Suchi mumbled to himself. These 5 fans seem to have good taste. One of the votes is from me. Not bad, I'll give you a supporting award. Tsuchi didn't really care about such entertainment-based lists. Reputation was something, whether in instances or among the player community. He, Suboxian, never pushed for it. About half an hour later, Yishao went back to continue grinding instances. He wanted to quickly reach level 20 and even paid for someone to accompany him to achieve a perfect score in challenging instances. After all, scoring below 60 meant no draws for prizes, and both experience and game coins were reduced to a tenth. Even barely passing wasn't enough, as lottery items and high scores had a big gap, much like a certain penguin's free pool versus the premium pool. Tsuchi also took a cab home, reviewed some material, and then logged into the game. As soon as he entered his personal space, he received an email from the system. Please note, level 20 players can enter the new mode, Endless Slaughter. In this mode, player death carries no penalty, and spiritual ability points can be accumulated. After ending the instance, this mode will enter a cooldown period, during which it cannot be entered again. Attention, spiritual ability points are extremely precious. They are fundamental for class change, ascension, profession traits, and more. Players, please handle with care. Chapter 112-109, Entering the new mode. A new mode? And there's a cooldown period? Tsuchi read carefully. Besides the content mentioned just now, there was no other hint. He still had no idea what the situation inside was like. He did not rush to enter immediately. Instead, he first distributed the attribute points he had gained from leveling up yesterday, a total of 57 attribute points, 27 to physical strength, and 15 each to strengthen movement technique. Although these attribute values increased slowly, they became the most important foundation for widening the gap after changing classes. The question is, I still don't know in which direction the ancient god's heart is aiming. Strength and speed dual cultivation? Or an all-around warrior? And then there are traits, ascending items, etc. Anyway, although he hadn't started changing classes, Tsuchi had already decided to become an all-around warrior. After all, others had to consider the spiritual attribute, which he completely didn't need to bother with, and he could still be far ahead of everyone else. Why not do it? It should be so for the leader of the Hustlers sect. Tsuchi looked at his own panel. ID, Suboxian, level 20, vitality 100%, physical strength 1100, strength 67, movement technique 58, physical strength 110, spiritual power 625, current game coin 49,213. After adding the points, the character's basic attribute panel was more or less fixed. At least it wouldn't change much before changing classes. At that moment, Left Hand sent a voice message. He had sent a friend request the day before, and so had King Lang and Yun Zanshin among others. Suboxian, up for a game? Let's rush to level 20. Don't you see the string of numbers in my personal info box? Don't they look like the level 20 you just mentioned? Left Hand exclaimed in shock. How did you reach level 20? Weren't you level 17 just yesterday when you entered the instance? Tsuchi said, puzzled. Isn't it normal to level up 3 times in one instance? Normal my ass. Left Hand was somewhat flustered. So are you going to enter the new mode now? You know about that too? Of course, our Dragon God Club also has players who have reached level 20, and we have a lot of important information about this mode. If you're interested, I can offer it to you for free. Dragon God Club? See, I told you there really are dragons. Listening to Left Hand's persuasive tone, Tsuchi paused for a moment. Why do I feel like you guys want to poach me? Left Hand didn't deny it and coughed. Part of it is that, but it's mainly about exchanging and cooperating to maintain friendly relations with various clubs and players, which is our club's consistent style. But, he said earnestly, Suboxian, you should consider it. You have a hidden profession tool in your hand, and the difficulty of its trials is anticipated to be very tough. Our club can provide assistance, and after you change classes, we won't let you down with ascending, resources, etc. That tempting? However, Tsuchi mused. Actually, there's a better way. You could start by offering a series of assistance in resources, information, tools, etc., and then, you would gain precious friendship. Left Hand roared. You just want a free ride, don't you? He realized that Tsuchi was indirectly refusing. This guy was hard to pin down, his thoughts were unknown. Left Hand said helplessly. Forget it. I won't argue with you, I'll send the key points of the new mode to your mailbox. He then left to rush to level 20. About 2 minutes later, Tsuchi finished scanning the email. There were many points of information. Many were related to paradise, and the words pollution and collapse were mentioned numerous times. It seems this mode has some substance, and it also appears to be offering a word of caution to all players. Tsuchi closed the email, then used his last lottery draw from yesterday. The items in this lottery pool all came from Line Yuan Land, which was considered a special pool. After the lottery box rattled for a while, a small spinning top with a black reflective surface appeared. Name, Fingertip Universe, damaged version, type, spiritual ability equipment, quality, low quality, function, spin the top, and before it stops spinning, you can drag any target into an illusion and inflict spiritual damage based on the target's mental state and your own spiritual attribute after it ends. Consumption, spiritual power 100, usage requirements, profession must reach sequence 9, spiritual power 98, this item is growable, collect 5D grade pollutants to upgrade it. Note, ever heard of Inception? Tsuchi was moved. Finally, I have equipment that can cause spiritual damage. However, I can't use it yet. He had to wait until after class transfer. According to the announcement made by Paradise and the speed at which many players were grinding, it shouldn't be much longer. Tsuchi opened the matchmaking. Enter Endless Slaughter mode. Attention, this mode does not differentiate between solo and team play, participant numbers are random and unlimited, matchmaking successful, you are about to enter an instance. As the prompt appeared, Tsuchi felt himself being swept up by a surging tide. The sounds around his ears this time didn't seem to have an eerie tone, just a system-generated alert sound, but it was intermittently breaking up, as if the signal was poor. Welcome to the D. Before the voice could finish, it abruptly cut off, and Tsuchi felt as if he was pulled under the water's surface, drowning in it. Tsuchi slowly opened his eyes, and he found himself leaning against a storage room in a warehouse, where the chilly air mixed with a hint of mist seeped in from a high window, through which he could see outside appeared to be a vast expanse of white. Does this look like a big supermarket? Tsuchi noticed many goods around him, related to general merchandise, daily necessities, food, and such. Has there ever been such a wonderful start? In the past instances, the start would always involve the smell of blood, corpses, danger. Now he could actually boil some noodles to eat. But soon, Tsuchi realized he was mistaken. Bang! Outside the storeroom, a loud crash and a flurry of terrified screams could be heard. He opened the door to the storeroom. He saw that there were a bunch of people inside the supermarket, and outside the glass railing of the supermarket. A large black monster was hitting the glass in the mist, seemingly wanting to get in. And the cracks on the glass were getting more and more numerous. The crowd shivered, increasingly panicked. This scene seems familiar, judging from the current situation. I guess it's my turn to save them. Tsuchi slowly took out a packet of potato chips. After tearing it open, he ate unhurriedly. He could see that the monster was stronger than a normal person, but that was about it. He could easily deal with it if he acted, but he wanted to wait and see. It seemed like someone was approaching. And the glass had already shattered. The people retreated in horror. What do we do? We're doomed. Help. Just then, as the monster was about to break in, Tsuchi's gaze turned toward the back of the mist. Whoosh! A javelin shot out sharply from the midst of the mist, pinning the monster to the ground. The monster struggled incessantly. The next moment, a figure sprinted forward, decapitating its head. He held a walkie-talkie, scanned the crowd in the supermarket, pausing on Tsuchi for a moment because, while others were retreating in terror, this guy was still eating chips. He said into the walkie-talkie, over a dozen non-combatant ordinary people found in the 9th district, I will lead them to the nearest safe zone for refuge. Chapter 113-110, a different instance. The fog enshrouded the dilapidated streets above. The crowd clung close, following the man as they moved forward. Be careful, if a monster attacks. Whatever you do, don't run or make any noise, he said gravely. If it were just him, whether to fight or flee was his choice to make. But leading so many ordinary people increased the danger significantly. Tsuchi also followed at the end of the group. A little girl with a ponytail, held by a woman, couldn't help but look at the potato chips in Tsuchi's hand. Big brother, are they tasty? Facing the little girl's adorable, desirous big eyes, Tsuchi smiled and said, they're not tasty. The little girl. Tsuchi wasn't being mean, this little girl couldn't handle even a bit of these chips, it seemed they were contaminated by the fog. Anyone with a constitution under 50 would be affected, somewhat like the second instance of the polluted world. However, the effect was relatively minor, but it was better not to eat them if possible. Can you tell me what they taste like? The little girl pursed her lips and asked obediently. Dear patron, please don't be so obstinate. Tsuchi wanted to describe it with some words not fit for mealtimes, but considering her innocent eyes, he ultimately chose leniency. They taste like caterpillars. The purity in the little girl's eyes altered for the first time. The middle-aged woman quickly pulled the little girl along. Don't get distracted, stick with mommy. Tsuchi looked away. According to the information he received from Left Hand, The main content of the new mode was that players would enter a so-called semi-collapsed or collapsed world, killing pollution monsters to get spiritual ability points. Simply put, it was an opportunity for players to grind instances, with numerous level 20 players having already entered. Without any main quest, all one needed to do was kill, without any need to advance through the instances. But, Suchi felt somehow different from the others. And at that moment, Suchi suddenly looked into the distance, aware that there were groups of crawling monsters. However, the man also had a sense of something, and he spoke in a low voice. "Be careful, stay silent, hide with me. Don't make any noise." The fear in people's faces was clear as they followed him. The only place they could hide was in a store with its door open nearby. But clearly, he had misjudged the level of panic ordinary people had under the fog. A blond young man, agitated and anxious, kept looking ahead. Without noticing what was under his feet, and he tripped over a bicycle. Clack! The bicycle was about to fall and make a noise as it lost balance. The man's face paled. But in the next instant, Suchi reached out and steadily grabbed it. The man sighed with relief, looking at Suchi with increased admiration. The young man seemed to be mentally resilient. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? But after a few more steps, immediately afterward, a middle-aged woman accidentally stepped on a nail on the ground. Her face showed pain as she instinctively prepared to cry out in agony. The man was quick to act, covering her mouth and swiftly motioning with his eyes for her to endure. The middle-aged woman nodded with a pale face. And at that moment, another gust of wind blew by. A poster advertisement in the store next door leaned and then fell over. Suchi held it in place with one hand, noticing that something was off. These series of accidents were too coincidental, almost forcefully trying to make some noise happen. And the man looked at Suchi again, this time giving him a thumbs up, seemingly praising Suchi's quick reflexes. Fortunately, no more incidents happened in the following few steps, and the crowd managed to take refuge in the nearby store as they had wished. The monsters had already crawled over in the street. There were about 5 in number, each with a different shape, emitting a foul stench. The man motioned for everyone to stay still. Only when these abnormalities had left could they continue on. But then, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred, this time involving a white collar in a suit. The ringtone blaring from his mobile phone was piercingly shrill. The man's complexion changed dramatically, and everyone else shuddered. And Suchi had a look of on his face. "Your mother's kiss, it's still ringing?" And just skipping the act outright. Suchi could now be certain that this chain of events was no coincidence, it was too preposterous. The white collar's face had gone deathly pale, and he fumbled frantically to silence the ringtone, but it was already too late. And those 5 monsters roared and charged over here without hesitation. They're pretty fast. Suchi had deduced that this creature was different from the small monsters in the supermarket earlier. It was strong, at least capable of battling a night demon. The man bellowed and hurled a spear with explosive force. Bang! The spear actually managed to force one of the monsters back. This guy was also strong, he was no ordinary man. In such a situation, Suchi also pulled out the 100-man slaughter blade and, under the astonished gaze of the man, burst forward with incredible speed. "Are you an enhancer too?" But then, the man could no longer afford to be surprised because he suddenly noticed one of the spike-covered monsters coiling its body, his eyes suddenly alert as he looked toward the people behind him. "Watch out!" The monster suddenly unfurled its body, and a mass of spikes burst forth. Whiz whiz whiz. Their power could actually penetrate glass and steel. Suchi and the man didn't need to worry, but behind him came the agonized cries of ordinary people. In that situation, Suchi had no choice but to leap into the air, zooming towards the monster with a 100-man slaughter blade in hand, and he brought it down. Spurt. A wave of green blood sprayed out, which, although not corrosive, smelled foul. You have killed the monster, earning 1 spiritual ability point. Please note, any monster can only give spiritual ability points the first time it is killed. Suchi was somewhat baffled. What did it mean by the first time? Could it be this monster could be killed twice? And working together with the man, it took them less than half a minute to kill the remaining 4 monsters. The man, panting heavily, rushed back into the store. "We need to leave quickly, or else the noise from before will." Suddenly, his voice seized up. In the store, a little girl with a ponytail was lying atop her mother's corpse, her eyes bloodshot and face pale, crying in despair. The continuous yet fractured sound was heart-wrenchingly painful. Of the 12 ordinary people, only 4 survived, including the little girl. Suchi picked up a spike from the ground and said softly, "This has poison on it. If touched, an ordinary person would die instantly." The crisis unfolded too rapidly, mingled with an eerie string of coincidences. It seemed as though it was fated to occur. And he's right. If we don't leave now, even more monsters will. Tsuchi's words abruptly stopped as he squinted. At that moment, the girl's crying was fading. The man's face was fading, and the surrounding scenery was increasingly twisted. The corpses of the creatures seemed to come back to life and their roars reverberated, appearing to rewind as well. Not just the monsters, but the scenery itself was rewinding. And it was accelerating. Until the final moment, darkness suddenly swallowed him. After a brief spell of astonishment, Tsuchi slowly opened his eyes, gazed at his surroundings, and fell silent for a moment. He had once again returned to the beginning of the instance, the storage room. Chapter 114-111 Huge Anomaly. Tsuchi stared at the familiar storage room and opened its door. He then saw those 12 ordinary people again, looking terrified at the small monster outside the glass. Alright. Back to square one. I came here for a killing spree in the new mode. Why has it become similar to a solo instance? It seems like the others don't have main quests. This intelligence from the left hand. The deviation is a bit too big. No wonder people say you can't trust things that are free. If the price is too low, you fear it might bring disease. Tsuchi silently regarded the scene before him. He was contemplating why everything had reset and started all over again. In most games, this kind of situation usually happens when the player dies, the plot fails, or a key NPC dies, and then it resets to the beginning. Tsuchi obviously hadn't died, and if they were to go by the previous situation, they could have continued forward with the remaining people to a safe zone. So thinking over and over again, the death of a key character. Maybe that was the reason for everything resetting. If following this line of thought, then the question arises, who is that key character? Among the 12 ordinary people, 7 had died from the toxin stingers. Tsuchi scrutinized them closely and found nothing special. He wasn't in a hurry either. This time he switched to a bag of nuts, contaminated too, but it didn't affect the taste, and was more suited to Tsuchi's physical constitution. Then next, it was the standard procedure. The man arrived, killed the monster trying to break in, and led them to leave for the safe zone. Is there any other route? Tsuchi asked. The man gave him a strange look, shaking his head. No more, the nearest safe zone is only through this route. Alright, but before we prepare to leave, I need to do something first. The white collar looked at Tsuchi approaching him, a look of horror on his face. 1 minute later. The group once again cautiously stepped onto the street, the white collar man looking sullenly at Tsuchi, his phone already confiscated and turned off. Big brother, does it taste good? The little girl blinked her big cardinal eyes again, her fair cheeks somewhat coy, gazing at the nuts in his hand. This time it's cicada pupa flavored. And soon. They were outside the shop again. Be careful, keep silent, follow me and hide. Don't make any noise. The man's commands were exact, even his tone was identical. Everyone started towards the only open shop on the side. Meanwhile, Tsuchi had already moved the bicycle ahead of time, avoided the nails, and even laid the signboard down. Everyone looked perplexed at Tsuchi's actions, then carefully entered the shop. 20 seconds later. Hush. The man extended his finger, and everyone fell silent. Watching the street's monster, they trembled. Just when Tsuchi thought they had made it. Bang. Suddenly, a balloon in the shop burst. Everyone's faces paled. Only Tsuchi fell into silence. This was no longer a mere coincidence, no acting involved. Or is this the rule? Things that are destined to happen, will indeed happen? What followed was naturally another fight, Tsuchi going all out with his firepower. Since it had happened already, just kill them straight. Good news, the monster was killed. Bad news, there were still casualties. Good news, 2 people died but it didn't reset, indicating his guess was right, to protect the key character well. Bad news, they had lingered too long, attracting the surrounding monsters. What should we do? The man couldn't help but look at Tsuchi. What else can you do? Just keep your ID in your mouth. Tsuchi looked at the dense crowd of monsters, knowing he had to go back, but before doing so, he decided to kill a few. He turned on the speakers and grabbed the thunderclap bone-shattering hammer. It took about half a minute. Everyone was killed by the monsters, the timing of death and the reset's twisted sensation clearly lagged. Tsuchi found himself back in the storage room once more, sitting up from the darkness. He muttered softly, as it stands, I must protect this key person, and I still don't know if this reset will keep happening indefinitely. Of course, there was an even more brutal method, which was to do it himself, kill one by one, and find the person within one cycle. However, as a kind, gentle, sunny, cheerful young man, this went against his character setting. Or should I let the monsters do it, more humane maybe? Although Tsuchi said this, he was already thinking of ways to break the situation. Firstly to keep deaths to a minimum, and secondly to quickly deal with the fight. Once other monsters were alerted, it would naturally be extremely dangerous. The monsters in this fog seemed to be much more numerous than expected. Given that, he went through the process again. Suchi clearly took it much more seriously, even switching his snacks to sugar. Watching the little girl hesitate to speak, Suchi handed her a piece of candy. Here, eat this. Thank you, big brother. No need for thanks. Pay me back next time, with 1 candy per day as interest. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but look towards Suchi. Is this even human speech? The little girl, however, nodded seriously. The candy was stored in the item slot as a snack and wasn't contaminated, and anything that stayed in Suchi's item slot was tasty. Soon, they arrived at the shop. Suchi realized that these 5 monsters were an unavoidable checkpoint, with little chance to skip it. He might as well go all out instead of being constrained. What do you plan to do? The man asked, noticing Suchi with the speakers, his eyelids twitching. Next, I'll draw them away, and you all should use this time to enter a safe zone. The man's face changed slightly. But you'll die. Somebody has to make a sacrifice, right? Suchi patted his shoulder, his smile firm yet determined. The man watched, shocked, as Suchi walked away from the shop, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Such a noble sacrifice. The little girl opened her mouth to speak, but the middle-aged woman quickly covered it. And the 5 monsters had already noticed Suchi's figure and rapidly attacked him, then he drew them away. The man growled. Let's hurry. Despite his youth, he had such awareness. He absolutely couldn't let him down. The little girl looked back one last time, but she couldn't see anything through the fog. At this moment, Suchi was like a fish back in water. He could finally fight alone. As soon as he turned on the speakers, the thunderclap bone-shattering hammer burst out with incredible strength, slaughtering wildly. The new mode was just a farming mode. It didn't have many roundabout ways, but the biggest problem was physical strength. With a large number of monsters, continuous combat and bursts gave him an advantage, but if it went on too long, monsters would come from all directions, giving no chance to breathe. Though I don't know why a storyline has appeared here, I've already sent them through, and according to the timing, they should be reaching the safe zone soon. No reset meant they were still alive. After another 5 minutes, bodies surrounded Suchi. He was panting slightly but his eyes were filled with exhilaration. His body was cleansed by liquid metal, though the thunderclap bone-shattering hammer was stained with various blood and flesh. 1 monster equals 1 spiritual ability point, currently just hit 50, this is harder to farm than I thought, there hasn't been a reset so they must have entered the safe zone. At that moment, a prompt appeared in front of Suchi. Disconnected? The servers of Abyssal Paradise are just like this. Bang. Suchi smashed a monster that lunged at him into pulp, unsure of the situation. The disconnection was just a jest, after all, those who know understand that Abyssal Paradise isn't just any ordinary game. And more messages slowly popped up. Please. Note, a massive abnormality has occurred in the world. Players inhabit the system. Cannot intervene. Please, players. Find your own way to escape. Chapter 115-112, Cold Light on the Back. Boom. Suchi slammed his hammer into the monster, retracting it as the 100-man slaughter blade appeared in his hand, and then he started to run forward. He opened the exit interface, and sure enough, the force quit option had turned gray. What is this massive abnormality? And how do I escape? Give me some hints, system bro. Thankfully, the system hadn't completely disconnected and was transmitting information painfully over a 2G network. It is catastrophe. Chaos. Master of destruction. In this world, please make good use of reset, kill it or, you list such an imposing title? It sounds like a formidable existence, and then you want me, a newbie who just reached level 20 and hasn't even entered society, to take it down? And be clear about that last part, damn it. The system's signal was severely blocked, and it disconnected for a little while. Add, Suchi's eyes lit up, add what? Add fuel. The system completely lost connection, and the prompt box slowly faded. Suchi felt the need to report the Paradise system's glitch. But as Suchi ran, he cut through a monster's belly with his blade, dodging the gushing blood. You have gained 1 spiritual ability point, currently 57, at least this prompt is still here. The system isn't up to par, he'd have to rely on hacks. Suchi was heading towards the safe zone, he still lacked enough information. The previous questions hadn't provided much crucial content about this entity representing catastrophe and chaos, the master of destruction. And make good use of the reset cycle? That seemed to be to his advantage. Suchi hurried along. He had received plenty of clues from the man earlier, naturally including the address of the safe zone. It was a high school. At first, Suchi was surprised by the choice of a school for the safe zone, but when he arrived, seeing the high enclosed walls and the cables prohibited from climbing. He thought, this place wasn't a bad choice. Who? Someone at a high spot near the gate raised a spear towards the fog, then his eyelids twitched. Just as he spotted Tsuchi coming. It's a survivor. Open the gate. The gate was a fortified, heavy iron door, pushed open by both electricity and manpower, creating a small opening. As Tsuchi turned back to look at the fog, a guard called out with a hint of urgency. What are you doing? Come inside quickly. Tsuchi spoke emotionally. I never thought I'd step into a school again. It feels like I'm suddenly back in my school days, so it's a bit emotionally complex. Guard. Complex my ass. Tsuchi shifted his gaze, having felt a chilling presence at his back, albeit momentarily. He had caught it, but couldn't see any figures in the fog when he looked back. Tsuchi stepped inside the gate, and the heavy door shut with a thump. Were there other survivors who just arrived? Tsuchi looked at the guard and asked. The guard appeared surprised as he looked at Tsuchi. You were with them, right, the guy who volunteered to be the bait? Tsuchi quirked an eyebrow. You've heard my story too? The guard nodded. Everyone thought you were dead, but that little girl said you would survive and asked me to keep a close watch on the gate. Not bad. It was worth loaning you that candy. The guard sized up Tsuchi, still somewhat incredulous. So how did you survive? Even for an enhancer, facing an assault from 2 or 3 monsters is deadly, not to mention being chased down the streets. Tsuchi held up 2 fingers. Just a little bit lucky. He entered the school, which wasn't very large, consisting only of 2 classroom buildings and an auditorium. Everyone was gathered inside the tightly closed auditorium. The fog. It's getting worse. Can we even survive? Why has it come to this? There were many survivors in the auditorium, about 200 people, all lethargic and dismayed, an air of despair as if awaiting a disaster. You. A man who had been talking in the distance suddenly saw Tsuchi and quickly walked over with a look of surprise. You're actually still alive. Tsuchi, where are they? The man stretched out his hand and pointed, over there resting, undergoing examination and treatment. Several nurses were carrying medical kits, drawing blood from each person. Examination? Tsuchi asked. Examination of what? Before this, he hadn't had much time to learn about the situation. Now, there was an opportunity to talk. The man appeared surprised. You don't know? It's been a month since the fog first burst forth. There was an announcement on the internet before the fog descended widely. He said incredulously. You couldn't be a reclusive otaku, could you? How rude. Firstly, it's quite normal not to go out in such creepy fog, and... Tsuchi spoke calmly. My home internet has been really bad recently. I'm not naming names. Paradise system. Tsuchi planned to skip this part and update his own information first. Although the man found it odd, he began to tell the story. Tsuchi listened carefully and understood more. The fog had descended 3 times. A month ago, 2 weeks ago, and now, each time lasting 5 days. Initially, one could still wrestle by using various heavy weapons for suppression. But by the second time, it was completely uncontrollable. Because these monsters seemed endless, impossible to kill. They gathered continuously upon hearing noises, and they became stronger as time passed. Many survivors could only defend from strongholds, gathering all the enhanced fighting forces in the fog. Ordinary people who stay in the fog too long might exhibit dangerous symptoms. Earlier, many did not die at the hands of the monsters but perished in the fog. After hearing this, Tsuchi was certain. The fog was a manifestation of pollution, and it had also produced many pollution abnormalities. There must be a pollution source not inferior to the previous bud. Every pollution source carried different abilities and indications, representing the primal pollution power with great expansiveness, danger, and uncontrollability. I finally have some idea. Tsuchi pondered. Just don't know how this is connected to that so-called catastrophe destruction, and the reset cycle. What kind of ability is this? At that moment, they had already seen him, their eyes slightly brightened. With hearty warmth, Blonde raised his hand. Bro, you're still alive. Tsuchi walked over, his gaze sweeping the group. These 12 people had all survived, among them a key figure. He began to carefully look at the question marks over each person's head. Information changed every 10 seconds. The girl wearing earrings, a somewhat silent middle-aged man, a reserved old lady. He took an unexpected look at a long-haired youth, who turned out to be a cross-dresser in private. Trouble. It seemed none of them were simple. The man also came over, smiling and speaking to the others. Next, rest up well. We will guard this place, not letting the monsters in. Just hold out for a few days, and we should be able to see the light again. Tsuchi's gaze shifted to the fog outside the window. Is that so? I doubt it. The duration of the fog lasts longer each day, and the monsters grow stronger each time. I fear the next fog will spell the doom for the entire city. Tsuchi noticed that the information about the man was accurate. These enhancers had been anxious about this issue recently. The monsters were much stronger than the previous two versions, and they were about to break down. The man. He was well aware of these facts too. You young man, can't you see I'm trying to keep everyone calm? Noticing the alarmed and fearful glances from the crowd, the man sighed deeply, his tone solemn as he grasped the knife in his hand. Don't worry. We have some leads already. This time, we will completely resolve the source of the fog. At this statement, Tsuchi, however, suddenly paused because, in that instant, he felt a chilling spike at his back, an unconscious reaction when one's spiritual power reached a certain threshold. Tsuchi sensed something was amiss. Without any hesitation, at the last moment, his gaze flicked to the group. Then, the entire scene twisted and reversed. Next moment, Tsuchi appeared. Outside the iron door, the surrounding fog letting him realize he had reset again. The guard once again raised their weapon, warily calling out to someone. The familiar scene did not prompt Tsuchi to respond. He was silent. One question dominated his mind. Why? Chapter 116-113 Master of Destruction appears. Everything happened too suddenly and inexplicably. This time, everyone was there and they were all safe. Why did it suddenly reset? It's the survivors. Quick, open the door. Tsuchi stepped into the safe zone again. He stood outside the grand hall and pushed the door open. He remembered that before the reset, he felt a chilly stabbing pain in his back. This time, Tsuchi did not seek the man to gather information, although he came forward to greet him, but Tsuchi's gaze still scanned the 12 people. He believed the key to everything lay among these 12 people. It was the same old routine. The nurse began to prepare to examine them. After all, they had been in the fog for too long. Mild symptoms could be alleviated. Once polluted, it would be too late. And it was at this moment Tsuchi noticed a detail he had not seen before. 5 people refused to have their blood drawn, indicating there was nothing wrong with them: a middle-aged woman, a white-collar worker, a blonde, a bearded uncle with a hat, and a young girl. They all claimed they had no abnormal symptoms, and the little girl was also skipped under the middle-aged woman's refusal. Faced with this situation, Tsuchi pondered, because from above the heads of the 5 people, he saw information. The young girl, because she was afraid of pain, did not want to have her blood drawn. The other 4 had secrets they didn't want others to know: white-collar, middle-aged woman, bearded uncle. He strode over, held back the nurse who was about to leave, and looked at these 5 people. It would be best to have a blood test. But we don't have any symptoms. Under the nurse's stunned gaze, Tsuchi calmly opened the box, looking for a syringe, and shook his head. Among the monsters we encountered before, there was one that could spit out poisonous gas. This gas is colorless and odorless, with a latent nature. Ordinary people like you won't notice it right away, but if ignored for too long, it will burst. His words left everyone looking stunned, and a man nearby came over and was surprised as well since he did not know about such a monster. And the nurse couldn't help saying, "We can handle this kind of thing. No worries, I'm a professional." Tsuchi's movements were swift, each step was performed without any sluggishness, very professional and skilled. Hearing him say this, the few people couldn't help but tremble with fear. Despite their fear of pain, they still extended their arms. The blonde and white collar were hesitant, but considering their lives, they too extended their arms, revealing densely packed needle marks. Now, Tsuchi knew why these 2 didn't want their blood drawn. The bearded uncle also slowly extended his arm, his gaze calm as he appraised Tsuchi, his profound eyes as if measuring him. The bearded uncle's voice was deep, speaking in a barely audible tone with a hint of chill, slowly saying, "Young man, you better be careful when you draw blood." "Why is that?" Tsuchi narrowed his eyes, ready to switch the syringe for a dagger at any moment. But the bearded uncle's gaze was somewhat cautious, glanced around to make sure no one was listening, paused, and then whispered, "Because I have AIDS." Tsuchi considered whether to just pull out his 100-man slaughter blade and kill him right then. When it was the middle-aged woman's turn, she too extended her arm without hesitation or questioning. Instead, the little girl suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, can you not draw my mom's blood?" "Don't worry, he's not hurting your mom. Just regular blood draw." The nurse, seeming quite fond of the adorable porcelain doll-like little girl, comforted her warmly, even trying to reach out and pat her little head. And the little girl stepped back to avoid it. Tsuchi continued his smooth actions without any hesitation. "Little friend, if I don't do this, the poison gas will cause your mom to die." The little girl fell into silence and did not speak again. Tsuchi approached the middle-aged woman with a syringe, and just as he was about to inject her, a sudden chill swept over his heart. The middle-aged woman held a dagger in her other hand, fiercely stabbing upwards from below. Without any hesitation, Tsuchi crushed the syringe and pulled out his 100-man slaughter blade. He held it in front of his chest. Bang! Tsuchi's palm felt numb, her strength comparable to those monsters. It seemed he had finally found the right person. He said with a smile. "Andy, I was kindly helping you draw blood, but you wanted to bleed me instead?" This noise also attracted the attention of others. The middle-aged woman. Her eyes fixedly stared at Tsuchi, seemingly convinced that he was the root of all trouble. "You damned ant, why meddle in affairs?" Tsuchi narrowed his eyes. Because he noticed some red spots in the woman's eyes, numerous patterns inside seemed about to break free. A deadly sense of danger seemed about to burst from within. Without any hesitation, he raised his blade and charged directly at her. And the next moment, die! The middle-aged woman burst out with a low roar. A terrifying force, accompanied by a shocking spiritual impact, swept around from her as the center. And everyone in the hall. Under this impact, they all bled from every orifice, their heads bursting apart, including the enhancers who fell down convulsing. Everyone died. Tsuchi, being closest to her, was directly the main target of the impact. Not only that, he was also blown away by the strong air wave. Spiritual power, 50, current spiritual power 575, such astonishing spiritual damage. This was different from spiritual pollution, which had a continuous, twisted effect. The attack the middle-aged woman used was a tangible burst. Not likely? You're so strong, how did you just die to that monster's poison stinger? After releasing this move, the middle-aged woman gasped heavily, her body patterns faintly flickering as she looked outwards with a somber gaze. We must leave here immediately. Those things are coming. The little girl, looking at the bodies and the bloody scene, silently nodded. Leave. Tsuchi's voice made the middle-aged woman's eyes tremble as she turned her head and found that Tsuchi was using the knife to support himself from the ground, unharmed, and brushed off the dust. It sounds like you're hiding from something. The middle-aged woman was shocked. Why aren't you hurt? Because I listen to Nati's cloud music. My spiritual power is different from ordinary people. As Tsuchi said this, his body had already charged again under the startled gaze of the middle-aged woman. He realized that her physical combat ability and body were very fragile, but she possessed incredibly high spiritual attacks. But it seemed to come at a cost to use that power. Had it not been for his high level of spiritual attribute, he probably would have died instantly from the recent burst. He needed to stop her from using more power first, then figure out what was going on. And just as Tsuchi rapidly closed in, about to strike the middle-aged woman with his blade, a twisted feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Tsuchi's form faltered, his gaze shifting to the little girl beside him. Once innocent, she now wore no expression, her eyes giving Tsuchi a chill of ice-cold severity, as if she had been swapped entirely. At the same moment, above her head, the question mark also displayed information. Represents catastrophe, chaos. Master of Destruction, Chapter 117-114, Be a Human. The surrounding scenes were slowly rewinding. After a brief blink, Tsuchi found himself back in front of the iron gate. Standing in the mist, Tsuchi greeted the guard. Nice to see you again, brother. The guard, holding his weapon, said nothing. Have we met before? He shouted, it's a survivor. Quick, open the gate. After entering the safe zone, Tsuchi did not rush into the hall. He started to rapidly brainstorm and analyze. The little girl was the so-called Master of Destruction, the big boss. It seemed she only had the ability to reset and lacked formidable combat strength. She was also very fragile. And that middle-aged woman was clearly her protector, possessing extraordinary strength, but she was also extremely fragile. And from the recent situation, it seemed they were hiding from something? What to do now? Kick the pebble by the roadside. Tsuchi opened his panel. His spiritual power wouldn't recover even after the reset, adding some risks he needed to consider. The system advised to kill the little girl to escape from here. This difficulty didn't seem small. The middle-aged woman was always close to the little girl, and judging from the previous situations, once any crisis or mental stimulation occurred, the girl, as the Master of Destruction, seemed to activate her ability and reset everything. And she doesn't seem to have any related memories. Tsuchi recalled his previous conversations with the little girl who hadn't shown any signs of having prior memories, otherwise, she wouldn't keep asking about his snacks repeatedly. Let's not startle them this time, but understand the situation. He pushed open the door to the hall. Just then, Tsuchi clearly saw the middle-aged woman giving him a wary look. Did she have memories from before the reset? No. She hadn't shown it in the previous instances. And it was only caution, not filled with murderous intent like before. Pretending not to see it, Tsuchi strode past, this time not doing anything to disrupt the process. He had decided to start with the big boss. Did you like the candy just now? The little girl nodded innocently, a stark contrast from her behavior before the reset. Want some more? Suchi felt like he was being a creepy old man. The little girl's eyes lit up. But the middle-aged woman stopped him, whispering. Sorry, she can't eat too much sugar. How about ice cream? The little girl's eyes lit up again. The middle-aged woman intervened again. That's too cold. New Delhi wafers? The middle-aged woman. How much food do you carry with you? She saw hope in the little girl's eyes. The middle-aged woman forcefully ignored this, pressing her forehead. Sorry, she doesn't like wafers. The little girl. Suchi snapped his fingers. Hot pot surely works. That's even more preposterous. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but grimace. If you can bring out a hot pot, She stopped talking, silently watching as Suchi took out a self-heating hot pot still smoking, which he had soaked previously at the club but never got a chance to eat, so he put it in the item slot. Any state it goes in, it comes out the same. Suchi lifted the lid, and the aroma instantly made everyone's eyes widen. The scent of hot pot was such a temptation to the starving crowd. Even the little girl, the master of destruction, stood there dumbfounded. The middle-aged woman's eyes slightly focused, an odd strength gathering, unnoticed by others. She looked at the food without detecting any poison or tampering. She quietly sighed. Go ahead and eat. Suchi watched as the little girl obediently picked up the chopsticks but didn't start eating right away, instead looking at him attentively, as if wanting to say something. Suchi snapped his fingers. Don't worry, put it on the tab. The little girl finally relaxed and started to use her chopsticks. Everyone. Be human, will you? At this moment, the middle-aged woman was also unsure of Suchi's intentions. She cautiously sized up Suchi, while also staying alert. The notebook she carried had reset twice at this place, and the new content warned to be cautious of this young man. Anyway, once they finished eating, she would try her best to prevent him from contacting her family head. However, the very next moment, Suchi pulled out a chessboard. Wanna play chess? I'll teach you. Where did that come from? After the little girl finished eating, she looked curiously at the chessboard and then nodded her head. The middle-aged woman watched blankly as the two played Chinese chess. The girl understood the rules immediately, but Suchi was unconsciously ruthless, beginning his merciless onslaught without hesitation. You lost. General, Suchi said with a hint of a smile. The little girl felt somewhat unconvinced, blinking rapidly. Put it on the tab. Let's play again. Suchi snapped his fingers. Sure, you've got the spirit. However, by the third game, Suchi started to be surprised. This little girl was incredibly perceptive, mastering all the logic in just 2 games, transforming from a beginner into a terrifying chess master. Worthy of being the master of destruction, this talent. Almost catching up to his own. After a fierce battle, the little girl was barely defeated by Suchi. She puffed her cheeks. Again. Next time I'll definitely win. Yet Suchi calmly packed up the chessboard and said with a smile. Got bored of this, let's play something else. Then the little girl saw Suchi pulling out a deck of poker cards, starting to explain the rules anew, and she listened intently, blinking. Got it? Got it. Then let's continue. After Suchi won several times, as expected, the little girl grasped everything and reached an outrageous level. Yet again, Suchi ended the game, pulling out other game tools. No asking why Suchi had so much random stuff. His 20-item slots. Almost half were filled with various bizarre things. The middle-aged woman silently watched the scene unfold. The guy didn't seem like a bad person, nor a good one, more like a jerk. Who gambles with a little girl like this, and the whole time? Not playing fair, switching games once he felt she was becoming an equal opponent. Unabashedly shameless, not even turning red or skipping a beat. Isn't this bullying my innocent and naive family head? Still keeping tabs? He couldn't be serious, right? The middle-aged woman watched as the two were now playing PSP online, the little girl's eyes twinkling. She had curses she couldn't express. Meanwhile, on Suchi's side, through various games, he had judged that the little girl, albeit the master of destruction, was not dangerous, and the middle-aged woman beside her, indeed had no memory of the earlier warnings. Otherwise, she would never have let her converse with him. If the middle-aged woman knew what Suchi was thinking, she would definitely roar, "Did I let you? Did I let you? I've been blocking for so long. You damn well didn't see anything, did you?" And just then, Suchi's expression suddenly paused. The Paradise system seemed to have come online again, reconnecting, remembering there was still a player trapped here. It also sent out intermittent messages. Forbidden. Power. Just burst. You need to be careful. The existence of the Master of Destruction must not die by her hand, Its message abruptly ended. It looked at the scene unfolding and silently issued a symbol. Chapter 118-115. This is the bill for the enforcer of the Hustlers sect hierarch. The Paradise system was straining the CPU a bit. As one of the intelligent pre-warning solutions, it took over in various abnormal situations and urgently handled the abnormal states. It just didn't anticipate. The players, who should have been at a loss, were now leisurely playing games. After a brief downtime, it didn't forget its duties. Though connection was unstable and time brief, it had to provide a way out. Player has triggered mission escape. This instance is collided by abnormal forces. You need to find and kill the spiritual body of the Master of Destruction or solve the mist source. Note, the Master of Destruction disappeared 1,000 years ago. Its spiritual body in this instance does not possess great strength, but it has the ability to reset. Note, before the mission is complete, if a player dies, it will trigger the final mechanism. Please do your utmost to survive. Blessings have been provided for the player. Tsuchi's eyelid twitched. He still needed to find it? It seems the other side didn't realize that the little girl next to him was the Master of Destruction. He also sensed a dangerous and ominous scent from the last note. A final mechanism? Could it be death in reality too? The Paradise system went offline again, intermittently breaking. Tsuchi watched as the message box slowly disappeared, and he realized he had gained something. Paradise blessings. Players' resistances increased to 80%, any fatal damage received by the player is reduced by 80%, all consumption reduced by 80%. Note, the power of Paradise cannot penetrate too much. Please rely on the blessings to escape quickly. It's clear, they're doing their utmost to keep me alive, and perhaps something bad is about to happen. Tsuchi pressed on the game console while he began to ponder. This time, Paradise finally gave all the information and blessings, and he knew he had another path aside from killing the little girl before him, dealing with the source of the mist pollution. From the recent information, it's a collision of two abnormal forces. One must be this Master of Destruction, and the other, the mist source. Those continuous monsters are also fleeing from being hunted. Tsuchi squinted. This matter wasn't as complicated as it seemed. It was just two camps, and now his two methods of escape, killing the little girl and dealing with the mist source, were actually about choosing sides. Just who powered the mist source? Recalling the pollution, Tsuchi always had an ominous feeling. In that case, Tsuchi slowly turned the game console and looked towards the little girl. He gently spoke. Zren, little friend, pause for a moment. Big brother has something important to say. Although they had been playing the game continuously, Tsuchi and she had maintained occasional conversation, disrupting each other's concentration during focus, and drawing out quite a lot of information. Though maybe a bit too much for a little girl. But for the Master of Destruction, Tsuchi felt it was necessary. The little girl. Her innocent eyes were no longer there, her pupils cold. She bit her teeth a bit explosively at Tsuchi. I was about to win. The middle-aged woman was somewhat astonished, as she noticed the girl's aura and strength were somewhat recovering. Achieving such a degree, either she had taken fatal damage or was stimulated emotionally. This bastard has pushed their own master to what state? However, Tsuchi shook his head, softly smiling. You're mistaken. The outcome of winning or losing is not important. What's important is the fun experienced during the game. The little girl paused. That kind of makes sense. The dangerous aura disappeared in a blink of an eye. So that's how it is. I understand now. She blankly nodded. He patted the little girl's head, smilingly said, the student is teachable. The middle-aged woman's fingers trembled. She was already thinking about stepping in. As Tsuchi saw the middle-aged woman's movements clearly, to him, the most difficult issue was still this middle-aged woman, who had been cautious towards him before. Now, her hostility was probably greater. Little did she know her hostility stemmed from her own master being completely fooled. So, what is this important matter? The little girl asked curiously. But the middle-aged woman had already come over, pulling the little girl closer, chuckling nervously. Thank you for playing with her, I'll take her to the restroom now. Tsuchi, should I join? I mean to go to the men's restroom. Never mind, you guys go. Tsuchi felt they wanted to escape, but seeing the information over the middle-aged woman's head. She wants to instruct her master not to interact too much with you, not to fall for your tricks again, so it was a preventive measure. Tsuchi wasn't in a hurry. He still had many steps before figuring out who the opposing faction was. Approximately 5 minutes after the middle-aged woman took the little girl away, they returned. It seems quite a bit was said. Yet, upon her return, the middle-aged woman squinted at Tsuchi, noticing he was writing something in a notebook. What are you doing? Keeping accounts. Tsuchi casually replied, causing the middle-aged woman's face to darken. You specifically said winning or losing isn't important. They were about to sit down, albeit slightly further apart. Just then, there was a sudden violent collision sound from outside the academy. Boom. The noise outside the iron gate was loud, the enhancers in the main hall looked tense. Everyone, take shelter inside, other enhancers follow me. Tsuchi also noticed the middle-aged woman's expression become serious and slightly pale, seemingly sensing the danger. He knew something big was coming. The middle-aged woman spoke seriously to the little girl's ear before grabbing her hand. Let's go. She was about to turn away with the little girl. The little girl suddenly grabbed at the hem of the person's clothing and pointed at Tsuchi. Big brother is a good person. The middle-aged woman. A good person, my ass. Master. You're being sold and yet you're throwing in extra money. She stared at the corner of the cloth that the little girl was grasping and finally sighed helplessly, looking at Tsuchi with some gritted teeth. You should leave too, things are about to get very dangerous here. Before entering the academy, the middle-aged woman had set up some kind of tool which had probably been triggered. Swarms of monsters were about to breach the place, and those enhancers wouldn't be able to hold them off. That's all she said. They quickly left through the back door of the auditorium and headed towards another exit at the school. We have to leave quickly, these monsters seem to be following us, the middle-aged woman worriedly said. Is it because of the power used before the reset? Otherwise, why would so many come all at once? The phrases on the notebook hardly describe the full picture before the reset, and if it had been detected, they were in trouble. And just as they were about to leave. So you think you can take the back route? I'd advise against that. Tsuchi's voice appeared behind them. The middle-aged woman's eyes shifted slightly, staring at Tsuchi with a hint of danger. Are you trying to stop us? Tsuchi, seeing her wary demeanor, shook his head and pointed towards the mist. That way is also a dead end? The middle-aged woman was still puzzled. The next moment, from the mist, 3 giant monsters wielding giant axes appeared in their line of sight. And they smashed through the towering walls. Their eyes blazing red with the scent of death, they stared at the little girl and charged directly towards her. As expected, they've been targeted. Tsuchi muttered to himself watching the scene unfold. Damn it! The middle-aged woman shouted angrily, shielding the little girl. Runes appeared in her eyes, suggesting her body wasn't her real form. Using her power, her blood vessels continuously ruptured, and her body shook uncontrollably. It seems your power comes at a price that can't be restored by a reset. Tsuchi's voice struck like thunder, leaving the middle-aged woman stunned and hysterically furious. You! How do you know about resets? Don't ask, it's just an exceptional talent. Tsuchi rushed forward wielding the bone-breaking hammer. She was frightened and angry. She was about to burst. You! What you? Keep your crappy power, I'll handle the rest. In that moment, Tsuchi leapt into the air, his magic cube skill activated, drawing one monster into his domain first, then blinding another. The other stood still, swinging its axe wildly as he shot the blood sword card at it. 3 bloodthirsty swords appeared around. The last one. He brought down his hammer hard, and thunder coursed through the entire monster's body. The greater the strength, the more powerful the thunder triggered. Boom. The middle-aged woman watched blankly. His power, though not impressive to her, resembled a superhero in this world, given all the restrictions. Swish. Tsuchi swiftly moved back, not wasting a moment. He had to quickly deal with the last monster. For who knew what other dangers the mist held. And just then, that icy piercing sensation attacked again. Tsuchi's eyes narrowed. A humanoid monster covered in compound eyes was in the distant mist, sending terrifying glances. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the patterns in its pupils. Each one spinning with the all too familiar totems. Die. 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 A strange voice continuously exploded. And this wasn't just spiritual impact. The surrounding mist actually transformed into blades. Like piercing the body, slashing and chopping. Each cut leaving a bloody mark down to the bone. Tsuchi finally understood why Brother Paradise had buffed him. With an 80% damage immunity. His vitality was still dropping at a rate of 5% per second. The monsters in the mist were relentless, with many elite monsters. All this just to kill the Master of Destruction? Tsuchi looked towards the little girl. The middle-aged woman was bleeding from her orifices, her body cracked, but she had enveloped both of them in a shield, while other monsters from the mist surged towards them furiously. Her face turned pale. The notebook on her person emitted a faint glimmer, seemingly recording something. The little girl, in contrast, showed no fear, her ponytail loosened, her hair wild and her eyes cold as she stretched out her small hand. Reset. Feeling the twisting sensation around him. Tsuchi, at the last moment, abandoned the idea of resorting to his unrivaled move, a skill that could only be used once in an instance. A reset would naturally make it unusable again, and he didn't want to waste it here. Boom. The entire scene around him twisted. The blades formed from mist retreated. Tsuchi felt the twisting happen much more briefly this time. The next moment, he knew why, because he now found himself not near the metal gates, but inside the auditorium, in front of a paused gaming console. The little girl still looked up curiously and asked, "So, what was the important thing?" The middle-aged woman was already coming over, intending to take the little girl for ideological work. This time, Suchi wasn't about to give her the chance. He smiled, patted the little girl's head. "Of course, it's about whether or not you can repay your debts in the future." Chapter 119-116 We must clear it in one life. Middle-aged woman. She grabbed the little girl. "Let's go, I'll take you to the bathroom." The middle-aged woman felt uneasy. It seemed there had been another reset, and there was new content in her notebook. It read, "This place is extremely dangerous, leave immediately." At the same time, there was another note. "This person named Subuxian is a thief and a scoundrel who deceives and kidnaps children, but he seems trustworthy." She found it hard to understand how such conflicting assessments could coexist in the same person. What had happened in the last reset? Wasn't I supposed to be wary of him? The middle-aged woman couldn't figure it out. But she had decided to take the little girl and leave immediately. Suchi watched the two of them and softly said, "Let's talk, otherwise you'll die once you leave." As soon as he said this, the middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she fiercely stared at Suchi, pulling the little girl behind her, her aura suddenly intensifying. "What are you talking about?" Suchi shrugged. "In 5 minutes, monsters will flood this place like a tide, and there are also other elite monsters waiting all around. With a body on the verge of collapse, where can you possibly run?" The middle-aged woman was stunned. "How do you know all this?" "Because I just experienced a reset," Suchi said with a light smile, tossing out the words as if they were weightless. No matter how lightly spoken, those words struck the middle-aged woman like lightning. She turned deathly pale, ready to flee with the little girl. In her view, the so-called external monsters were far less terrifying than a person who could retain his memory through a reset. "Why run?" Suchi muttered, appearing in front of the two. "Running without calmness will only harm you." The middle-aged woman clenched her teeth, staring hard at Suchi. "Who exactly are you? If you are an enemy, I will take you down with me." Suchi looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Use that walnut-sized brain of yours and think, if I were an enemy, why would I tell you any of this?" The middle-aged woman was at a loss for words. However, the little girl tugged at her sleeve. "I think Brother Sue makes sense." Middle-aged woman. "But." "No more buts, we're running out of time." Suchi casually snapped his fingers. "Let's find a quiet place first, and let me tell you what exactly happened before the last reset." About a minute later, the middle-aged woman looked dazed. "You're saying at the last moment, you saved us? And even made a promise?" Suchi nodded. "Of course, I am. The hired hitman you paid a hefty price for." His previous statements had not changed, except for some minor tweaks at the end. After all, she wouldn't remember anything after the reset, so why not mess with it? And since Suchi had decided to address the source of the mist, he naturally stood with the little girl. The Master of Destruction. After all, she possessed the formidable power of the evil god. He couldn't control that. The middle-aged woman looked suspicious, not fully convinced yet, but the little girl nodded. "I believe Big Brother is a good person." A belated acknowledgement of goodwill. Suchi nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you have good judgment." Middle-aged woman took a deep breath. "All right. I'll reveal some information to you. Someone is after a treasure on my person." Suchi. "Stop making things up." He pointed at the little girl. "She's the so-called Master of Destruction, right, with the ability to reset things. You are her protector, hiding from the power of the mist source, and this body is still." Listening to Suchi's clear words one after another, the middle-aged woman looked shocked and almost shouted. "How the hell do you know all this?" "I've said it before, sincerity is the best weapon. Don't waste time and trust anymore, just tell the truth. There's nothing Brother Sue haven't seen." The middle-aged woman took a deep breath, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. "Mortals shouldn't be too arrogant, the world is vast. Standing before you is an entity beyond your imagination, the great Master of Destruction." She suddenly found herself unable to continue. Because Suchi was pinching the little girl's cheek. "So, esteemed Master of Destruction, why are you so weak right now?" The little girl, unlike before where she dodged the nurses, softly spoke. "I don't know. Zrin said I am a soul entity, my real power is asleep somewhere in an ancient land. She wants to take me back there. To restart an era." The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. Although her master had no memory, she was rather blunt to be spilling all this. "So Zrin is your name?" Suchi looked towards the middle-aged woman. That was the name the little girl had given when he asked. The middle-aged woman coldly said. "Your Highness's real name." How could it be casually told to you? A mere mortal couldn't handle it. And so Tsuchi understood. Because this wasn't the first time he'd come across such a thing. In Linyu on land, the bishop sought to leave the ancient battlefield and revive, which actually wasn't much different from this current master of destruction. The only difference was the opponent had turned into evil god. The source of the mist is an entity of the same rank as Her Highness, although sealed in the abyss, it nonetheless does not wish to see our master recover, pressing against the seal and exerting its power on this world to keep us from leaving, and it has unleashed numerous monsters to hunt us. So, the middle-aged woman paused, looking at Tsuchi. Once you decide to help us, you will also be plunged into this disaster, and targeted by that horrific existence. After hearing all this, do you still have the courage to help Her Highness? Tsuchi. Hey. Should I scoop out my eyeballs to show you? If it weren't for evil god being the opponent, I probably wouldn't even take this job. Undeterred, Tsuchi declared. Since I've promised, I must see it through, especially since if you're gone, where would I even send the bill? Others always leave something unsaid. But you, so unabashedly and shamelessly spelled it all out. The middle-aged woman looked at Tsuchi and sighed. The problem now is, the place we want to leave is right through the channel where the mist source originates, probably teeming with more monsters, and dangers greater in both degree and strength. Can you truly help us? Now. It's time to use the hidden technique. Tsuchi softly declared. The middle-aged woman stunned. What's that? The little girl's eyes sparkled. I know this. Just now in the arcade game King of Fighters, Brother Su used it. He not only had infinite energy and couldn't be beaten, but in the end, he pulled out a rocket launcher. He said this was the secret technique he painstakingly trained and obtained through hard work. Angry, the middle-aged woman looked at Tsuchi. Have you no shame? That's not important. Tsuchi calmly said. Anyway, this secret technique can only be used once, and can't be used again after a reset. So next. His tone slightly serious and his gaze piercing, he gently said with a smile, we need to clear this with one life. Chapter 120-117 The show begins. The little girl and the middle-aged woman both stared at Tsuchi in a daze. They were still not quite used to it. When he got serious, he seemed somewhat reliable. But the middle-aged woman said gravely, if it truly comes to a moment that endangers your highness, don't hesitate at all, just activate. The little girl paused, then shook her head. I won't reset. The middle-aged woman was shocked. Your highness, why? Because he has never lost? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. That counts as never losing? Every time they reached a standstill, the opponent would cheat. How could that even work? Tsuchi gave the little girl a surprised look. Truly worthy of being the master of destruction. Although the little girl had no memory, she could see more clearly than others. It wasn't that he had never lost, but that in any situation, Tsuchi would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. He narrowed his eyes and patted the stunned middle-aged woman. Even without her memory, she is much smarter than you. The middle-aged woman. She didn't understand, but a bleak sentiment arose in her heart as she was stabbed in the back. You all should know the location of the mist source, Tsuchi said. We have it. The middle-aged woman finally took out that notebook. The notebook's cover featured a totem, which Tsuchi hadn't seen before. In the previous bizarre battlefield, there were many totems, each representing a devotee of a transcendent series being. Yet the followers of the Master of Destruction did not seem to be among them. It's in this direction. The middle-aged woman looked into the distance, her expression slightly grave. Lastly, I remind you, the people who descended here in this chase might also be formidable enemies, restricted by the laws of this world. They definitely cannot exert their true strength. And what about you? Tsuchi turned to the middle-aged woman. Can you be of any use? Look who you're talking to. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. As long as we get closer to the channel of the mist source, I can also exert more strength. She then suddenly bit her teeth. If it weren't for the power burst that seemed to reset earlier, even without you, I could have taken your highness out. I don't even know what enemy we encountered that forced me to burst prematurely. Tsuchi. He coughed. Little ones, prepare to set off. At this moment, the mist source. A channel sprawling across the street stirred with waves of ripples. There was a massive figure, 3 meters tall, with a body rotting and emitting an extreme stench. Its entire face was full of horrific sores, each breath out was filled with deadly poison. Beside him was a young man with slightly sinister eyes, wearing a gas mask. He spoke with a degree of respect, looking at the decaying entity before him. Respected Plague Baron, a surge in strength has been detected at that school location. It seems they are hiding there. We've basically locked down the location. Won't you go there yourself? The Plague Baron let out a bizarre laugh. A mere descender like you, teaching me what to do? I dare not. The young man quickly lowered his head. The Plague Baron's body emitted a foul stench, his bodily fluids like sulfuric acid, dripping onto the ground and corroding the concrete road, making a sizzling sound. They want to leave this world, naturally, they must go through this passage here, and... I'm guarding here. What's that phrase you paradise folks use again? Waiting for the rabbits. The young man quickly replied, his eyes carrying a few traces of flattery. And don't worry, my lord, I will also do my utmost, at any cost, to kill the target. The young man's tone held a hint of hope. Can you show me that item of yours first? That ancient relic? The Plague Baron was in a good mood. Fine. I'll let you have a look first. The young man saw a poison gas-drifting metal sphere tossed over to him, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly caught it with his hands covered in thick gloves. The other being a species with special abilities, as evident from the deadly poison fog that warns others to stay away. This ancient relic naturally also possessed its attributes' hidden profession. Now he had finally obtained this extremely powerful, dream-come-true resurrection tool. His fawning had not been in vain. But, my lord, how do I open it? I said, it's just for you to look at. The voice of the Plague Baron was as if slime stuck in his throat, somewhat cold and hoarse. To open it, you need to wait until the task is completed, to my satisfaction. Understood. Listening to the somewhat impatient voice, the young man nodded quickly. At that moment, a small winged creature flew through the mist and landed on the Plague Baron's shoulder, screeching strangely. The young man didn't understand, but he saw the Plague Baron's eyebrows raise. Interesting. The Plague Baron's oily green eyes looked towards the mist, revealing a somewhat excited bizarre smile. They are heading this way, and a battle has occurred. They couldn't resist revealing their tracks, eh? The young man's eyes also brightened. What do we do? Wait. The Plague Baron's body slightly shifted, hands on his knees, his blackened fingertips tapping on his decaying flesh. He smiled. Their movement means they can no longer wait, ready to go all out, because the longer the time passes, under this pollution, the monsters become stronger. To get close here, they'd have to cross at least 6 blocks. The groups of monsters we've arranged ahead should be enough to drain that protector's strength. He well knew the abnormalities and limitations of this world. These high sequencers could only bring in so much strength, using a bit meant losing a bit. This was also one of the reasons he was reluctant to leave this channel. Once away, his strength would also weaken. Chapter 121-117 The show begins and this place had already become a toxic swamp. Anyone who stepped in found it hard to escape even with wings. The youth slapped the other's flanks. As expected of your lordship. Always so thorough. The Plague Baron chuckled sinisterly. Everything was in its favor, the right time, place, and people, all waiting for them to come and meet their deaths. And just at that moment, whoosh! Another monster bird flew rapidly out of the mist and landed on the Plague Baron's shoulder. The youth was just about to set out when he saw the Plague Baron raise an eyebrow. Have they reached the 5th district? So soon. And the next moment, more monster birds kept flying in. The 4th district reached the 3rd block. The Plague Baron's gaze deepened. He had set up such heavenly eye monster birds in every district, and any sign of battle couldn't escape his notice. Having set up so many monsters, how could they have been breached so quickly? The Plague Baron watched coldly as a pain screech came from the foggy skies. Bang! A monster bird plummeted fiercely from the sky, hitting the ground hard, its body pierced and life fading away. The youth's eyelids twitched as he stared into the mist. 3 silhouettes were slowly emerging from it. The middle-aged woman at this moment had undergone a great transformation, her body covered in numerous patterns imbued with an eerie aura. The Plague Baron's indifferent eyes stared at the 3 of them, skipping over Suchi to focus on the middle-aged woman. With a hint of mockery, it spoke softly. It seems you've burst out your strength prematurely, right? Forcing through the limit, that must have cost you quite a bit of strength. The middle-aged woman did not reply but sneered. Burst out strength? Burst my ass. It wasn't her who was clearing the way, but Suchi beside her. She hadn't lifted a finger the entire time. Because that guy seemed to really be cheating, self-destructing all the way. Exploding everything as he went. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but look back at Suchi. Your gaze seems a bit admiring, Suchi muttered to himself. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but curse. Admire your sister. Suchi shook his head. Can you be serious for a moment? We've got an enemy before us. This is still my problem? Watching this scene, the corners of the Plague Baron's eyes narrowed. It sensed a lack of respect, and with a cold laugh, it said, seems like you don't quite understand your situation. If that's the case. It simply reached out its hand. And at that moment, the little girl tugged at the clothes of the 2, whispering, be careful. The next moment, Several fire hydrants and sewer valves suddenly opened, spewing out vast amounts of poison gas, engulfing them. Damn it! The middle-aged woman's expression changed slightly. She shielded the little girl and Tsuchi behind her, her strength forming a protective barrier, blocking the approaching poison gas. She watched as the thick poison fog spread, monster birds not fast enough to fly up before they inhaled the poison, plummeting to the ground within moments, and dying rapidly. Their corpses were decaying swiftly, leaving only black bones behind. The middle-aged woman's gaze grew somber. Such a terrifying poison. Just as she thought about retreating, she found that outside the poison fog, the youth had already used a skill, the entire rear blocked by a thick barrier. The Plague Baron stood in the mist, arms wide open, greedily inhaling deeply, revealing a horrifying smile. How's that? I've prepared for a long time. With your feeble bodies now, just a wisp would instantly corrode your organs, killing you in mere moments. And next, it will be your most despairing. Its voice suddenly stopped. Because Tsuchi's figure was slowly appearing in the poison fog? The Plague Baron's brow furrowed heavily, surprised and suspicious, staring intently at Tsuchi. Why are you still standing in the poison fog? Tsuchi looked around. I would like to sit down, but there's no chair here. The middle-aged woman also widened her eyes, having not noticed when Tsuchi had stepped out. That guy was actually fine? Tsuchi knew why, because the resistance granted by Paradise had overlapped with the Night Demon Gene's resistance to poison. He had just wanted to test how much he could withstand, only to find he was completely unaffected. To ignore limits with the Night Demon Gene, even this enhancement can be disregarded. Does this mean I've hit a bug where I'm invulnerable to poison? The youth stared at Tsuchi with some fear. He had an ancient relic that could isolate the poison fog, but he was well aware of how terrifying the poison was, so much so that he had to wear a gas mask even when speaking to his lord. Impossible. Lord, could it be the poison there is too diluted? How many times have I told you not to instruct me in my affairs? Plague Baron snorted coldly. It brought its hands together, and the patterns on its body manifested. A massive amount of terrifying poison fog gathered again and lunged directly at Tsuchi. This is 100 times more poisonous than before. Can you still withstand it? And the next moment, the poison fog engulfed Tsuchi. Under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged woman, Tsuchi squinted his eyes and took a deep breath. The poison fog visibly entered his body, and he said lightly, "It stings the eyes a bit." Plague Baron's eyes widened, and it bellowed. Are you kidding me? From infancy, it had never been insulted like this with its poisonous methods. Die. All the poison fog actually began to condense, turning from mist into liquid. And then it came rolling directly towards him. The young man's face changed, and he turned to run. Even with the protection of an ancient relic, he felt the imminent threat. What are you waiting for? Tsuchi looked at the middle-aged woman. Next, you just need to enter that passageway. I'll handle things here. What about you? The little girl couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about me. You must get out. The words of Tsuchi carried a weight of heaviness and a touch of heroism. His performance was about to begin. He had no intention of leaving. With the blessing of Paradise, he wanted to stay here to slay to his heart's content. I understand. The middle-aged woman's voice was heavy. She knew what Tsuchi meant. She wanted to say something but ultimately said sternly. You. Take care. In such a situation, their departure meant that Tsuchi had to stay behind. And staying behind meant there was only one path left, death. The little girl looked at Tsuchi, her eyes not speaking, but her pupils were already trembling. Your Highness, let's go. Now was not the time for sentimentality and sorrow. The middle-aged woman roared lowly, bursting forth with power. Their target was that passageway. She grabbed the little girl and charged directly towards it. You won't escape. Plague Baron growled lowly, and a terrifying wave of poison produced a great number of abnormal creatures, blocking their path. But at the next moment, Tsuchi's figure arrived, initiating self-destruction. He even activated a speaker, the horrific force flipping the entire poison tide. Tsuchi's face was as pale as death, completely drained of color. Then he looked towards the little girl with difficulty and bellowed. You. Go. The little girl's eyes reddened slightly, and she actually reached out her hand, wishing to reset. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched. Had he put too much effort? For heaven's sake. Stop her. Fortunately, it seemed the middle-aged woman heard Tsuchi's inner voice. Clenching her teeth, she forcefully held down the little girl, bringing her directly towards the passageway. No. Plague Baron's eyes turned red, attempting to block them. But then, Tsuchi cracked open a vial of blood medicine and initiated another self-destruction to control it. The colossal force shook the Plague Baron. You can still self-destruct? The little girl took one last look back in the final moment. Suchi hurriedly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pitiful. Su. She let out a final trembling voice. Then she and the middle-aged woman disappeared into the ripples passageway, vanishing from sight. Plague Baron let out an unwilling roar. Damn it. It glared fiercely at Suchi, uttering a terribly gnashing sound. You're seeking your own death. How dare you ruin my plans? Suchi spat out the blood in his mouth. Wait for me a moment. Wait for you. Plague Baron's veins bulged with rage, its anger threatening to devour everything. There are no powers of paradise here to disturb us. I will make sure this becomes your true burial ground. Plague Baron roared, bursting forth with terrifying strength, charging at the pale-faced Suchi. Is that so? Then I won't perform any longer. The voice of Suchi drifted out lightly, and Plague Baron looked at him in astonishment. The pallor and distress that had been on Suchi's face had disappeared, replaced by a grin of pure white teeth, devoid of weakness and heroism. Next up. Suchi's fingers gently wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, a long sword in his left hand, a large hammer in his right. While Plague Baron was stunned, he activated Unrivaled. Time to start the massacre. Chapter 122-118 The mist is my home. Bang. 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 The Plague Baron's entire body was pushed against the ground by Suchi, creating a shattered trench in the concrete. Stones flew everywhere. Its body cracked open, and it spewed green blood incessantly from its mouth. Ever since the battle began, it never had a moment of initiative, constantly hammered into the air like a toy under Suchi's onslaught. What could it do? The potent poison it prided itself on was utterly ineffective against this guy. The power it brought was nowhere near enough to contend with him. Wait. Just a moment. I have something to say. The Plague Baron, gushing green blood all over, its blood corroding the ground like sulfuric acid, finally couldn't bear it anymore and cried out. Its power was limited, mostly invested in the poisonous fog domain. Close combat was definitely not its forte. Alright, I'll wait for you, take your time. Suchi said he would wait, but the hammer in his hand kept falling, as if it had a booster attached. With an 80% reduction in damage taken, Suchi was only losing 0.6% of his vitality per second, meaning he had a full 2.5 minutes. Compared to the previous giant, this Baron had more tricks up his sleeve and quite considerable strength, naturally making it harder to kill. The Plague Baron saw the hammer continuously dropping, thinking to itself, won't you stop already? The Plague Baron couldn't take it anymore, its expression revealing pain. I have an item. Something you definitely want. An extremely precious thing of mine, an ancient relic. Show me. Suchi showed some interest in his voice. He needed ancient relics to nourish himself for his upcoming Ancient God's Heart job class change. Stop your attacks first. Show me first. Damn. It couldn't produce the item now. The Plague Baron looked at the figure of the youth, only to find the latter had already taken off with the thing long ago. It was even more pissed. In the end, as the Plague Baron roared, screamed, and cursed in rage, Suchi mercilessly smashed it into minced meat, not sparing even a breath of life. And the Plague Baron, in its last moments, clenched its teeth and spewed venomous curses. Destroy my spiritual body. I swear. I will have you flayed and quartered. Death Collection Achievement +1. Suchi looked at the Plague Baron, completely devoid of breath, even its turned into. This is a pile of rotten meat covered in flies. Then he finally let go. The adversary had only brought a small portion of its power into this world, and although it wasn't enough to kill the original entity, it was clear that dying in this world would cause it substantial damage. Otherwise, the Plague Baron wouldn't have begged for mercy. Additionally, Suchi's figure flashed instantly, arriving next to a manhole cover. He shattered it with one kick. The young man was clutching the metal orb, hiding inside with a look of panic, half submerged in a filthy cesspool. His face seemed to say, "How did you find me hiding here? Don't come any closer, or I'll take you down with me." The young man's face trembled slightly, threatening with the poisonous gas metal orb, fierce on the outside but cowardly on the inside. What's up, gonna transform? Honestly, this guy, pulling anything from the filthy cesspool he was in, posed more of a threat than the metal orb. Goodbye. Suchi hesitated no further, he flung his blade, piercing straight through the other's body. The man's eyes filled with unwillingness, but he could only watch his vitality drain to zero, his body sinking and roaring. I've committed your face to memory. I'll wait for you in paradise. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Suchi watched the bubbles on the surface of the cesspool and grasped the metal orb. Had the guts to not be anonymous. Ah, I'm also anonymous, so it's all good. Without paradise system control, it seems players could still return, as long as they weren't personally killed by higher sequencers like middle-aged women or the Plague Baron. As for the little girl, she was probably a god of the same level as the evil god. Suchi had seen an information line above her head. Showing Transcendence series existence. I haven't even entered a sequence yet and seems I've provoked a whole bunch of troubles. Whatever. Eat well, drink well, and be merry. The more lice you have, the less you feel the bites. After all, each of them is restricted. He's not afraid of getting hammered while surfing anonymously. Suchi placed the metal orb into his item slot. He also began to move quickly. His unrivaled time was not yet over, still 40 seconds left. Along the way, he bulldozed through like a dozer. All the monsters along the way were being slaughtered. Before Unrivaled ended, he needed to find a safe place. Then, in the last 5 seconds, Suchi's figure appeared outside the school's iron gates. Who's there? The guard raised his weapon alertly. He saw Suchi, covered in blood, and his eyes widened. How is it you again? And why are you covered in so much blood? It's a long story. Suchi, overwhelmed by weakness, staggered as if hollowed out, and simply laid down with half-closed eyes. Anyway, please give me a lift. With only 10 points of physical strength, he didn't bother walking, just pretended to be seriously injured. Open the gate, save the man. The guard bellowed. Because Suchi had taken them to leave early, the monsters had all switched targets and didn't invade this place. Several people lifted Suchi into the auditorium. The man's pupils dilated in shock, and he hurried over. How did you go out again? And returned in such a state? You're badly injured. Somebody help. Suchi was in a weakened state, his voice hoarse as he spoke slowly, with a mournful tone. No need, I no longer require treatment. The man's heart sank, his fingers digging into his flesh. Such a promising young man, already beyond help. Damn monster. He punched the ground fiercely, creating a crack that also drew the attention of the people around him. The crowd gathered around, looking at the bloodied Suchi with unbearable grief and sadness. The man's voice was heavy. So what are your last words? Is there any wish we need to fulfill for you? Yes, Suchi faced the crowd's gazes. I want a statue of myself built, engraved with sect hierarch of the hustlers placed at the mist source, with people worshipping it during every festival and occasionally holding events to sing praises of the hustlers sect hierarch. Everyone. The man looked at the chattering Suchi, somewhat dumbfounded. Is this really your last wish? Yet the man was straightforward after all, he sighed. Sorry, right now. We can't do what you're asking for, but before the dark and sunless tomorrow comes, you will live forever in our hearts. Suchi's eyes lost focus as he slowly closed them. The people also bowed their heads in mourning. However, at that moment, Suchi opened his eyes again. Then I'll change it? Damn. The crowd's eyes widened. You're still alive. And Suchi looked at the man. I need a map. A map? The man was startled. Suchi pondered. A map of all the streets in the entire city. Then I need some personnel with combat capabilities. What do you mean? The man was puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Under the man's stunned gaze, Suchi suddenly sat up. Aren't you supposed to be gravely injured and close to death? Suchi muttered to himself. Of course, it's to hit big. I plan to lead you all, while the paradise hasn't reacted and the blessings disappear, to massively cleanse. Purge this city. Everyone was confused, but they understood the last part, and they shuddered. Are you joking? The man looked at the nurse. Please, still bandage him to stop the bleeding. He seems to have lost too much blood and is not lucid. No need, the blood isn't mine. Suchi indifferently manipulated the liquid metal, purifying all the blood under everyone's shocked gaze. TCH. That's quite convenient, and it only requires half the physical strength now, which is 5 points. He looked towards the hall stage. That microphone should work, right? What do you want to do? The man was somewhat astonished, he could no longer understand this person before him. Suchi responded with a smile. Of course, to let the glory of my sect shine upon this city of despair. 5 minutes later, after Suchi had recovered his strength and taken some blood medicine, he stepped onto the hall stage under everyone's watchful eyes. Half an hour later, Suchi had expounded on the love and justice of the Hustlers sect, as well as their strategy and detailed plans for the mist source, and boasted of several powerful monster corpses he had slain on his way. Ordinary people were trembling in awe. And many enhancers decided to give it a try with him. 4 hours later, Suchi led them in successfully destroying 3 monster gathering places and also established contact with other safe zones. Morale was greatly boosted. This was the first time the men had achieved such a great victory. They looked at Suchi with a mix of awe and respect. After all, Suchi was the most ferocious in the charge, the most brutal in the killing, and he also seemed to carry bombs, rushing into the monster crowds to detonate them, a dangerous act that made everyone feel what it meant to be fearless and lead by example. Next, follow me and continue. And Tsuchi formulated more plans, reaching out to the surrounding safe zones, gathering more and more enhancers. Faced with the vast number of monsters distributed throughout the city, Tsuchi alone naturally couldn't kill them all. He had to speed up, gather strength, and make good plans. As long as the back row was secure, they would cleanse as much as they could. Otherwise, they'd be caught out by an exploit. Half a day later, the monster groups near 4 blocks around the school were repelled, and safe zone defenses expanded. 1 day later, passages to other safe zones were cleared, with many enhancers leading a multitude of survivors to move collectively. Many enhancers began to follow Tsuchi's lead. The man told Tsuchi this was to establish a mainstay, to make everyone more united. Tsuchi accepted it. 2 days later, Tsuchi led his very own 3rd Enhancers Division of the Hustlers sect, starting a counteroffensive. After the closure of the mist passages, no more abnormal strength was being generated, and the number of monsters would not be infinite nor would they grow stronger very rapidly. Though the polluted mist still lingered, the dawn was almost upon them. At this moment, Tsuchi had also accumulated an unconventional amount of spiritual ability points. Until deep into the night. The Paradise System. Connected. As the eye. Tasked with managing a level B emergency, its power was limited. And the blessing it had previously given had led to its rejection by this world, incapacitating it for several days. Now, it finally managed to come back online, ready to lead this unlucky player who stumbled into this world back to his personal space. To prevent the final mechanism from activation. However, there was one problem. The player seemed not only alive but thriving. In the Grand Assembly Hall, Tsuchi was sitting at the top, calmly holding a microphone, writing the words "Grow Big and Strong" on a blackboard. And over 1,000 enhancers waited for instructions with a touch of respect. The eye slowly typed out a question mark and fell into a system crash. Chapter 123-119, Forced to exit again 7th District, we've taken it down. Next, we'll join forces to assault this blind spot caught in the safe zone. These monsters aren't capable of communication, they can only judge by sound. Set traps in one spot, prepare to encircle and kill in another, it's that simple. Do you all understand? Understood, General Commander. Tsuchi raised an eyebrow lightly. Call me Lord. Yes, Lord, everyone stammered, their morale dropping by half. The man rubbed his forehead helplessly. He had been following along these past few days, witnessing not only Tsuchi's strength and his incisive strategic ability but also his somewhat deviant personality and way of doing things. A coalition of many enhancers was established, with Tsuchi as the leader and the general commander of the Abnormal Clearance Organization. Under Tsuchi's leadership, they charged forward like thunderbolt, unstoppable. This wasn't a shot in the dark. This young man always managed to find the most crucial point to break through the dense fog of confusion. Anyway, the man coughed. As the deputy and also a respected figure among the many enhancers, he helped Tsuchi coordinate. This is our pure land, our home, we absolutely cannot let those monsters invade. The time has also come for us to counterattack. He spoke to rally everyone's confidence and passion. The eyes of multiple enhancers shone brightly, filled with excitement. And just then, a message box suddenly popped up in front of Tsuchi. The instance portal is now connected, player Subuxian may now leave this world safely. Tsuchi's pupils stirred. Now. But never mind that. Although the spiritual ability points have been greatly increased, there is still room to grow. Even if the buffs were retracted. The group of enhancers he had gathered over the past few days and the momentum he had built were enough to continue his increase in strength, just at a much slower pace. Dismiss. And the next moment, another message box popped up before Tsuchi. Given the numerous anomalies in this instance, leave this world immediately. Question mark again. No. Tsuchi made his choice at once. His instance was completely different from others. The other instances wouldn't have any kind of main storyline. The places players entered were usually completely collapsed worlds, that is, where monsters were everywhere, and danger lurked at every turn. Players could at best fight for their lives to collect spiritual energy points. And also find opportunities to replenish physical strength. There were hardly any safe places in a completely collapsed world. It was said that if the time was too long, the Paradise System would actively interfere, exposing the player's location, increasing the difficulty. And he not only entered by mistake but also caught a buff and glitched out a bug. He was on the verge of creating a legacy. How could he possibly leave now? But the Paradise System issued another warning. Considering the physical condition of the player's real body, commencing forced teleportation? Tsuchi was stunned. What did that mean? Teleport countdown, 60 seconds. Watching the unstoppable countdown, Tsuchi narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up, looking at the people in the hall. Fellow fighters. It seems that what follows is the last message I'll be able to convey to you. The man beside him was startled. What did he mean? You lack neither courage nor strength. In this city filled with death, anger, unwillingness, and despair have already unleashed your potential. What you need is a hope that can turn the situation around, unite you all, and give you the courage to take a stand. I dare not say what I have brought to you, but as for the current situation, I've done all I could. Suchi said softly. So now, it's time for me to leave. The pupils of the mini-enhancers quivered slightly. Leave? Why? Where to? Suchi spoke calmly. I am not from this world. I merely brought the flame of the hustlers to this world. Although this flicker of hope is slight, I hope it can ignite the darkness and bring forth light. I hope you will keep it in your hearts and pass it on. My friends, I wish you good luck. His words had barely faded when the teleport countdown also reached 0. In full view of everyone in the hall, Suchi's form turned into particles of light and gradually dissipated. The mini-enhancers gaped in shock. In the years to come, the Abnormal Clearance Organization covered the entire world, resisting any pollution-induced anomalies, with more and more powerful individuals emerging. And the events of this night, along with the words and disappearance of this being, would be deeply etched into the annals of history. You have successfully left the instance. Endless Slaughter Mode matchmaking entry has been closed. Cooldown time, 20 days and player sequence reaching 9. You have obtained 13,208 spiritual ability points. Note, spiritual ability points are used for initiating transcendence, professional ascension, professional attribute upgrades, and other functions. What a pity, if only I had more time. Suchi muttered. I could have farmed fiercely. However, what Suchi was more concerned about was that line from the Paradise system, considering the player's real-life physical condition. Anomalous instances could actually affect the physical body in reality. He felt something was not right. And at this moment, in his personal space, functions like matchmaking, friends, mailbox, etc., were all dimmed. It seemed as if Suchi was temporarily not allowed to use them, only the logout button was faintly glowing. Fine then. Suchi also felt a bit weary. Wait. Suchi was stunned for a moment. Weary? This is personal space, inside the game. How could he feel weary? He exited the game. The instant he returned to reality. That is, the moment he left the game pod, Suchi felt a dizzy spell, his body extremely weak and powerless. This sensation was like his body had rusted, giving him a feeling of non-compliance. Suchi's expression was somewhat stunned, and he even had to wait a moment before he could operate the game pod's door to stand up. And at the same time, his stomach also rumbled, a strong sense of hunger and thirst welled up from his belly. He roughly guessed what had happened. Staggering, Suchi opened the fridge, took out a bottle of mineral water and drank some. Then, he took out several slices of bread and ate them. Only then did he feel much better. How long have I been lying here? Suchi picked up his phone and let out a faint breath. As expected, the same amount of time passed in that instance as in reality. They were synchronized. Is this what they call an anomaly? No wonder. It's so dangerous. Even if not killed, being trapped inside could be disastrous in real life. Suchi even discovered the Paradise intelligence had used his phone to reply to every person who had messaged him. Uyuyashu was full of solicitude, frequently asking about the state of his black shadow. Left Hand's message came the next day, excitedly saying he had reached level 20 and farmed over 500 spiritual ability points in endless mode. Yan Nank and others had also sent messages. The I responded perfectly, without any slip-ups detected in the game. Of course. It must have hidden itself well. Damn game. Suchi, feeling the hunger and weakness in his body, swore. No wonder it kept urging me to leave, no wonder. Staying too long in endless slaughter mode would expose player locations, increasing the difficulty. He replenished his energy with some sugary water and heated up some ready-to-eat meals from the fridge. After wolfing them down, he finally regained his strength. His phone vibrated slightly. Suchi picked it up to see. It was a message from Yin Nang. Brother Su, what's with you these past few days? You've changed, speaking politely, refusing invitations, and even avoiding collisions in the game. You. He hesitated. You couldn't be in love, could you? Suchi. He looked through the chat logs, astonished at how the damn Paradise Eye had actually managed to converse back and forth, and even came off as polite. Suchi only replied with 4 words, love my ass, spill it. That's more like it. Yan Nank was relieved. There's a game patch update today, did you know? Seems like they found a serious bug, the service was urgently suspended. They're fixing the synchronization between the game and the instances, and they appear to be making some changes. Suchi's eyebrows raised. Why did he feel like this had something to do with him? A fix right after he logged out? Additionally, Yan Nank excitedly said. The Transcendence system was also enabled straight after this minor update. I got to level 20 last night, farmed over 200 spiritual ability points from endless slaughter, and now I finally have a use for them. Chapter 124-120 The Traveling Merchant is traveling. Maintenance in progress. This update will fix some issues in the game. Estimated maintenance time is 24 hours, night. Suchi was taking a stroll at the moment, trying to get his body, which had been lying down for several days, moving again. After all, his vitality hadn't recovered and he hadn't drunk a drop of water in days. He didn't opt for any strenuous exercise. He saw the update announcement pop up on his phone and checked the time. Suchi murmured to himself. Looks like the timing is right. He had managed to force an update on Abyssal Paradise all by himself, unintentionally doing a good deed. It was common knowledge that only a game on the verge of death would update as slowly as a snail. But such a long update, it seems there were quite some bugs. Well, as long as the spiritual ability points I farmed are still there, it's all good. According to what Suchi knew, once people around him reached level 20, they'd each get a chance to enter endless slaughter mode to farm spiritual ability points, which were then used for the most important job advancements. Especially now, with the ranking battles about to begin, everyone was eagerly making all sorts of preparations. And there was a new preview from the officials. The Paradise datasheet and lobby function will be launched in this update. Looks like big changes are about to happen. A traveling merchant, wearing a high top hat and a purple cloak with amber-colored pupils, was slowly stepping across the land of swirling yellow sands. Another silent world. The yellow sand around him was pushed aside entirely, the endless winds couldn't get close to him by even a hair's breadth. With a light tap of the cane in his hand on the ground beneath his feet, a network of cracks began appearing with the cane as the source. The cracks spread wildly like crystallized snowflakes. In a short 10 breaths' time, a colossal rift had formed in the ground before him, spanning thousands of meters. Rumor has it that this place contains something of the yellow-robed master. He squinted his eyes, whispering to himself lightly. There's a faint trace of aura, but it seems it's no longer here. Another wasted drip. The traveling merchant retracted his cane. The vast chasm was quickly filled back up with uncountable amounts of yellow sand, as if it had never existed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking into the distance. A passage was forcibly opened, and a figure slowly emerged with an aura so terrifying, his sequence seemed quite high. Yet when this figure saw the traveling merchant, he said in a clear voice, "Senior, I finally found you." The traveling merchant didn't respond, slowly retracting his cane. "Looks like you've broken through your sequence, having sensed the ripple of my power just now, and you came so quickly. Moreover, you seem to have sustained quite severe injuries." The figure exuded a heavy tone, voice penetrating through the sand. "To ascend to the third sequence, I almost lost my life, but now with the undercurrents stirring, not only the evil god is making moves. The believers of other entities are also acting, seemingly trying to restart the old days." His voice had a touch of gravity. "Only our paradise is emerging as a new force. We have no high-sequence individuals, no strength sufficient to confront other forces, and no transcendent existence behind us. As one of the paradise managers, I naturally have to be more aggressive." The traveling merchant listened calmly. A living, striving blank slate. They began with meager strength, from nothingness to now having their own pure land. The cruel struggles and fights they went through would make a tearful epic if compiled. Now they faced threats both within and from outside, like walking on a tightrope where a slight misstep could send them plummeting into the abyss, to be devoured entirely by other powers. However, the traveling merchant believed they were fortunate. That so-called paradise system was a force from the Transcendent series. Having chosen these people, that was already their biggest stroke of luck. How far they could go depended entirely on themselves. The figure looked at the traveling merchant. "And at the same time, had Senior not extended your help at that critical moment, we wouldn't have had the chance to catch our breath." "Stop." The traveling merchant looked at him calmly, snapped his fingers, and the surrounding yellow sand came to a standstill, each grain distinct yet also floating in the air. With no emotional fluctuation, his voice applied a certain pressure on the figure. "You're not clear on my rules and principles? This so-called assistance was nothing more than a transaction. I don't need your gratitude, nor will it lead to any relationship." The figure let out a gentle sigh. His intention was quite clear. He wanted to make the traveling merchant become the presence behind paradise, to block a lot of terrifying beings so that paradise could catch its breath. However, considering who the other party was, he could only slowly begin to speak. "Since that's the case, then Senior, I would like to request a transaction. It will be sufficient if you can make it to the scene of the upcoming ranking battle. Although I said that those who meet me by fate, and when my mood or interest permits, can enjoy a fair trade. The traveling merchant tapped the skull on his cane and softly said. But right now, I haven't found anything, and I've been disturbed by some tactless people, so my current mood is not a pleasant one. The figure. He knew that the person the other party referred to was himself. Whatever Senior is interested in, I will definitely find it for you. The traveling merchant looked at him steadily. The moment you said that, it began to get boring. The figure fell silent, unable to fathom the intentions of the other party, despite being a strength of sequence 3, because the other party was the traveling merchant. A mysterious existence that everyone desperately sought after but couldn't even grasp a shadow of. The time is about right. I should leave now. The traveling merchant pointed his cane in the air, and a passage immediately opened. But, Senior. The matter of the trade. The traveling merchant spoke softly, his answer seemingly out of context. His eyes flickered with luminescence as he looked at the chaotic currents within the passage and gently said. A terrifying entity is awakening, one that represents disaster, chaos, and destruction. This chaos may become turbulent because of her revival. His form slowly disappeared into the passage, vanishing within the swirling currents. The figure, after hearing these words, fell silent and let out a slight breath. The Senior's meaning was obvious. The awakening of that terrifying entity would surely draw away some attention, and Paradise would have the chance to breathe. But one still couldn't take anything lightly. After all, no one knew what would happen next. The terrifying entity that Senior mentioned must be the legend of the Master of Destruction, he thought, furrowing his brows. Revival was not simple, one didn't immediately acquire all their strength, but it was only a matter of time. However, there was still time now, and thousands of years of sealing, along with various restrictions, would prevent such beings from entering the current world too soon. Although it's inevitable, there's still some time. Perhaps I should see if there is an opportunity to make contact with the forces beneath that entity. Although they could still guard the Pure Land now, when the old days slowly approached, they could only return to the situation of the first internal test, surviving in the crevices. It was yet to be seen whether these high sequencers were worthy enough to catch the entity's eye, as surely there were many others with the same intentions as him. Fear, reverence, and caution in seeking any opportunity to side with power. This was the way of the weak to survive. Do you think that terrifying evil god really had that many crazy believers? Well, indeed, it did. But in reality, a large part was not cultists, they sided with it merely for sanctuary and strength. I'll go back and discuss it with the others. He sighed, began using a tool to open a portal, sequence characters appeared, forming a passage in about a minute. The passage slowly opened. His figure disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, the update on Tsuchi's end had already finished, but he wasn't in a rush to enter the gaming pod, he was using his laptop to crunch numbers. From the traveling merchant's side, he had something that the merchant wanted, which definitely needed to be thoroughly exploited. The Master of Destruction. That little girl, not to mention all the games she lost, the most important thing was that he had saved their lives. A small kindness should be returned with the equivalent of a tsunami. He hoped the other party could do this, and he would definitely keep a firm account of it first. However, I wonder what kind of personality this unfortunate child will have after her revival, and whether she'll have amnesia. If she doesn't remember what happened before. Tsuchi pondered for a few seconds. Then I'll embellish the bill a bit more. After all, to want a windfall, that would have to come from cooking the books. Chapter 125-121, The Hall and the Leaderboard. Neural connection in progress, connection successful, welcome player number 985211, Suboxian, to the game. Note, your level has reached 20, sleep mode has been activated. If you encounter a long instance, your body will automatically enter a dormant state. It seems there have been changes? Should be more secure now, right? Tsuchi was not primarily focused on this. But rather, Transcendent system has been activated, you can now transfer to another profession. Daily shop and lottery pool will include ordinary quality ancient relic transcendence tools. It seems that everyone can have an ordinary type of profession transfer, and the difficulty to obtain it won't be too high. Tsuchi took out the ancient god's heart, which was still faintly beating. Although it possessed the so-called ancient god bloodline, it was still frail. He looked at its panel. Special profession transcendence ancient relic. Possessing this item allows one to open the pathway of an old days. Sequence, profession transcendence trial task, prepare 3 items inside an instance, keywords are old days, abyss, death. Note, the panel will be disabled during the task, there will be no prompts, and if a player dies or runs out of spiritual ability points, it counts as a failed profession transfer. Note, each player can possess only one profession, please choose carefully. He squinted his eyes. Seems pretty tough, the trial must be extremely difficult too. Because compared to that metal ball, that one's simple. The pathway sequence is the source of plague. The trial task is to place it in a cubic meter pool, and the player must soak in it until the profession transfer is successful. Of course, if they die or deplete their spiritual ability points, it's considered a failed transfer, and the ancient relic will also disappear. Moreover, it can only be done inside an instance. Tsuchi stored it away. He was not in a rush, as there was a new player's lobby online that he could explore first, and the Paradise data sheet was also about to be released. It wouldn't be too late to go into an instance to transfer professions after watching the data sheet. He stretched his hand out to hold the handle of his personal space door. As soon as he entered the game, he saw the message from Left Hand, who invited Tsuchi to join him in his lobby, as it seemed there was important matter to discuss. It was a perfect opportunity for Tsuchi, who wanted to learn more about other people's profession transfers and had some questions about spiritual ability points. You are entering player lobby number 1. Please note, this lobby is crowded. If you wish to forcefully enter, you will need to pay 2,000 game coins. Tsuchi messaged Left Hand. Reimburse me, hurry up. Left Hand? You want me to reimburse this? He reluctantly transferred the game coins. Now entering lobby number 1, Tsuchi pushed the door open and found himself in a lobby 10 times bigger than a typical club, filled with a large number of players. The lobby was equipped with various mechanical devices. Fully functional, but primarily for eating, drinking, and entertainment, and it also required game coins. And it was divided into levels. The bottom area was self-serve. The second level was serviced by various robots. There are so many people. Tsuchi was about to open his information tab to ask Left Hand which floor and area he was in, just then. Another player squeezed through, blinking. Brother, are you alone? Tsuchi looked at his ID. Paradise Pro. Almost read it as Natong. What's up? You need a ticket? Tsuchi's eyes lit up. Is there a country love story? Maybe a 3D one. Paradise Pro's face froze. What the hell is that? You don't even know this, and you're scalping tickets? Paradise Pro coughed. I'm freaking talking about the VIP meet and greet tickets for Tangxin. Tsuchi muttered to himself. That name sounds familiar. He remembered, previously Brother Su had mentioned. Those celebrities in the game stirring up a storm online, the handsome young man and Tangxin. You don't know her? He was somewhat surprised. And here I thought you came because you saw the message on the forum. This female gamer named Tangxin had started her marketing even before the lobby's online feature was launched. She released news that she wanted to meet many players in this lobby. That's why this lobby was so hot. Not interested. Seeing Tsuchi uninterested, Paradise Pro continued. Then I also have a ticket for that handsome young man. He is holding a concert on the second floor of the lobby. Tsuchi glanced at him. You really scalp everything. Paradise Pro was somewhat proud. Of course, there's no ticket I can't get. Then I want Country Love Story 3D. Paradise Pro couldn't help shouting. I've already said it. I don't have that. That's boring. Paradise Pro. Tsuchi had already seen the area code sent by Left Hand, and he fell silent as he looked at the vast lobby. Here's a chance to make money off me, Section 2A11. Lead me there, and I'll give you 10 game coins? Paradise Pro, could you be any stingier? His gaze suddenly shifted towards the distance. Noticing some change, he quickly pressed down his hat to cover his head, saying, Forget it, I'll take you there, I can scalp tickets there too. What a quick change of heart. Tsuchi turned his head and saw a few fierce-looking youths holding tickets, searching for someone. He suddenly laughed. You wouldn't be selling fake tickets, would you? Paradise Pro stumbled a bit, coughing. You're thinking too much, I'm not. How about I shout it out? Don't, bro, I beg you. 1,000 game coins, and I won't expose you. Paradise Pro looked at the smiling Tsuchi with wide eyes in shock. Freaking. They're about to come over here. He cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. Fuck, it's a deal. Tsuchi snapped his fingers. Then please show the way. Paradise Pro also hurriedly led Tsuchi forward, only letting out a breath of relief when he noticed they weren't spotted by those people. He said viciously. Firstly, I wasn't selling fake tickets, that's my dignity as a scalper. And those guys are the lackeys of some super newbie. That super newbie sent people to try and take tickets from me for free, even threatened me. Naturally I wouldn't give them real ones, so now they're here looking for trouble with me. Tsuchi was surprised. Super newbies have that much clout. You clearly look like a newbie. Paradise Pro muttered. Every super newbie is backed by a large club, they have tremendous strength and power. Do you think anyone can become a super newbie? Not one is without significant influence. And the one I annoyed. He shook his head. Is ranked 934 on the leaderboard, making it into the top 1,000. This was the new leaderboard, released by Paradise officially, ranking each player based on their comprehensive strength after reaching level 20, primarily focusing on their performances in endless slaughter mode and how many spiritual ability points they've accumulated. And this leaderboard wouldn't change until the ranking battles commenced. As for Tsuchi, due to anomalies in his data and instances, his ID wasn't visible within the top 10,000. Without me, the credibility of this leaderboard just drops significantly. Brother Su was even ranked 4,131. That's right. That guy said he had something to do today, and he hasn't logged in yet. At this moment, somewhere in an instance, Brother Su was burning up all over, every hair flaming as he screamed through clenched teeth. And next to him, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face silently watched him. If you want to become a true powerhouse, to step out of the sequence, you must rely on yourself. Otherwise, you'll just get left behind. Brother Su clenched his teeth tightly. I absolutely must catch up to them, and... Brother Su. Chapter 126-122, Gathering of Tycoons. They quickly stepped into the second floor. Zhao Beitong pushed his felt hat down a bit further. That super newbie is on this level, and he's got more cronies now. I can't blow my cover. Just lead the way, and don't worry, once you're exposed. Tsuchi patted his shoulder. It's got nothing to do with me. Zhao Beitong. I don't need reminding of that. Luckily, there were more people on the second floor, and no one paid attention to him. All he had to do was bring Tsuchi to the place. 5 minutes later, Zhao Beitong looked at the area and didn't choose to leave. Here we are, this is the place you talked about. Where's your friend? Tsuchi glanced around. Not here yet. But thanks for showing the way, here's your fee. He took out a 10 value game coin and handed it over to the other person. Zhao Beitong looked at the 10 game coins in his hand and fell silent. Didn't think you'd actually give it. I've always maintained principles of honesty and fairness. What I promise, I deliver. I'm talking about you even having the cheek to give so little, and for some reason, I just don't believe you. Zhao Beitong shrugged. Alright then, consider this making a friend. If you have any business later, you can come to me. Gossip, scoops, sunflower seeds, beer, player information, even power leveling, sparring, including news and items from Paradise. I can sell them. He smirked. I have my ways. That awesome, and you're scared of that super newbie? It's not about fear, Zhao Beitong pouted. I can't explain in a few words, but when a super newbie enters the mix, it's not just about strength. What matters most is power, is background. The guild supporting him is a big shot in Free City. That craziness is something I can't afford to provoke. It seemed he wasn't just a peddler, he appeared to know quite a bit about Paradise and probably had a considerable force behind him. Tsuchi squinted, looking at the exclamation mark above his head. Speaking of which, aren't you leaving? Zhao Beitong shook his head. No worries, it's not a big problem. Now, was there anything from my business you're interested in? Can you really sell anything? Of course. There's nothing we can't do if you can't think of it, Zhao Beitong said confidently. After saying so much, he noticed that Tsuchi was becoming somewhat interested. Then I want the country. Shut up. Zhao Beitong cursed. I'm talking about things or news from Abyssal Paradise. The ranking battles are about to start. Don't you want to know the information of other players? Don't you want to know about career change guides or tools? Truth be told, the moment he saw the ID Suboxian, he had checked the rankings and didn't find this fellow in the top 10,000, naturally assuming he was an ordinary player. For ordinary players like these, such information was the most crucial. Tsuchi muttered to himself. None of the stuff you mentioned sounds interesting. At that moment, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet, other noisy players hesitated and made way. A group of players dressed differently, expressionless, walked over and sat down on the round sofa in the middle area, and at that moment, other ordinary players looked uneasy and voluntarily backed away. Zhao Beitong's gaze faltered, his tone slightly changing. It's the Spirit Cage Club's super newbie. Why would they appear here? But before he could wonder, more people kept appearing. Swordflower Club. Lost Way Club. First Sequence. Dragon God. Cyber. Deceit God. Zhao Beitong's eyes narrowed as he read each club's name. Tsuchi glanced at the exclamation mark above his head, noticing that the boy knew a lot. There was a lot of fishiness with this kid. All these super newbies sat on the huge central round sofa, each keeping their distance. The atmosphere felt rather heavy. The surrounding ordinary players were even more intimidated, not daring to approach the center area. Every person who has arrived is a famous super newbie from a well-known club. They are characters from the top 300 in the rankings. So many big shots. What's going on? The atmosphere seems a bit frightening. The numerous players looked on with shocked and questioning expressions, standing at a distance, discussing noisily but daring not to speak too loudly. Suchi saw too many familiar faces, King Ling, Tuner, Baikaiangwai, and the like. Nearly half of the people from the Line Yuan land instance were here. Of course. There was also Left Hand, who had sent him messages. The guy had extremely deep-set eyes, a stern expression, and emitted an aura that said stay away. He had this side to him? Look, this is the aura of the strong. Zhao Baitong patted Suchi on the shoulder and squinted as he spoke. Each one possesses amazing potential, represents the resource spot of a club, renowned prestige, something ordinary players can't compare with. So why are you telling me, a newbie, all this? Zhao Baitong laughed. Because quite a few of them are clients of the club behind me, at least 3 people are acquainted with me. I can give you a friendly price of 4,000 game coins. To get to know them, it's a great opportunity to cling to their coattails. Suchi looked up at his head. What he called an acquaintance was merely a nodding acquaintance, preparing to deceive you. To complete the trial task, this guy's chosen career path was deceiver, targeting himself now. But what mattered most was that Suchi saw above his head, and the content was, admit his lie, and your game coins will double. No thanks, not interested. You don't want an opportunity to cling to coattails? I prefer them a bit thicker. Zhao Baitong already felt like hitting someone. His chosen career path was deceiver, and his trial task was to select a standard target for deception. His previous words did contain both truth and lies, and the first target was that super newbie who had threatened him before. And the second was Suchi, the target he'd chosen himself for the trial task. He thought the newbie was an easy target, but after all his groundwork, the other party hadn't taken the bait. Zhao Baitong was just about to speak. Suchi paused, interrupting, speaking of which, you have such a wide network. Then why are you still dodging around? Zhao Baitong froze for a moment and replied. Mainly, the guy I've ticked off has problematic backers, otherwise, I wouldn't need to hide. These days, I just want to avoid trouble. Suchi shook his head. I don't buy it, your tone was so bold just now. Now you're chickening out? Zhao Baitong said. Chickening out? No way, if he bothers me again, I'll just slap him twice and make a run for it. Suchi expressed his admiration with a fist salute. Impressive, young warrior, I admire you. Zhao Baitong, swayed by Suchi's gesture, returned the fist salute. You're too kind. Only, the person behind you seems to have turned an iron shade of blue already. You might want to take a look behind. Zhao Baitong stiffened and turned to look. The young man was covered with tattoos, sporting a buzz cut. With a cold, sinister gaze, and was followed by the very same people who had just been looking for Zhao Baitong. Other ordinary players got pushed aside, despite their resentment, upon seeing the young man's grim face, they all dared not say a word. This was the super newbie Zhao Baitong had provoked. Shit. Zhao Baitong's eyelids twitched as he turned to Suchi. This guy had realized it earlier and didn't warn me. Wait. He even led me into it. Facing this guy who had made him a target, Suchi smiled and extended a finger, saying gently. 10,000 game coins, and I'll help you deal with this, how about it? Zhao Baitong's eyes widened. Who's scamming who now? Chapter 127-123 This is what you call connections. Why don't you just rob me? Zhao Bei scowled, more manipulative than himself. And why should I believe that you can help me solve this? Suchi, I naturally have a way. You can pay half as a deposit first. Can you make it cheaper? 1,000 game coins. For 1,000, I can only guarantee that I won't hold you down when he makes his move. Zhao Bei widened his eyes. Be humane, will you? He felt that the target was more troublesome than he had imagined. The opponent was much better at bluffing than him. This damn trial. Do you act as if I don't exist? The tattooed youth's eyelids twitched, his eyes growing increasingly cold as he watched the two. Maybe it's better if I decide for you. In this hall, there were many restrictions, skills and equipment were disabled, and theoretically, players were not allowed to engage in combat, but clearly, some freedom was allowed. Still, once public property was damaged, bloodshed occurred, or there was a large-scale battle, robots would deal with it severely. Damn it, I'll trust you this time. Zhao Bei knew the situation was bad, his retreat was blocked, and he ultimately chose to compromise by transferring 5,000 game coins to Suchi. Of course, if your idea of escape is just running for our lives, then I'll fight you. Suchi, don't worry, there is a safe place where he wouldn't dare to make a move. The tattooed youth narrowed his eyes, gesturing to others not to move, and flashed a cold smile. I'm actually very curious, where wouldn't I dare to make a move? Suchi pointed ahead. Go sit on that sofa in the middle, I guarantee he won't dare to lay a finger on you there. Zhao Bei. Tattooed youth. Zhao Bei, Can you come up with a human idea? Aren't you said to know someone familiar? Zhao Bei finally couldn't stand it any longer, gritting his teeth. That was a lie. Suchi's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at the above Zhao Bei's head. Deceiver's admission of lying. Your game coins will be doubled. Not bad. It was worth the long setup. Since entering the hall, Suchi had noticed that the frequency of had increased, especially among players undergoing class change, and moreover, the exclamation mark was white with rewards displayed in the subsequent message box. But it was all junk tools, nowhere as useful as Zhao Bei's doubled game coins. Can I get a refund on those 5,000 game coins? Zhao Bei was on the verge of tears. Forget about a refund? Suchi smiled, since you don't dare to go alone, there's only one way. He patted Zhao Bei's shoulder. Stand tall, deepen your gaze, put some vigor in it. Zhao Bei still didn't understand what Suchi meant. After all, we are also a top club. Under the tattooed youth's incredulous gaze, Suchi strode out, all eyes in the vicinity gathered on Suchi and the brought along Zhao Bei. Zhao Bei's eyes widened. You're really going to do it? He just thought about backing out. If you perform well, I might not take those 5,000, and don't you want to pull off a big scam? Suchi's faint voice suddenly came. Zhao Bei was startled, his heart skipped a beat. Right. His own deceiver trial task, but how did this guy know about it? Zhao Bei gritted his teeth and finally chose to follow, putting on a brave face. This gathering of numerous clubs, Suchi had already heard about it from Left Hand. Many super rookies wanted to form alliances and swap chips in the ranking battles, but negotiations were not that simple, with undercurrents flowing and discord present. Left Hand had invited Suchi to provide information and chips, but in reality, this guy also wanted to pull him to the Dragon God Club's side, and it wasn't even necessary to admit it. Just sitting with this guy in everyone's view was like making a statement. After all, the positions of each club sitting on this circular sofa were clearly demarcated, visible in plain sight. Friendly cooperation is possible. But doing it this way? Suchi felt it wasn't right. At this very moment, Zhao Baitong felt the eyes of countless people focused on him, as if thorns were on his back. He still didn't know he'd been dragged in by Suchi to play the tough guy, he could only toughen up and follow suit. After all, it was just losing face. He only hoped not to anger these big shots and to escape that guy. He had, after all, bluffed and lied so many times as a deceiver. His quality was quite solid, but he still inevitably showed fear under these circumstances. He actually went. The youth was also staring at the two of them. His club was also involved, but he had no right to participate or dare to disturb the others. This negotiation was also crucial for the club. Everyone looked at them with surprise and amazement. Actually, there were no rules restricting actions in his middle area, but the strong had their own aura. Everyone knew to weigh the circumstances. These big shots and the atmosphere, along with the undercurrent filling the air, no one dared to go over. Who are they? Suboxian. Never heard of the name? I didn't see this ID in the top 10,000 in the rankings. Well, I've heard of Zhao Baitong, he's a peddler. People discussed actively. Finally, Suchi walked into the middle area, and there was an open space with circular sofas surrounding it. Top people from various elite clubs, with deep eyes narrowing, watched the two of them. Zhao Baitong was sweating profusely. Damn. Such an oppressive feeling. Why did I have to be brought here? I might as well have been severely beaten by that guy. And Zhao Baitong sneakily glanced at Suchi and found the latter entering as if into his own living room, expression unchanged, even with a smile hanging on his lips. Is this guy really this calm? Now the problem came. Where to sit. He just realized that the spaces left by the major clubs were very evenly and tacitly arranged. Wherever they sat, it seemed somewhat disruptive to this balance. Left Hand's eyelid kept twitching. He had been sending messages to Suchi all this time. His original idea was similar to what Suchi guessed, to ally with Suboxian, a solo player. This guy himself was very strong and possessed a valuable hidden resurrection tool. His ranking ability was certainly good, plus the two were on good terms. He really wanted to recruit him into the fold. But Suchi had actually brought another person. Left Hand hesitated, about to speak and invite the two to sit on the Dragon God side. But Suchi did not give him the chance. Everyone. Suchi gently spoke. He glanced at all the familiar faces and said, "Could you all move your asses a bit and make some room for us too?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Everyone was shocked and exclaimed. The youth's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Zhao Baitong was even more explosive. "I was still thinking about where to sit. To not disrupt the balance, to be invisible, and you just outright made a demand. Who the hell would care about you?" But the next moment, King Lang silently signaled the other team members to shift a bit. Tuner, Bei Qiangwei, and others did the same. Red Blade glared at Suchi displeasingly, but also moved. They all owed Tsuchi favors back in Linyuan land, and his strength had also earned their respect. Seeing this scene, Left Hand also sighed. He could see what Tsuchi was trying to do, although he wasn't optimistic about it, he still made room. And Zhao Baitong. He stared blankly at a huge open space that had been made, as if just waiting for them to sit down. Can I sit? Do I even deserve to sit? Chapter 128-124, The Name of the Hustlers. Why are you trembling? Tsuchi looked at Zia Baitong, who was now sitting on the couch as if on pins and needles. Zia Baitong said with a tearless sob, I'm not wearing long johns, it's a bit cold. If you tremble again, I'll deduct 3,000 game coins. This tactic was immediately effective on Zia Baitong, who instantly stiffened up. Not bad. He could still be trained. Several clubs were watching the two, their gazes assessing. It was clear that they had all witnessed the recent scene. Although they hadn't seen the name Subuxian on the leaderboard, it was obvious that he had connections with those present. Even the lofty red blade had made way. Nobody was a fool here, their minds buzzing. All the major clubs scheduled for today's meeting had arrived, but who was the other party representing? The long-haired young man from Swordflower gently asked. Excuse me, which club do you hail from? All eyes turned to look, impressed by the question. Even if he wasn't a superstar rookie or unnamed on the leaderboard, he surely must be from a top club. Zia Baitong almost applauded. Good question, I freaking want to know too. He couldn't help but look at Tsuchi. But found Tsuchi in thought. Give me a second, let me think. Think what? Zia Baitong was taken aback. Tsuchi paused, then finally came up with a name, the Hustlers Club. He considered whether to add the word temple as a suffix, but it seemed to clash with the club, so he dropped it. The eyes of many players paused slightly. How come I've never heard of it? Is it one of the first or second tier clubs? And it seems to be hidden, cloaked from search? Some mysterious club? In Abyssal Paradise, due to the paradise setting, many forces didn't need the reputation or the new players from public tests. They nourished their own chosen seeds, typically opting not to display publicly. It was like a hidden family, hard to penetrate. Tsuchi spoke softly. Have you never heard of these words? Huh. And you can't find it in the club list either. Right. Tsuchi's eyes twinkled as he said lightly. That's normal. Could it be? The crowd's eyes, full of suspicion, curiosity, and speculation, all looked over. Because. Tsuchi spread his hands. I haven't gone to register it yet. The crowd was stunned. The superstar rookies in attendance fell silent. Damn. Left Hand couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out in annoyance, if you haven't registered it, why even mention it? Tsuchi looked at Left Hand as if he were an idiot, because he's asking. Are you just making things up on the spot because he asked? Left Hand couldn't take it anymore. He originally thought Tsuchi wanted to participate in the negotiations as an individual, revealing that he had a hidden profession to attract other clubs to invest in and entice him, using himself as a bargaining chip to maximize his value. But little did he know. He was just playing. Tsuchi shook his head, making it up? No way. Although the hustlers are just starting out, we will surely be brimming with talent in the future. Take this member next to me, for example, he has a lot of potential. It's just that his feet are cold right now, and it seems like he wants to move around. At this moment, Zia Baitong, who was covering his head and hesitating to leave his seat, ready to bolt, felt his body freeze upon hearing these words. He stiffly turned back to look at Tsuchi's smiling face. Right? Zia Baitong, holding back tears, sent a message, I'll give you 5,000 more, can you let me go? Yes, but if you fail the profession transfer trial that you have 100% affinity for, Tsuchi laughed. That's a one-of-a-kind thing, quite precious, isn't it? Seeing this message, Zia Baitong trembled slightly. His insides were shaking with shock and anxiety, his mind reeling in the moments that followed. Tsuchi bit his lip and, steeling himself, returned to his seat, then glanced at the others with a forced chuckle. A few steps out, and now it's much warmer. The long-haired young man from Swordflower opened his mouth, looking at King Lang and the others. Is this your friend? Just acquaintances. King Lang and his companions averted their gazes and said coolly. However, they pointed towards Left Hand. The two of them know each other quite well. Left Hand's eyes widened. Are you backstabbing me? Tsuchi looked at Left Hand with a smile on his face. Left Hand shivered. He realized that whenever Tsuchi smiled like that, it meant no good news. The Dragon God Club has always wanted to invite you, right? Sorry for not giving you an answer before, but now. We are one big happy family. Left Hand. I just wanted you to join, not to cooperate with those hustlers. He sighed. Because at that very moment, he realized that he was no match for Tsuchi. Once the sign of the Hustlers Club was displayed, The other party was no longer appearing as a solo player, and the Dragon God Club had lost that bargaining chip. At the same time, they had gained an appendage, letting the other party ride on their coattails. But it wasn't a big problem. Tsuchi's so-called The Hustlers Club had no background, no resources, no members. He could tell at a glance that little Tsuchi had been hastily scammed into this. Left hand felt. This was also a good opportunity. Let's not talk about this for now. The man from Spirit Cage Club looked at the time with squinted eyes. The expansion pack is about to be released. At this moment, the hall lights had dimmed, and a holographic image was gradually spreading over the area. Paradise Datasheet, version 3.0 trailer. Dear players, the new version of Paradise is about to go live. This is an unprecedented major update. A vast and majestic world, distant ancient mythologies, terrifying and bizarre pollution power. Once players enter Paradise, they will encounter all new everything. The entire hall was transforming. Each area and every player could see the displayed expansion pack. Tsuchi scrutinized the images closely. Flickering worlds, Cyberpunk, SCP, Temple, Superpower, Cthulhu, Cake Island, Alien Landing. The so-called datasheet, besides introducing some settings, its most important role is actually to paint a pie in the sky, attracting the anticipation of players. Ordinary players were all excited and their eyes shone brightly, eager to explore the various different instance worlds. There's actually a cat-eared girl in the eerie and terrifying instance? I'm going to absolutely crush it. Brother, you saw it wrong, that's a cat-eared cross-dresser. And the kind that eats people without spitting out the bones. Apart from the various slices showcasing the surrounding instance worlds, Tsuchi saw some familiar scenes. Visions that had appeared in Linyuan land were faintly present among them. Even ancient images of sheephead, totem, and followers appeared. All sorts of phantasms flashed through the vast chaos. How peculiar. According to what Zulinkyu said, the history of Paradise is only about 50 years. Tsuchi mused internally. But now it seems, the Paradise system itself appears to have existed for much longer. All players please note, prior to the Paradise version update, the first all-server level 20-player ranking competition will be held. The ranking battle will follow the principles of fairness and openness. Please prepare for the competition within the next few days, as your ranking will determine your future. For details of the rewards, please wait for the subsequent launch notification. The datasheet broadcast concluded. Players murmured. Ranking determines the future? They mean in the game, right? I'm more curious about how the ranking battle is structured. Can the servers handle that many people? Ordinary players continued their discussions. But the people in the central area remained rather quiet. Someone looked around, glanced at Tsuchi and the others, not interfering with them, as if ignoring. Then spoke softly, Gentlemen, is it now time to talk? Chapter 129-125, The First Nightmare Level. Team Tsuchi returned to his personal space 2 hours later. Every club put forth drafting proposals. Each club declared their stance on which actions to collaborate and which information to trade. Sitting among a group of clubs each with their own agendas reminded him of the days he had participated in elder community chess competitions. One could often take as long as an incense stick to burn with a single move. Of course, the hustlers also needed to feel involved, so Tsuchi had Zhao Baitong draft a proposal. Concerning communication of information. Zhao Baitong was extremely serious in his conceptualizing and drafting. He had never expected to really blend into this circle, and even though he was under the Hustlers Club's name, being able to sit on the same sofa and converse with these big shots. He already felt that was incredible, and he knew he had to do it well. After he had finished, Tsuchi gave him a punch. No wonder you're a deceiver, how could you think of buying information from them? Out in the wild, your identity is what you make it, rewrite it and say that we also hold extremely important information and intelligence? But do we have any? Don't worry, I'll make something up later. Tsuchi muttered to himself in his personal space. It looks like I will need to brainwash this Zhao Baitong later on. Clearly that path of a deceiver has great potential for growth, yet this guy still can't keep up with the rhythm. He glanced at the club again. When he had proposed the Hustlers Club, it wasn't just casual talk, but Tsuchi still wasn't in a rush to establish it. Currently, besides a still deciding Zhao Baitong and a Night Guardian, there weren't even enough players to form a complete table of mahjong. He also pondered if it was possible to get the instance players into the club. And my prestige, why is it mysteriously increasing more and more lately? Who's secretly spreading my name? Time flow in instances was naturally very different from reality, with specific values fluctuating, and even differing among the instances themselves. By the time Tsuchi returned to that place, everything could have changed. Perhaps after entering Paradise, he would have a chance to return to the worlds of the past. At this moment, someone messaged Tsuchi. Suboxian, everything is ready on my side. We can start ranking at any time, okay? It was the long-haired young man from Swordflower Club. This was one of the agreed contents during the negotiations, with clubs transitioning professions together, collaborating. And to strengthen cooperation, everyone drew lots to decide their partners. He and Sword White Clothes were paired up. This person seemed to be the leader of Swordflower Club, a person of calm demeanor, with a sharpness like the name of the club, yet not overbearing. The rank battles seemed to indeed inspire the top clubs towards a cooperative mindset. All the clubs were frantically preparing and, judging by their urgent demeanor, this rank battle seemed to have become somewhat different. A struggle. Change? The future? For some reason, Tsuchi suddenly remembered that billboard. A masked figure wrote down. Do you want to understand the true meaning of life? Everything seems to have just begun. Sword White Clothes sent another message. I've invited you. After Tsuchi accepted, he entered the same team. The profession for the transition is confidential, so I won't ask. But just a reminder, spiritual ability points are very important, you must try to save them when transitioning. Sword White Clothes' voice came through. He was aware that Tsuchi's overall strength wasn't high, and the spiritual ability points Tsuchi had probably amassed in endless mode weren't much. Otherwise, his name would definitely be seen on the leaderboard, since the Paradise system is fair, just, and transparent, with no omissions or imbalances. Tsuchi closed the interface showing his 13,208 spiritual ability points and replied. Thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful. Good, I'm starting the matchmaking for normal difficulty teams. Most profession transitions typically occur in instances, with players generally choosing team instances. Because individual instances are fraught with danger, main quests are incredibly tight, and they don't leave much time for players to undertake trial tasks. Teams, on the other hand, have more gaps and normal difficulty is the preferred choice for profession transitioning. Tsuchi showed some interest. I haven't experienced the normal difficulty before. The matchmaking interface started to flicker. Normal team mode matchmaking in progress, match successful, number of players matched, 6, you are about to enter a nightmare level team instance? Is it even possible to encounter such odds? But once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back, no way to cancel it. Tsuchi sighed. Is he doomed to never experience the ordinary difficulty? The surrounding black tide surged as if to engulf his soul, and the flickering lights were submerged in a slight shaking. A creepy chuckle echoed in Tsuchi's ears. Welcome to Abyssal Paradise. It felt like his soul had found a place to reside, and his entire body tingled. Tsuchi slowly opened his eyes, and all he could see was a sea of white. Pure white ceiling. Pure white walls. The surroundings resembled a hospital ward. The only exit was a pure white door, through which a recorder was peering through the small rectangular bulletproof thick glass, observing the inside. And jotting down something while conversing with someone else. At the same time, Tsuchi also noticed that his body was strapped to a recliner, his wrists adorned with some kind of special metal ring, and there was a debuff like a sleeping potion in his attribute panel. He could feel his condition had drastically declined. 3 mutants are here, one of which has awakened. Their superpower remains unclear, but there was a spike in energy fluctuation that just exceeded the peak value, which could be due to equipment malfunction. The recorder continued to speak without restraint. Tsuchi looked to his left and right. Lying beside him were Sword White Clothes and another player. Oh. So that's who they meant by mutants. These two slept as sweetly as children. He woke up so early, probably because of his spiritual power. Damn it. Waking up grumpy. Guys, the sun's up, no more sleeping, Tsuchi kicked out with his foot. The observer outside was startled and quickly recorded. Mutant number 9527 has awakened, restraining efficiency seems to be only at 30%, possessing strong behavioral ability, speaking nonsense, and acting violently towards companions. Tsuchi, this is wake-up service. After a few more kicks, finding the two still unresponsive, Tsuchi could only look up at the ceiling. The restraint on him wasn't too big of a problem. The main issue was the metal ring on his wrist. It felt dirty, a sense of weakness was transmitted from it, and it could even lock his skills. Whenever Tsuchi wanted to use a skill, the ring restricts item effects and skill use. It was as if the energy's transmission was cut off. Like being neutered. However, it seems. Besides figuring out exactly where this place is, we need to get this ring off. Besides, the team instance shows there are 6 people. Meaning there are 3 more sleeping soundly in another room. The recorder outside soon left, seemingly moving on to the next room. And at that moment, the other 2 people slowly awakened. Damn it, it's a nightmare difficulty. And to make matters worse, I'm all tied up. Another player, Cheng Feng, was somewhat bewildered. I feel weak all over, and my calves are quite sore. How about you two? Sword White Clothes quietly took stock of his situation, indeed feeling some pain. A little bit. Tsuchi nodded. Pain is normal, it's probably because someone was too violent while tying us up. Chapter 130-126, not following the procedure, the three were trapped in the confined recliners. Sword White Clothes narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect it to be a nightmare-level dungeon. This is going to be somewhat troublesome. This time, they were only aiming to change their class. Completing the dungeon was not their ultimate goal, and they couldn't force an exit, otherwise they wouldn't be able to re-enter the match for a short period. I just want to ask. Tsuchi was even a bit curious. Is it much different from the ordinary level? Of course, there's a huge difference. Nightmare level is full of team wiping, lethal crises everywhere, with an extremely low survival rate. Whereas with ordinary difficulty, no matter the struggle, you can at least ensure a 70% chance of survival. Changfeng glanced at Tsuchi with a puzzled look. You haven't been matched to a nightmare before, have you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking such a question? Pretty much. He hadn't experienced the ordinary mode, just curious. Sword White Clothes glanced around and said softly. The probability of being matched to a nightmare level varies with the combined strength of the players in the match, which means there is at least one powerful player among the other team. Even though they couldn't check the rankings after entering the dungeon, as the leader of the Sword Flower Club, he had collected information on other powerful players' IDs. Changfeng didn't ring any bells. And there was no need to mention Suboxian. However, Changfeng wasn't very happy, checking the IDs of the others while saying, "Hey, you two in Duo Q, do I not count as a powerhouse? I'm at least ranked 5213, do you know how valuable it is to be in the top 10,000? Sword White Clothes looked calmly around the room. It seemed they couldn't do anything at the moment and could only wait for the story to unfold. However, since the other person brought it up, he said lightly, "I'm 67. Changfeng's eyes widened. Rank 67. A big shot. A true big shot. Changfeng's pupils constricted as he stared at the ID, muttering to himself. No wonder, I thought I've seen this ID before. He swallowed and turned to Suboxian, his eyelids twitching. Since this person was in a duo queue, then you. Tsuchi smiled and said. It looks like both of you are not as good as me, my number is bigger than both of yours. Sword White Clothes. Changfeng paused for a moment, then realizing it, his pupils dilated. Doesn't that mean your rank is even lower? Impressive, huh? Impressive my ass, what's there to be proud of? Watching Changfeng, who got caught up in the rhythm and was slightly agitated, and Suboxian who had a faint smile on his face, Sword White Clothes fell into a brief silence. Leaving aside the fact that this is a nightmare-level dungeon, even if it was just a difficult dungeon, all players would be on full alert, with a serious demeanor, allowing no room for negligence. And now they even managed to strike up a conversation. Sword White Clothes opened his mouth slightly, pulling the rhythm back. Both of you, let's discuss your thoughts first. Changfeng looked around and hesitated. Currently, we don't know what exactly the situation is, and there are quite a few restrictions on us, with an unknown number of enemies. It's best not to startle the snake and lie low, waiting for the right moment. A cautious player, not bad. Sword White Clothes had been through a nightmare once and had received strategies and experience from Paradise, so he knew that for nightmare levels, it was about staying steady. Until gathering intelligence and information, one generally ought not to act rashly. Suboxian, what do you think? Sword White Clothes was a team leader and was skilled at listening to the opinions of his teammates, allowing each person to demonstrate their worth while he steered things in the right direction. But Tsuchi shook his head. I don't think that'll work. Tsuchi said softly. Just lying down will only waste our youth, we should strive and struggle. This was off on a tangent. Also, Tsuchi looked towards the door. The most important thing is, whether we lie down or not, at the moment we are still marking time, making no progress. It'd be better to take the initiative to attack, perhaps we can change the current situation. Take the initiative to attack? Sword White Clothes went into a deep thought. As the 67th ranked player and the current leader of the Sword Flower Club, he was not only powerful but also had astute judgment in strategy and situation. In an instant, he understood Tsuchi's implication immediately. He had to make some noise intentionally to attract the attention of people outside the room, only then could he obtain information to change the current situation. Sword White Clothes spoke softly. Since that's the case, I agree with your idea. We should take a more aggressive approach, but it's best to avoid provoking hostility when drawing them in. Initiate communication with them. There's no need for that. Tsuchi's voice made Sword White Clothes freeze slightly. And in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. Because with a snap, Tsuchi had broken free from the restraint and sat up straight. Changfeng's eyes widened. How on earth did you do that? Isn't that thing supposed to tighten more as you struggle? He struggled frantically but was weak and powerless. Utterly unable to break free. It requires a bit of finesse, shifting bones, pushing against the restraint, then adjusting the body's angle, along with a bit of the bone shrinking skill. That's how you get out. That's so fake. Just pretend it's real. Tsuchi's body hadn't been bound too tightly by the metal ring, and since he had woken up early, the weakening buff from the injection dissipated quickly. He stood up and also released the two from their restraints. Sword White Clothes and Chang Feng regained some color in their faces but still felt a bit drained. Most importantly, they couldn't remove the metal rings from their wrists, their restrictions remained. These things are dangerous, they have a 5-digit code. If entered incorrectly, they seem to explode immediately, Chang Feng said with some alarm. Indeed, these things are just like a time bomb. Sword White Clothes also sensed the fatal danger. Our primary goal is to find the code and unlock it. Snap. Tsuchi removed the metal ring from his wrist, the two of them fell silent at this scene. Are these things really that easy to open? Don't just stand there. Tsuchi looked at his now unlocked equipment and skill. To him, who possessed X-ray cheats, the code was the simplest thing. He glanced outside, time to prepare an escape. The moment Tsuchi unlocked the metal ring, the entire room flashed red, and a loud alarm suddenly resounded. Why don't you unlock ours too? Chang Feng hastily said. Hold on, step back. Tsuchi hurled the metal ring in his hand towards the door. Boom. There was a massive explosion. The door was blown open. And Tsuchi instantly grabbed the two, surging forward. Sword White Clothes seemed to be in a daze. He had never been pulled along like this before, and his intuition told him that this didn't seem like the correct course of action. Everything was heading towards an unpredictable outcome. Meanwhile, a large number of people in yellow protective suits seemed to emerge from the dim corridor behind them, each holding some kind of weapon. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 3 mutants have, for unknown reasons, broken free from their restraints and left the room. Don't let them escape this level at all costs. And at the same time, in a room next to the corridor, 3 other players were tightly bound to reclining chairs. So noisy. Ah. Someone deep in thought said. It seems like something has escaped. It appears that we must enact our plan. Their eyes followed the hurried stream of people in yellow protective suits. The other 3 players are likely trapped like us, but if they are smart enough, they should also take advantage of this chaos to do something. Chapter 131-127 Is nightmare difficulty really that hard? Okay, let's start. The man spoke quietly, as they naturally had a way to escape. One of the players slightly moved his fingers. A slender small knife floated in the air and then swiftly slid. With a whoosh. It directly cut through the restraints on his body. The other 2 did not show any sign of surprise, rubbing their wrists and said indifferently. Well done, Xunziahuan. Although this metal ring can restrict skills and equipment, it doesn't affect your telekinesis master's transcendence traits. Xunziahuan raised his hand again, and the small knife flew back into his pocket. He calmly said. After all, transcendence is absolute. Even if everything resets to 0, it retains the basic traits. Each transferer will permanently possess one trait. His telekinesis master. As the name suggests, the basic trait is to use telekinesis to manipulate objects. The other 2 were also internal test players. In short, they were the ones who failed in the 3rd internal test. After the opening of the transcendence system, they also needed to reactivate their professions and reclaim the powers they once possessed. Should we meet up with the other 3 first? The scarred youth suggested with a slight smile. The man slowly looked outside. No rush. Our main goal isn't to clear the instance, but to undergo transcendence again. And he looked at the metal ring on his wrist. First, we need to deal with this thing. The scarred youth took a glance, his pupils faintly whitening. This thing is made of a material that can suppress strength, and it's very dangerous. It contains micro-explosives. He was also using his special ability. Profession, observer, traits, white pupils. This was not X-ray vision but the ability to see different energy attributes to deduce their weaknesses. Let's see if there's a way to deal with it. The man spoke softly. The youth's pupils focused on the metal ring. This thing is made of an unusual material, and it's intricately designed. Besides inputting a password, there's no other way. Special ability. A kind of advantage for internal test players. But it also had significant limitations, such as consumption. Using special abilities was supposed to consume spiritual energy. But they have not undergone transcendence yet. Spiritual energy stands at 0. So, what's being consumed is what constitutes spiritual energy, physical strength, spiritual power. It can't even become the main combat method now. The man frowned. It's troublesome. As expected, It's not that simple. It seems we must find the password first. Wait. Wait a minute. The scarred face suddenly changed color and spoke, intently staring at the door. It seems like some terrifying energy entity is gathering in the corridor outside. Sweat oozed from his forehead. Get back to the original positions. The entity in the corridor is extremely terrifying. Xunziahuan and the man's expressions changed slightly. They could hear the panic and fear in his voice. They hurriedly returned to the reclining chairs. Footsteps slowly approached. The only arm-sized window in the door gradually revealed the figure in the corridor. The figure walked slowly but heavily. Not human. So tall. They couldn't even see the figure's face, only able to see its waist and arms through the transparent glass, veins like iron. The scarred youth was sweating profusely. This energy is definitely not something we can confront. He could judge the opposing force's combat ability through the energy. Though it might be influenced by various things like personal items, precious tools, but that one in the corridor. Even separated by the door, there was a distinctly terrifying aura. Can't confront? Xunziahuan narrowed his eyes. Wait till we remove the metal ring. Even removing it won't help. The scarred man closed his eyes, his body drenched in sweat, and the physical strength and spiritual power he used in just a moment nearly drained him. What I meant was the situation after removing it. It's not even a fight on the same level. The man was silent. He sighed softly. This is the nightmare-level team instance, huh? Certainly filled with lethal threats. They still didn't know what the outside world was like, what kind of world this was, but they could feel the lethal aura. Fortunately, the entity's target seemed to be those trying to escape. As long as they stayed in the room without removing the metal ring, there shouldn't be any major problems. What do we do now? Let's just lie down. The earlier disturbance was probably a pre-warning. If we make any rash moves now, we will certainly fall into danger, said the man softly. Given the current situation, we can only wait. The main mission should be triggered soon. Some situations required players to proactively explore, but now there was no way out, so they could only wait passively. I believe the other 3 players will realize this too. Just stay put. Meanwhile, outside. Emergency situation. A mutant has escaped the room. Requesting intervention from the supervisor. The supervisor is on the way. Suchi was running fast in the corridor, with the speed boost from the dark wind boots proving very useful. Changfeng couldn't help but look back. The pursuer from earlier had disappeared. It could only be said that Suchi's speed was faster than expected. Although Sword White Clothes was being forced to move, he also displayed the qualities of a top-notch newcomer during the escape. From the escape route just now, this appears to be a prison. Just passed by rooms, roughly 30 of varying sizes, likely holding the mutants they mentioned. From the complexity of the circular corridor, it could be concluded that this place is spacious. We can leave this floor first and find a concealed foothold. Chapter 132-127 Is nightmare difficulty really that hard? He spoke rapidly, expressing his strategic thoughts. And also, Sword White Clothes looked back. I always have a strange feeling. Changfeng curiously asked. What feeling? It's hard to say. Sword White Clothes shook his head, as if the program wasn't running in its usual way. He always felt a sense of disharmony, but ultimately did not speak up. Changfeng muttered to himself. Actually, I also have a feeling. He was grasped by one hand of Suchi, swinging helplessly, wanting to cry. The feeling of being forced. Can you untie us first? We can run on our own. He was about to puke from all the shaking. Suchi said indifferently. You think this is easy to solve? The password for the metal ring changed every 10 seconds, and his, refresh every 5 seconds. He had seized the opportunity to unlock that metal ring, but these two were in some trouble. It all depends on fate. However, the problem was not too big. Artificial Team's counterattack had a 50% chance to cause a malfunction, but obviously, Sword White Clothes was not lucky. The first determination failed. Another attempt would be made after 10 minutes. Sword White Clothes glanced at Suchi. Where are you planning to go? 3602? What's that? The place where these guards are stationed. It could probably serve as a foothold. Wait a minute, are we sure we entered the instance at the same time, and woke up at the same time? Changfeng widened his eyes. Why would you know all this? Because the prison was designed by me. You think I believe that? Then, is the prison boss my subordinate? Forget it, never mind. Changfeng sighed. He knew the other party did not want to talk. Actually, Suchi had woken up earlier and seen the recording personnel standing at the door with A displayed above his head. The content was that guy's thoughts. He wanted to go back to the resting area for a cup of tea, and the resting area was indicated by 3602. Subsequently, Suchi had undertaken a series of actions. Now the problem was, where the hell is 3602? Tsuchiya discovered that this massive prison was not a conventional building. It seemed to have many bizarre arrangements. Colorful walls. Weird red balloons hanging upside down in the corridors. Huge sculptures and pipes. They even came to a broken path. Below was a deep darkness, completely obscure to the eye. It felt more like a folded space. Twisted and eerie. What on earth is this ghostly prison? Chang Feng muttered to himself. It's getting more and more terrifying the further we go. Sword White Close's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shouted towards the ceiling. Watch out! The dense red balloons on the ceiling, one directly plummeted toward them. But before he could speak, Tsuchi had already thrown them out, and a 100-man slaughter blade appeared in his hand, but his eyelids twitched, choosing not to swing it but to quickly dodge. Boom! The falling balloon was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, crashing onto the ground violently. Chang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. This is a balloon. And it was not over yet. The balloons on the ceiling kept falling, coming towards them. Run! Their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately ran forward. But the path ahead suddenly broke, and it retracted back a long way. Damn it! What is this prison really about? Run back! Sword White Close remained calm, but upon looking back, that sculpture had appeared behind them, its body and head like a horse, charging forward like an abstract painting, distorted. The colorful walls around seemed to ripple, vast amounts of red, yellow, and black liquid seemed to pour out continuously. Tsuchi remarked. It has a bit of a postmodern art feel now. Damn it, is this the time to talk about that? Aren't you thinking about how to escape? That sculptural centaur looked twisted and abstract, but its combat ability seemed not so strong. Sword White Close suddenly moved, knowing that before they were submerged and engulfed, they had to clear a path. He held a long sword in his hand, his figure rapidly leaping. The metal bracelet restricted the equipment effect, but it did not affect the retrieval or physical use of items in the item slot. Tsuchi observed this guy. Although his strength was reduced, paired with a weakening buff, he still possessed astonishing explosive power and deadly attacking capabilities. But when Sword White Close suddenly thrust his sword toward the opponent's body, he was shocked to discover the entire tip of the sword seemed to pierce into fabric without penetrating. The sculpture continuously fluctuated and twisted even more. It was wrapping itself around him. Sword White Close sensed a fatal threat and hurriedly retreated. Physical damage is useless? Sword White Close's face darkened. This odd prison was indeed not so simple. And the frequency of falling balloons from above also increased. Their speed was getting faster. Chang Feng cried out in dismay. It's over, we're definitely doomed. I've experienced nightmares before, but why does this feel completely different? The difficulty had skyrocketed to another level. Isn't this the difficulty that nightmares should have? Tsuchi's voice came. That's bullshit. Whose nightmare starts off with all these deadly traps? Tsuchi snapped his fingers. Don't panic. He pointed at a pipe in the wall emanating strange colors. Isn't there still a way out? A pipe receded into the wall, delving deep and unknown. On its entrance were bizarre paintings, the paint twisted and tainted with a deep red like blood. It was even writhing, clearly indicating great danger. Let's go. Tsuchi stepped in without hesitation. Chang Feng's eyes widened. Could you hesitate for a moment? Sword White Close took a deep breath, not hesitating, and strode after him. There's no time to hesitate, this is the only way. Chang Feng narrowly avoided a falling balloon, gasping heavily and grinding his teeth. Damn it. I'm coming. The pipe was narrow, only allowing one person to proceed after another. Once Chang Feng stepped inside, the bottom of his feet felt a slick, slimy liquid. Damn, this is disgusting. Chang Feng's face turned pale. Why do I feel like this is a digestive tract, emitting a foul smell, disgusting slime, and continuously writhing? The word like isn't very accurate. Tsuchi looked at the mucus. Indeed, there are traces of minced meat and fresh blood, and he halted. Because moving forward would force them to lower their heads, and the terrain also inclined downward at a 70-degree angle. It looks like a slide. Sword White Close shook his head. Sorry, we can't see very well. Once inside, there was complete darkness, and without Tsuchi's night vision ability, they could barely see. Then get ready to go. You're really planning to slide down? What else? Tsuchi said calmly. Haven't you noticed something very strange about this prison? I have, everything outside is quite bizarre. No, not that, Tsuchi shook his head. Such a large prison, with circular corridors yet unable to complete a circuit, and unbelievably, there are no fire exits. How did it pass fire safety inspection? Chang Feng? Sword White Close resignedly continued. What Subuxian means is, There are no stairs, and considering those people in protective suits, the possibility of this writhing slide being a passageway is high. Look. This is Swordflower's boss, directly and accurately refining his own thoughts. Then let's go. Suchi sat at the top of the slope without hesitation, then controlled the liquid metal to cover his body. He kindly reminded, these liquids are probably toxic, you'd better pinch your noses and keep your mouths shut. Chang Feng held back his disgust, gritting his teeth. Let's do it. Just like falling into a sewer. Sword White Clothes looked at his white clothes, he silently followed. And just as they slid down the slide like esophagus, heavy footsteps slowly resonated in the corridor. A terrifying presence made all the twisted entities along the corridor vanish, daring not to stir. They've gone down here? It seems. I need not interfere anymore. Fools seeking death, that's a place sealed with destruction. Chapter 133-128, Some people have deviated from the main story. Please note, the alarm has been lifted. The supervisor has left. All maintainers, return to your positions immediately. Feeding day is about to begin. With these announcements, many people in yellow protective suits quickly left the corridor. What's going on? The scarred youth stood up and looked toward the door. It seems like the disturbance has been suppressed. Are all the personnel leaving? The man gently said, it seems that not taking any rash actions was the right choice. Changes are starting to happen now. At that moment, they felt the room seem to be shaking. Xun Xiaohuan squinted his eyes. Do you feel that? Yes. It's moving. The corridor outside seems to have disappeared, and the view is blocked. The scarred youth looked at the transparent glass, which was no longer transparent because it was covered with disgusting mucus. It looks like it's about to start. Next comes the real danger of the nightmare-level dungeon. The next moment, as they had anticipated, an information box appeared. Main quest has been triggered, CG footage will now begin to play. A chill voice rang out as everyone began to see slight changes before them. This is both a prison and a horrifying cage, no one can escape from it. Strangeness, dirtiness, and terror fill every corner. Simply surviving is a difficult task, let alone uncovering its whole nature. Feeding day has begun. Those who are trapped here. Danger is approaching, death is spreading, fear is everywhere. The small room may give you a moment to breathe, but the voice suddenly became sinister, as if it were sneering. It might also become your burial place. Main quest, choose one. Survive until the end of feeding day 2. Escape from this place 3. The CG footage slowly disappeared, and the grating voice made all 3 beta testers feel a chill. The main quest has finally appeared. The scarred youth looked at the information box. Still 3 optional tasks. The man slightly frowned. Once optional tasks appear, it means the difficulty of the dungeon is going to increase another notch. Because often, the first task represents the level of the dungeon, which is the nightmare level task it should have. Each subsequent task becomes even more difficult. Simply surviving is already at nightmare level. And the third task is a hidden type. Xun Xiaohuan softly said. This is troubling. As beta testers, their past potential might not have been strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to enter paradise. But now things were different from before, each of them was an experienced veteran. There was even Dunwu, who experienced a sort of renaissance. It seems like we are falling. You're right, indeed. Be careful. At that moment, the entire room dropped like it was falling, smashing hard onto the ground, and the room continued to shake slightly. The 3 nearly fell down. At the same time, a rumbling noise came to their ears. They couldn't see the scene outside the door, but it didn't block out the noise. What is that noise? The scarred youth was somewhat puzzled. He could no longer use his white pupil's ability, although he had enough physical strength. His spiritual power couldn't take the strain. It sounds like the noise of dumping trash. Outside, there was a succession of liquid pouring sounds, the crashing sounds of numerous objects falling, and a series of roars. At that moment, the room's door lock, as if timed, automatically unlocked. Once the door opened a crack. They had just seen the situation outside. The surroundings were entirely a city block, but the cloud layers and brightness above were like dead things, and in the middle, there was a deep crevice from which a profusion of things were falling. They piled up into a pyramid-like mountain of ruins. Various buildings, vehicles, bricks, and stones were accumulated within. Everything was there. They could faintly see inflatable dolls. Parts of the buildings were intact, but others were as if bitten off sharply. At the same time, not just these items, but copious amounts of flesh and blood were also falling, drenching everything below. The most important thing was, roars came from all directions, and many grotesquely shaped monsters, with their pupils red, fixated on the flesh, as if they were starving to the extreme. And around them were many rooms that looked like shipping containers thrown onto the ground. They seemed to have been transported to this place. And inside, likely imprisoned just like them, were the so-called mutants. The monsters had dry skin, elongated limbs, and large bodies. Their roars were strange and had a spiritual impact. Suddenly, a monster's gaze turned toward them. Then it violently rushed over. With extreme speed. Damn it! Close the door. The scarred youth growled, firmly shutting the door. The room shook violently. The roars around them made them sweat profusely. At the same time, sound came from the door lock. Door locked, remaining lock counts, 5. Please note, once the count runs out, the door will no longer lock. Please note, if you spend more than 20 minutes in the room at a time, the bracelet will explode. Please note, the password for the metal ring will appear on the monster's neck. Once the password is used by someone else, it becomes invalid. The three had glum faces. They couldn't even exert their true fighting abilities, and even if they could, it was filled with deadly danger. Only now did they understand how difficult their first task, survival, truly was. Should we go look for the other 3 players? After all, if they can't break their constraints, they're likely to be killed by the monsters breaking in, or their bracelets may explode after 20 minutes, the scarred youth said gravely. The problem is, these streets are complex, we don't know where they are, and there are many monsters. The man was somber and calm. We had better trust them. Based on such a distribution, there should be someone on the other side who can break their constraints, and right now the most important thing is to find the password behind the monster's neck to unlock the bracelet. Otherwise, they were utterly defenseless and always facing deadly danger. At this moment, Tsuchi and his party had just successfully slid down the slide. Their location was a vast lake filled with bizarre green liquid that bubbled like magma, continuously gurgling and even emitting green bubbles. Bubbles floated in midair, densely packed, obscuring what was inside. They stood on an edge made of metal unaffected by the erosion, with the pipe exit they came from just behind them. At the same time, they had also seen the main quest that had just appeared. The more they looked, the more disturbed Chang Feng's and Sword White Clothes' expressions became. Gradually, they could no longer care about the slime on them. Instead, they were in a state of stupor. Survival? Password on the monster's neck? Room lock counts? Chang Feng muttered. Is this the main quest? What the heck are we doing now? Chapter 134-129. We created the main story. Chang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a profound look. We've strayed from the main plot, haven't we? Tsuchi snapped his fingers. No, we've created the main plot. Created my ass. You haven't grasped it. Tsuchi spoke softly, his tone somewhat nostalgic. The true fun of a great game lies in exploration, in discovering every side quest and every NPC in this world, uncovering new stories, and immersing yourself in the joy that brings. That's what's truly important. He looked at Chang Feng. Do you understand now? Chang Feng roared, interrupting Tsuchi. Cut the crap. That's supposed to mean freely exploring the world, not having anything to do with this nightmare-level dungeon where we could die at any moment. You're being attached to a false image, Tsuchi replied. Sword White Clothes fell silent. His previous feeling of dissonance turned out to be correct, he had indeed been led astray by Tsuchi. And what was more, they couldn't even return. Chang Feng looked at Sword White Clothes. Brother, how much did he pay you to duo with him? I'll pay double if you help me beat him up. Cough cough. Sword White Clothes coughed. Our partnership isn't about money. And actually, the situation isn't too bad. We're not surrounded by those so-called monsters and have escaped the threat of feeding day. It doesn't seem like such a bad thing, for now. But why do I feel like this place is even more dangerous? Asked Chang Feng ominously. Some kind Samaritan. Started off leading them on a tightrope, constantly evading pursuit, falling into dangerous situations, and getting covered in disgusting, sticky goo. Just a whiff. Yuck. It was like the smell of dirty laundry left for half a month, especially the piece at the bottom of the basket. And moreover, the most important thing is that after all this, the main plot had freaking just begun. If only he had known, he would have just lain down, laid flat. That was the future. That's not right. Chang Feng suddenly realized something, moving his wrist. Without the password from the monster's necks, how are we supposed to open this? This thing will probably explode later on. Tsuchi patted his shoulder. When the time comes, I'll take care of the two of you. Sword White Clothes' expression turned serious, he said calmly. I've made a decision. He drew his long sword. What are you going to do? Chang Feng was shocked, then revealed an excited look. Are you going to beat him up? Count me in. No. Sword White Clothes shook his head and looked at his wrist. I can do without this hand. At these words, even Tsuchi was somewhat surprised. This guy was really harsh on himself. Although he could recover once back in his personal space, such pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Sword White Clothes had his clear judgment. He wouldn't blame Suboxone. Every outcome was the result of cause and effect. Since he was here, he had to make the right decision. And what was more important? As the leader of Sword Flower Club, at this crucial point in the ranking battles, he couldn't afford to fail. Swoosh! His sword didn't hesitate to chop down towards his own wrist with a sharp cold glint, able to slice through iron as if it were mud, let alone a hand. But just then, Tsuchi extended the 100-man slaughter blade and blocked it. The grating sound of sword against blade made Sword White Clothes pause briefly. Why are you stopping me? Because Tsuchi used his blade to directly slice through the bracelet. Both were shocked. But the bracelet acted as if it had malfunctioned, not reacting at all. Tsuchi nonchalantly threw it into the distance. After it plopped into the water, the acidic liquid quickly corroded it like fizzing sulfuric acid. Boom! A terrifying explosion sent a water column nearly 5 or 6 meters high. The calm surface of the liquid rippled like ocean waves. Tsuchi peered into the distance. Good thing I threw it far enough. Sword White Clothes looked at his freed wrist and was stunned. Although he didn't know how Suboxone managed it, he earnestly said afterward. Thank you. Thanks cost too much. Ah. Sword White Clothes was puzzled. No, I mean it's no big deal, we are collaborators after all. Wait a minute. Changfeng was still bewildered. What exactly happened just now? Why didn't it explode? Can I try it too? If you want to become art, you can try. Tsuchi glanced at the metal ring on his wrist. The password is 213,344? Don't believe it? I dare not believe. Then wear it. Consider it an extra piece of jewelry. Changfeng gritted his teeth and finally decided to give it a try. 5 seconds later, his bracelet also detached. It actually worked. Changfeng's expression brightened, and he instinctively wanted to throw it away. Keep it. Tsuchi interjected to stop him. It could make a decent hand grenade. This is high-risk explosive material. Changfeng pointed at himself in shock. You're not going to leave it with me, right? It's time to move forward. Tsuchi strode ahead. Damn it. The three of them continued on. The lake was filled with terrifying sulfuric acid-like liquid with extremely high corrosive power. The metal ring had exploded in less than a second after touching it. There were floating pieces of land in the middle, but they were all incredibly unstable and had faults. They had to jump across one by one. For them, who had now regained their strength, this wasn't a big problem. Tsuchi went first, choosing a path that was stable. Some of the hanging rocks were like foam, and stepping on them would send one plunging into the liquid. And then, Tsuchi suddenly stopped. Hold on. The other two became instantly vigilant. After all, this place was extremely dangerous. What is it? Tsuchi pondered. Don't you think this is a bit like that popular WeChat game Jump from before? Fuck, is this really the time for that? Changfeng nearly fell. Sword White Clothes' eyes sharpened. Look ahead. The green bubbles in front of them were suddenly gathering. Gradually converging from few to many, from small to large. Finally, they formed into a huge bubble. You guys know what's going to happen next, right? Changfeng opened his mouth wide. Sword White Clothes looked at Tsuchi in front. Brother Suboxone, fall back behind me. He had now recovered his combat power. As the boss of Sword Flower Club and a top super newcomer, his strength was beyond doubt. But before Tsuchi could respond, the whole huge bubble exploded with a bang. A large amount of acidic substance shot out like water arrows. Careful. Changfeng couldn't help but yell. But Tsuchi extended his hand, as the liquid metal morphed into a nozzle. The next moment, a stream of mucus erupted from it, like dish soap meeting grease. Shockingly, all the terrifying acidic substance was blocked by the mucus. The two of them watched the scene in stunned silence. Sword White Clothes didn't even have time to use a skill. Tsuchi slowly withdrew his hand. This is water escape. Bullshit, that's clearly mucus. And it can block that test. Changfeng's eyes widened. And when did you collect it? Tsuchi hadn't answered yet. Sword White Clothes, however, came back to his senses. He looked around and then down at the mucus on his body, saying in a heavy tone, so that's how it is. The air around us is corrosive too, fully blocked by the mucus all over us. Naturally, it can also withstand the acidic substance. He paused, somewhat catching on, and looked at Tsuchi. This was something he had just realized. And this guy had noticed and collected a bunch of mucus ever since they were down in the corridor. And the reason he had voluntarily stopped wasn't to bring up the WeChat game. Clearly, he had spotted something amiss and stopped to warn them. Sword White Clothes' eyes changed subtly. This guy is terrifying, isn't he? Chapter 135-130, the entire world is digesting. The trio continued onward. We can only move forward now, cross this erosion-affected lake, and see if we can find the next safe place. They had wanted to wash off the mucus on their bodies as quickly as possible, but now they hoped it would be consumed more slowly. Once an arrow was shot, there was no turning back. The previous foothold seemed to have come from the falling rocks from the dome above, and the maintenance time was not long. With all three stepping on it at the same time, it quickly cracked and lost buoyancy, sinking down. What exactly is this place? Chang Feng looked around and couldn't help but say. There are imprisoned mutants, monsters, and that feeding day, as well as the various scenes before us. Although every instance in the Abyssal Paradise was different, with its own worldview and setting, it seemed that all were affected by some ultimate influence, with all worlds having some slight connections. Sword White Clothes, with a solemn expression, said. Unclear, but according to my thinking, it can be slowly figured out. After all, there are 3 types of optional tasks. The first should be the simplest, requiring only survival without exploring the worldview of this instance. But the second one, escaping from this place, would probably necessitate gathering all kinds of information and gradually delving into the world of this instance. Based on the few words from the yellow-suited personnel who pursued us earlier, we can deduce. There is an existence called the Supervisor, who is extremely powerful. It's very likely that escaping from here will face a larger scale of pursuit, and that big boss called the Supervisor. Sword White Clothes quickly sorted out the previous information and his own thoughts. He looked at Suchi. What do you think? After noticing previous details, although somewhat uncertain, Sword White Clothes couldn't help but regard Subuxian's opinion seriously. I think. Suchi shook his head. Those are not important. Worldview, main story, supervisor, put those aside. Just charge through and be done with it. Chang Feng had a bad premonition. Charge through what? Aren't you curious about what the third task is? Chang Feng's eyes widened as he shouted. I'm not curious, thank you. After hearing Sword White Clothes' analysis, he had already sensed the nightmare-level danger, and even the second option already made his scalp tingle, not to mention the completely unknown third task. Those without curiosity are incomplete. Chang Feng looked at Suchi's burning gaze and trembled. Bro, please don't, I'm scared. He began to understand. This guy was not a normal player. Sword White Clothes coughed. Brother Subuxian, our most important task right now is class change, not pursuing higher difficulty. Class change would be best completed here. Although passing this nightmare-level team instance also had a substantial reward, clearly class change had higher priority. His path to changing class was that of a sword seeker, trial tasks. Sacrificial refining sword heart, killing stronger enemies, or using himself as a sacrificial offering. The closer his physical strength and vitality were to their limits,